you. I'm sorry, Nadia, and Lindsay Lou. I'm sorry if I sound a bit bizarre. I did just come. They opened an old Chicago pizzeria here today, and so I've been sitting at the bar trying and sampling a variety of beers and whiskeys and other drinks, and so I'm a little out to lunch. So just
Hey,
tell me to shut up when I get unintelligible.
hey
Oh,
Jamie.
hey, what's up, Will?
I was wondering, so is the presuppositionalist argument that you were using, was that supposed to mostly just debunk a neutral position, or was that supposed to even refute a denial of Christianity?
No, the particular argument that I gave only refutes the neutral position.
Okay. Would
Um,
you would you also use a different presuppositionalist argument for the denial, like a person who denies Christianity?
I could provide a formal argument. I just don't think they're useful. I think that it's a very modern academic Western idea that if you have some kind of logical construction of an argument, that you can just throw it out and it's universally understood. It's not. And usually arguments require an insane amount of unpacking, including the transcendental argument. So I think it's more useful to just say, we agree that each of us holds that the other view is a priori false, right? But if that's true, there should be no problem with us discussing internal inconsistencies. And if one person can see that the other person has demonstrated that, then perhaps they will be persuaded, depending on if the Holy Spirit wishes to intervene there.
hmm I think it's strange how much I like Aquinas's arguments, because those are some of the arguments which require the most explaining. But I hate the Plantinga's modal ontological argument, specifically because it requires so much explaining.
Oh yeah, you know what? I don't even think it's. I mean, I think we'll disagree on this. I rejected his argument, but the funny thing about it is, there's more arguments about the unpacking of the argument than there is about the actual argument.
Yeah.
Well, so the ontological argument, Plantin, the ontological argument isn't really used very seriously anymore, is it? Because it's obviously just you can decide it's either fallacious or it's begging the question. It's just not very interesting, is it?
I mean, I think Plantinga said in his book where he writes about it that you can be a perfectly rational person and reject the argument, but you can also be a perfectly rational person and accept the argument.
Yeah, so it's not rationally establishing anything, which is what he says in his paper about it, that it rationally establishes theism. It doesn't. Never did, never will, it can't. Problem is he's made, it's got one premise, and it goes through all these other propositions until you end up with this conclusion. It just means that that premise is equal to all them propositions and the conclusion. So, you're being fooled. Someone's equivocating, or someone's tricking you about how they're using the term possibility in the modal sense of a possible necessary being. That doesn't mean do you think it's possible. It means, if it is impossible that God doesn't exist, then God exists. Well, yeah, you don't gain anything. You're starting from a wider assertion and homing in on something small within it. So yeah,
I'll be right back.
I like the argument. I'll tell you why I like it. I think it's a brilliant argument for going through in your head the definition of God and how that fits, thinking about that, contrasting it with what you know about the world, and how it would have to be the case that given any possible outcome, given any possibility in the world, that God, given whatever definition you hold to God to be, would have to exist. So I like it for that reason. It's good for defining God and for realizing just what you're implying by God. But as an argument to prove God, I don't. I think that there are possibly other ontological arguments which maybe in the future will be absolutely amazing for having really good justification for the fact that God does exist or doesn't exist, you know. But I don't. These arguments do not get us. When, you know, these arguments are really still in the realm of ha ha. I can trick you over my use of philosophical terminology that you don't quite understand what that means yet. As soon as you do, you'll sort of brush it off and say, "Oh, it wasn't that interesting." Anyway.
I am curious if I can ask Jimmy, and I know people misuse these terms as well frequently, but most of the people that are presuppositionalists or who claim to be that I've met also seem to be more Calvinist in their thinking than they are Arminian. Although I think the terms Calvinism and Arminianism get misused as well. Where would you put yourself on that spectrum?
Yes, but that's actually very accurate, Carlton, and that has to do with the fact that presuppositional apologetics really goes back to Van Til, whose actually his main contention was to reform apologetics in the same way that the reformers were attempting to reform the church during the medieval era. So, well, anyways, yes, I am a full-fledged Calvinist, 5 points.
Okay.
And I'm a Roman Catholic.
Okay.
Will is a big fan of the scholastic tradition. Am I right, Will?
Yeah, indeed. Yes, I am.
Okay.
I find, for instance, Aquinas' arguments, and sort of, I mean, I'm still looking into Anselm's ontological argument. I think that one's a little weird, but after looking into it, I think it can be defended.
Well, I'm curious how, and I'm sorry, I just Jimmy again because he said something earlier. Actually, I think it was earlier today. You made a passing statement that you're not a determinist in terms of free will. How do you view the mechanism? What is the mechanism by which we have free will then, and how does that integrate with your belief systems in terms of Calvinism?
Oh no, so I think you I think either I misspoke or you misheard me, Carlton, because
okay.
I think this is what I was trying to say. If we're talking about the political discussion we were having before, what I said was that I believe in free will in the libertarian sense, right? So, no, rather, I was saying that when I used the phrase free will, I was using it in the libertarian sense. That is, the political view that humans should be given as much freedom as possible.
Right. So that I can make a decision that is free from coercion, basically.
From other humans' coercion, yes.
Yes.
But I am a determinist. In fact, I'm the hardest kind of determinist. I'm a necessitarian when it comes to events, choices, and causal reality.
Can you help me out there and define what it means to be a necessitarian?
Yes. So a determinist believes that for any given event, it could be no other way given the
starting conditions.
Yeah. But a necessitarian says, well, even the starting conditions and the whole set couldn't even be different.
Okay.
There's no such. So a determinist will admit, well, maybe reality could have been different if the antecedent factors were different. But a necessitarian is saying, no, nothing could be different at all.
Well, because the antecedent factors themselves were determined somewhere else, and on we go back.
Well, that also depends on how you view or how you conceptualize sort of the direction of causality. So within the universe, I agree with you. I think causality kind of works like a set of dominoes. Time is kind of moving in a direction. But I believe that God, outside of time and space, is not behind the arrow, so to speak, so that reality can't be spaced as a line. Rather, God is completely outside of what it even means to be a line. So he does cause the universe, but he causes every event that has ever happened, not just the first domino.
Well, and so there's an interesting question then. So is the fact that we have an appearance of dominoes simply coincidental? And in fact, what God is doing is directly affecting every single event that we see independently of what was prior, and the appearance of causality is simply an illusion?
So that's a view called occasionalism. No, I do not hold to that view. I do not believe that causal events or that natural explanations, and I'm not using that term in the scientific sense.
Yep.
Uh, I will use a different term then. Finite explanations, I do not believe that they are mere occasions for God's causal will. Rather, I believe in a view called divine concurrentism, which holds that when God creates the world, part of what it means to be what he has created is that there are internal explanations for things. In the same way that when the creators of Skyrim created the game, there is a lore behind the game that explains what's going on within the storyline of the game.
Okay. So within that concept, within that framework, how does the notion of justice come about, right? So the typical argument, that you'll hear from the person on the web is, well, God's not just because, if he causes everything, if he's the ultimate source of what rolls out, then how can he be just and at the same time assign blame for doing something other than what he desired to have happen? How does that meld in your world, and does that happen because we redefine what our notion is of justice and say that it is something transcendental and it is not the notion of justice as we understand it, in order to make that work, or is there some other method?
So the Christian conception of justice, as I understand it, well, first let me answer that last question
Sure.
as best I can, because I think it's important. Yes, the intuitions of we humans, from my point of view, do have a bias, because I'm no different than anybody else. When I was born into this world, I was born into sin, and I was suppressing the truth in unrighteousness, and that means that my view, even of moral concepts, was askewed. So yes, our intuitions probably need reformation, and some of our concepts will be inherently reformed upon regeneration. The Christian soteriological concept of regeneration. By the way, I'm not speaking for Will. I'm pretty sure that Will has some different ideas.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. I mean, I can distinguish between people most
Okay.
of the time.
I figured you could. I just didn't want.
We are indeed both Christians, but we are a far cry from each other when it comes to
That's
a lot
fine.
of philosophical understandings.
That's fine. I suspect that my background was probably more like Will, so I do want to say that I'm not ignoring your comments. I actually do appreciate them. But I think I am more in line, or I used to be more in line, Will, with what your take is, and I'm probably less so than Jimmy, which is a bit novel for me, which is why I'm sort of pointing
That's
my
fine.
questions that way.
I
Okay.
used to be a Catholic, so
I'm still a Catholic, so
Are
yeah, I
you,
used to be Catholic.
Emmanuel? Are you Irish?
Scottish.
Okay.
That's the same. It's the same thing, isn't it?
Pardon my.
Sorry.
My ignorance. I can't tell the difference between the accents, but that's cool. I wish I could see the beauty of your country. It's a great place.
Well, I guess my concern here, at least for me, and there's a couple pieces here, and I'm not sure I can put the puzzle together well, but I think a lot of Christians have proffered the idea that we cannot look at what God does. We cannot look, at the Old Testament in terms of His actions, and make a valid determination as to whether what He did was just or not just, based on our human idea of what it means to be just. um, that we don't have the requisite knowledge, perhaps, of all the details to make the determination, or perhaps that our notion of justice is totally anathema to what God's notion of justice is. Um, the problem I see that I have there, at least one of the problems that I have there, is that Christians do, as a matter of course, when talking to unbelievers, want them to look at Scripture, and from that Scripture or from other stories, want us to be able to see or realize the fact that God is loving. And the question sort of comes about that if I have the capability to look at God's actions and determine or make a determination as to whether or not that is loving, then it seems like I should be equally able to make a determination as to what he does, as to whether it's just or not. I mean, if one emotion is valid, evaluation of one is valid, and evaluation of the other should be equally valid or invalid.
I would ask, like, what do you think that love is when it's applied to God?
Well, again, I don't have a separate notion. I suppose if you're going to ask me to define love, I think there have been a lot of poets and writers before me that have failed at that, and I'm certainly not going to step onto that stage. I don't know. I mean, I think the easiest answer to give is that, like beauty, when I see it, I recognize it, but I'm not sure I could give you a definition of what it means.
So, real quick, to answer the thing about to answer the query about justice.
Yeah.
I think that justice doesn't come into play without sin, and so the first place we have to look to understand justice is God, and I think that something that's not taken into account in a lot of interpretations of the word justice is that justice first starts between the members of the Trinity. So, for example, it would be unjust for God to do nothing about sin when, for example, the Father is sitting there looking down on us and he sees sin. Well, that is a affront to both the Holy Spirit and to the Son of God. It would be unjust for God to just say, well, I don't care that someone is affronting these other members of the Trinity.
Well, we're starting with while I don't disagree with you in practice, I think though when you say that we're sort of we are assigning a personality trait rather than finding a personality trait, and by that I guess I mean we are presuming that God must, in order to be just, be outraged at sin. But we're not actually looking at what God has said or done to draw that conclusion. We're starting with that conclusion, and in fact, maybe you may be able to justify that in Scripture. When we look at, I mean, a practical example, and I'm probably going to get this wrong now that I've had a few beers. I want to say First Chronicles. No, Samuel. It's Samuel. First Samuel 3:15. It's where Saul is going. God is sending Saul to
Attacking Amalek.
I think so. Yeah, and right, and 3:15, I think. And anyway,
not 3:15, just 15.
Oh, 15, verse 1 and 2. Yes. In the description, of course, obviously, God kills the people, then he kills the women, then he kills the nursing women, then he kills the babies, then we go on to kill the cows and the cattle, and the typical list. And one looks at that, at least I do, right? Even trying to be reasonable, even saying, well, let's say there is a God. Let's grant that, and let's grant that it's the God of Christianity. And then I look at that verse and I say, how, in any concept of justice that I'm aware of, can I look at somebody? Let's forget for the moment that he's omnipotent. How can I look at anybody and say, how can somebody kill infants that are nursing, still suckling their mother's breast, right? They're still breastfeeding. How can killing them be for a crime committed not only not by their parents but 70 years earlier, how can killing them in any be any concept of justice that I understand? Certainly, we're not even talking about the animals, which I think is a whole nother level. And then when I add to that the concept that, or the belief that God is omnipotent. In other words, that this was not like his last resort for solving a terrible problem. He could have done any one of an infinite number of things to resolve the same problem, none of which may have had to resort in, killing infants. So given that he has at his fingertips the wherewithal to solve this in numerous different ways, and he chooses one which results in the bloody murder of infants and children and animals, how can I come to the conclusion that that person or that being is just in any reasonable sense of the term?
Well, can I give you? Can I go for answering you, Carlton?
Of course.
Okay, I think that I'll have to do it in three parts. So the first point that I would say is you're right. It depends on what you mean by reason there. But if we're not taking up the Christian understanding of morality from the get-go, yeah, I would say how dare God? There's the only morality that justifies him is the one that he gives to you. So yeah, if you're thinking of reasonableness in terms of justice, under the concept of staying neutral to Christianity, then yeah, I would say there's no way I can convince you. It's simply impossible.
Well, even as a Christian, how do you view that and read that, and look in the mirror, so to speak, and still feel that God is just?
Okay, so the second point is under the Christian view, the real scandal is not that God kills people in the Old Testament and the New. The real scandal is that he doesn't kill everyone.
Well,
that's
I think
scandal,
I hate to say this. I've heard a Baptist preacher give that answer. Yeah, I don't see that as being a very satisfactory answer, Jimmy. And maybe I cut you off before you explained it, and if so, I apologize. But I think to say that, well, we're all deserving of torture and death, well, that's fine, that's well and good, but that is not, it's a red herring, because that's not the question at hand. The question at hand is, he supposedly authorized this killing, this slaughter, in retribution for crimes committed by that same tribe of people 70 or so years earlier. I mean, that was the specified reason. So the fact that that infant or those cows were infected by sin, and thus are deemed by definition to be worthy of death, doesn't really address the issue at hand, because that's not the reason that God gave for why he killed them.
Okay, so
wait, can I answer once Jimmy's done?
Actually, go ahead, Will. But can I answer after Will?
Yeah, everybody go whenever you like. I'm quiet.
Go ahead, Will.
I was going to say that I think one of the questions that I raise whenever God killing in the Old Testament comes up is, like, why is it wrong for us to murder people? And I would say that the reason why it's wrong for us to murder people is because we are not omniscient. We did not create life. We don't have the authority to decide when a person's life ends, or what is the best time for someone to die. However, God is the author of life. He did create life in the very beginning, and he is omniscient and can decide when is the best for to take so and so's life. And so, while I don't think that that's a full explanation, I also would say that when someone or something dies, it doesn't simply disappear in a Christian or even, I think, in a Jewish worldview. Maybe it did during the time Samuel was written, but everything does in one way or another return to God, or go to Sheol in in Old Testament sort of what's the word? I don't know, theology and stuff like that. And so I think that when we look at a verse like this and we say, how can God be just when he did things like kill women and children and suckling infants and ox and sheep, all the animals and stuff like that? I think the problem with that is that we're thinking of God at more in more of like a personal sort of theistic way. Like we think of God as like some more powerful human being. But that's not a view of God that I hold to. I say I would hold to a much more classical theistic idea of God, where God isn't like another human being which is just simply more powerful and maybe immaterial in a way. I think that God is simple simple in nature, and well, there's a lot of stuff that I could.
Well, I think well that.
Well, can I add to that real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, Jimmy. Sorry.
So again, I think that the problem is I don't believe that my answers will be persuasive to you, Carlton. In all honesty, because what's described in the Old Testament is a travesty. But part of the issue is the exegesis that goes in with 1 Samuel 15. So it's my understanding that when God goes to kill these tribes, whether it be he referenced this or that crime, I think that the assumption of such passages is this is a terrible people, God's getting rid of them. But what's more fundamental is that everyone is evil, and that in the Old Testament period, the only group of people who were elect were some of the Israelites. So there are no people who have their sins covered by Christ outside of Israel. So if God had promised Canaan salvation and then didn't follow through, I think that would be an issue. But he actually said to Adam, if you eat this fruit, dying you will die. There's the second death involved. So when Canaan or whatever the place is an evil place and they're not part of the elect, it is within God's jurisdiction to put them down.
Well, okay. So let me. I think the thought I want to put out there, I think is the same. I think it's actually no. I think it's the same in terms of both Jimmy, for you and for Will. I think that was you that was talking, and that is that. There again, and maybe this comes back to presuppositionalism, but when we talk about what it means in terms of what God has a right to do and what it means in terms of what it means for God to be just, there are really only that I can see two ways to come to an answer on those topics. One of them is to look at Scripture if we presume that this is a record of his voice, his communications to us. So one of them is simply to look at the events that transpire and derive from those events a personality matrix. This is what he's like, based on this is what he does or says. I think the other way is to assert a priori a personality trait without any real support for it, and then to look at the things that we see, and when they seem to be in conflict with that, we simply dispatch them as being, well, it's we don't understand, or we don't have all the information, or he has a right to do whatever he wants to do because we have decided that a priori. But that decision, or that idea that we have of what it means for God to be just or who he is not something that we're getting from his communique. It's something that we are assigning to him first, and then we are reading what he did in that light. And I think that's backwards. That's just me.
Okay.
I don't see how you can do that.
Okay, so here's how I would respond to that. Also, I do want to say that I think I'm a lot like Jimmy, and I don't think that a lot of my responses will be very satisfactory to an atheist. But be that as it may be, I think that the best way to find find God's nature is to look at, like we're saying, we're assuming that the Bible is an accurate record of God's word. But so if we were to try to find in the Bible the best way to see everything that we can know about God's nature, I'd say that the best person to look at would definitely be Jesus Christ. And any sort of image that doesn't sort of fit with who Jesus Christ is, I think even if it's implied differently in the Old Testament or anywhere else in the Bible, it should be rejected based on that account, because Jesus Christ is God made directly in the flesh. So I don't think that we are simply assigning a specific view of God onto him in spite of what the Old Testament records. I think that, and I do think that the Old Testament actually is consistent with the Christian view of God as being a just and loving God as well. Whether or not that is, the answers to that are satisfactory to an unbeliever.
Well, I want to say two things, but let me do the last one first because that's the easiest. In terms of what you just said, that causes me a problem, weirdly maybe, because I think to say that, well, we need to understand the Old Testament in light of what we understand from looking at Jesus, implies or infers that there is a quality of communication that is superior in viewing the life of Jesus than in simply reading what we believe God has inspired others to write. And I'm not sure, I mean, I understand that there are varieties and variations on a theme within Christianity, but I'm not sure that even when I used to be a Christian, I'm not sure I would accept that premise. I think I would have to say that they would have to be of equal value, whether it was an action that Jesus took while he was here in the flesh, or whether it was something written in the Old Testament. If we believe it's the same God that's doing the communication, and we believe that he is 100% capable of communicating precisely what he wants, then I don't see how you can say that one method or channel of communication needs to be superior or is superior to another. But I'll let you respond to that, but let me answer the other one real fast, Chris. I think, and I don't mean this as a personal attack in any way, shape, or form, but sort of, at least this is what I'm seeing happening. I've heard twice. I think I heard from Jimmy once, and I think I heard from you once, Will. You both did, I think, with me, the exact same thing that I'm sort of accusing you of doing with God, and that is, I don't believe that I've given any indication in our conversations that I am not a thoughtful person, or that I am not willing to listen to argument or to be swayed by argument. I think you are both assigning me a label of atheist and have presumed that atheists cannot be swayed, and thus have sort of relegated any argument or conversation with me to be useless because I'm an atheist and therefore I will not be swayed. And again, I don't think that, and maybe that was not the intent, but if it was, I think it certainly is not fair. I am an individual as well as an atheist, and I don't think the fact that I'm an atheist precludes me from being swayed by good argument. So I think to say that I don't think it's worth, which is sort of what I heard now, is sort of this, well, I don't think it's worth giving you an answer because I don't think you're going to be convinced. I think, again, I don't think that that's a very fair assessment of me. I don't think that that's based on anything that I've done that indicates that that's the case. So that's my two comments.
Okay, Jamie, you go first.
Yeah, just really quick. I will apologize from the bottom of my heart. My food's coming up right there.
That's your stomach, Jimmy. That's not your heart.
I think my stomach is involved. Excuse me. So I would apologize sincerely, Carlton, if you got the impression that we're saying, oh, we're not going to bother with you because you're just obtuse. No, I am so sorry if that's the impression that you got. That is not what either of us are saying. It's simply my point of view that arguments won't persuade anyone. They have no on this particular topic. They have no persuasive power because ultimately both of us are drawn by our spiritual biases. I'm drawn by the fact that the Spirit has made me open to this truth, and you are simply not drawn to that illumination, the doctrine of illumination, as it's called in theology. So it's not that we won't give you answers. We can talk all night, and I enjoy talking to you, Carlton, because you are polite and charitable. But it's not my position that arguments will persuade you. Rather, the arguments are there in the first place to obey God, because He tells me to give arguments. But in the second place, because I think the Holy Spirit can use the arguments to convict people. But the arguments themselves don't actually bring saving knowledge. Okay, go ahead, Will.
Okay.
I would sort of agree with what Jimmy said, but I'm actually also sorry if that's the impression you got. What I meant is that it's I guess it's not actually impossible, but it's very, very hard for an unbeliever, and I don't mean that in a derogatory way. It's very, very hard for an unbeliever to accept several of the things that God did in places, or see things like for instance in the problem of evil. If you don't accept the position that God exists, it's very I'm trying to think of a good analogy
But
to.
but Will, and I think that this is first of all, I wasn't fishing for apologies. So while I happily will accept them, that's not what my point was. I was just trying to say that I think it seemed to me to be a familiar pattern. I think that when we talk about the problem of evil, I'm not, at least not intentionally, I'm not starting from the premise that God's not there. I am saying, for the purpose of the discussion of the problem of evil, it's granted that He's there. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. What I have, where my issue is, again, is that if we are to in any way use our understanding or our reasoning in our pursuit of what God's nature is, then I simply come up to a brick wall when we talk about things like this, because there is no frame of reference that I have, nor anyone that I know has, to be able to look at the events as described and to say that this can in any way be the act of a being, even if it was a human, that I would consider to be just. In other words, it is totally anathema to everything that I would consider to be the concept of justice. And I think that's why I'm having a problem. I'm not arguing, yes, I know that as a belief system, I don't believe God is there, and you obviously do. But I think we can take that off the table for the moment and say, well, He is there. But then if He's there, how do we reconcile what we see Him doing? Here's so let me give my short. Nadia is going to pull her hair out because she's heard this 300 times. But for me, it's just a scenario. It's like I go into a school and I visit my kid's high school or whatever, and I walk in the door, and as I walk in the door down the hall, there's a guy in front of me farther down the hall with a gun, and there's dead kids on the hall, and every time kids are screaming trying to get past him and run out of the building, and every now and then he grabs a kid by the hair and shoots him in the head, and blood splatters on the wall, and the kid drops to the ground, and the guy's going down the hall doing this. It's chaotic. So I'm going to be heroic for the moment, so I'm going to go charge this guy from behind and tackle and stop this horrific actions. Well, as he rounds the corner, before me, I get to the corner and I slide around the corner to catch him. All of a sudden, there's a camera crew there, and all the kids get up laughing, and this has just been a movie shoot. This is all special effects. No one's hurt. No one's damaged. Okay? Well, obviously, the guy with the gun is not a bad guy. He's not doing anything evil, right? This was all fake. Okay? But I think the rational person, before he rounds that corner, would be out of his mind to think that the guy that appears to be shooting people is not a horrific monster. I mean that is the normal and appropriate belief and response based on the information that we have. So I think when we look at the things that God does in the Old Testament, there is always the argument to be made that, well, God knows more than we do. He is in possession of all of the information that we do not have, and we're seeing this kind of through the first hallway vision, okay? But my problem with that is that's the same sort of reasoning that would let us think that the guy, shooting kids in the hall before we round the corner is a good guy. It's ludicrous, because we have to make a judgment, even though that guy is not a bad guy, but we have to make a judgment based on the information that we are given. That's all we can ever use to make a reasonable judgment about a particular action. So when we look at God in the Old Testament and we look at the things that he does, and there is some explanation given as to what's there, and God certainly had it within his power to give us more information, if it would have been helpful or deemed helpful, or if he wanted to. He didn't. So all I can do, all that is reasonable to do, it seems to me, is to conclude that he is an evil being. There is no information presented here in anywhere, any shape or form, that would justify the type of actions that he took for the reasons that were given to me. So I think for somebody to say, well, but I still believe that he's good, is ludicrous. It's like wanting to pin Citizen of the Year on the guy going down the hall with the machine gun.
I would go a step further and say that I'm certain that it would be the wrong thing, that I actually can't be wrong in that regard, like infallible, like the same way a theist, or people would say the Pope is infallible. I'd say I'm infallible in that regard, and we're done.
In the regard of what?
Okay.
Calling the guy
that
crazy?
it would actually be a bad thing in a certain context. So, you can't really go further with that, but...
Okay. I actually wanted to get back to you were earlier, Carlton, you were earlier talking about how do you know that, like, I think there was...
Caesar, can you mute your mic? There's sound coming through.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. I would say, like, you earlier, you were talking about how you thought that the Old Testament and the New Testament should essentially be on like equal ground when it comes to like determining nature. Whenever this topic comes up, I always love to use this one quote by Augustine. The old is hidden in the old is revealed in the new, and the new is hidden in the old. And he's talking about the different types of the two different testaments. The thing is that when you talk about how they should both be held on the same par, I think the problem with that is that it assumes that both the Old and the New Testament were both equally meant to display a specific aspect about God's nature. But I think that when we look at how Scripture is structured, and we look at the way the Old and the New Testament are sort of like how they sort of go together with this thing called typology, that idea is almost untenable in the study of sort of biblical theology.
But how would you deal with the people in the Old Testament who were there and living during when Samuel was written, when these events transpired? If we assume that God is the author of what was written, then the people there, without the benefit of the New Testament, would have understood that on the basis of, obviously, of what they had at that point in time. And to imply that they misconstrued or misunderstood the nature of God from looking at those results without the benefit of the New Testament is sort of imply that God did a poor, that God didn't go to, doesn't have a degree from Dale Carnegie, that he wasn't the best communicator in the world. Yeah.
Could I interrupt you? So I don't think that that's what Will's implying. I think what Will means is that there is, there is different aspects revealed about God in the New that are simply not in the Old. Does that mean that that interpreting what God said without Christ implies false results? No, but it does mean that you won't have the fullness of understanding that we have today.
If
And
the
that,
guy, I can understand that. I can buy that, Jimmy. Except, and again, I don't mean to say accept. It's not the right word. But then, back to my analogy. If I look at the guy running down the hall killing people, okay, if that's all I know about this guy, and let's say I never round the corner, I chicken out. I'm not the hero. I run out of the freaking school. And later, a year later, 6 months later, somebody comes and tells me all about this guy with the machine gun that I saw, and tells me he's a wonderful guy. He's a scout leader. He's got a great family and kids. He's a philanthropist. He does charitable work. Does any of that offset what he did in terms of his overall character?
Oh, wait, hold on. I think it would be best to draw sort of like an analogy.
Okay.
Let's say that between like your example and sort of how for instance, like the Israelites and other. So let's say that God is the guy with the machine gun. The kids are the Israelites. And you are a modern day reader.
Okay.
And let's say that like when you come around the corner and then there's like that's all the New Testament.
Okay.
Now, if it's true that if you just read the Old Testament without the light of the New Testament, then you will immediately conclude that this guy is a psychopathic murderer. But given the light of like what you've seen in like the New Testament, you can't. That position isn't really a tenable option anymore.
I think the problem there.
Real quick.
Yeah,
I think that I would that I might disagree with you, Will, here, because I would say that the Jews could see that God's actions were just. What they could not see was really like they couldn't see two things. First of all, the love of God that God was showing towards the Israelites, because they simply didn't have the same understanding of salvation that we do. They had an extremely limited understanding because they didn't have Christ yet. But if we're in that analogy, I think if I could go with that analogy real quick, I think there's a few problems. The first problem is the Israelites didn't happen to come across a guy with a machine gun. The analogy would be more appropriate if they had known this guy for years, had a lot of talks with him, and he told them a lot of stuff about him, and they knew how he worked. And so when they come around this corner, they're like, oh yeah, he's taking out bad people, right? And they also know a lot about the children involved. So these children are kids who go and throw other children in fire, and they're raping little girls, and they're doing all this nasty stuff. So a lot of the information that they would need to have this intuitive basis that I think you're trying to get to, they would have. But then also, another way to look at this analogy is it doesn't really work because God's not in a position to be judged by our intuition. Rather, God reveals himself through his law, and if he's being consistent with himself, which he is when he for example, in 1 Samuel 15, there's simply not a problem there. The only problem is it doesn't appeal to our emotions, but there's no logical contradiction there.
Okay. Okay. So a couple things.
I was just trying to use his analogy to sort of, and I was just trying to use his analogy and sort of tie it in with like a better way to interpret Scripture.
Yeah. Let me do two pieces. I think let me do Will first. Will, I think because I think Jimmy started to say what I was going to say anyway, or he did in part. I think that your objection or your continuation, analogies they're imperfect. I understand that, but I think your continuation though of the analogy was different. In that there is a difference between rounding the corner in the school scenario and understanding Jesus in the New Testament, after the incidences of the Old, and the difference is this: in rounding the corner in school, I am getting additional information about the same event. In other words, the information that I get around the corner justifies what I saw before. In other words, there was no bad action before. It was fake. It was phony, right? Now that's different than saying the analogy you gave me is really more of the, well, later somebody tells me he's a good guy. So I have God doing something in the Old Testament. Then I've got Jesus in the New Testament saying God is love, God is just, God is this, and here's my life, and look at me. But that's not information about that same particular event. That's just a general character description. And so now I've got God doing good things and bad things. I think that, and again, I don't want to keep this going forever, I don't think, but I think the issue though still comes down to, when you talk about, we know what God is because, Jimmy, because of what He's revealed to us in Scripture, or however He's revealed it to us. I think that is exactly what I'm saying, and what I'm saying is I think I don't see how we justify the conclusion that we come to. I'm speaking as though I was a Christian here. In other words, if we understand God's personality not from making an a priori assessment of what it must be, but rather by looking at what He has given to us in terms of the Scripture, Old and New Testament, I have to conclude, I have to look at that and say, yes, there are some wonderful things, there are some noble things that He did, there are some things that I would consider to be loving and fair and just. Absolutely, I have no problem with that. However, I also have an equal number of things where He is acting in a horrific, unjust manner, an unloving manner, by any definition of the words. So I think it only makes sense to come to the conclusion that, I don't even know what conclusion is the rational one. Whether the rational one is to say this is a being who is literally just bouncing off the walls, psychotic and doesn't have a fixed personality, whether this is somebody whether the stories are wrong and we've got the wrong picture given to us entirely, whether it's just he's arbitrary and we just don't know how he's going to react in any given moment. Might be loving one moment, might be cut your arms off at the next. I don't know actually what the right conclusion is, but I have a hard time thinking that the right conclusion is that He is benevolent and just, given all the things that we see in the Old Testament.
Okay, but Carlton, could you point out which one of God's laws He's inconsistent with in what He does?
Well, I think, and we're talking about justice, so I'll stay with that. I cannot imagine any definition of justice. I mean, if God wants us to understand that He is just, if that's His intent, okay, to communicate that to us, then I don't know how He envisions us coming to that conclusion given the information that He's provided to us.
Okay, but I think
it would seem that He's. I'm sorry. I know what I'm trying to get to here is, it's if God is asking us to use our brains to come to the realization, to understand that He is just, and that would seem to be the case, because if that wasn't the case, there'd be no point in Him communicating through Scripture at all to begin with. He could just inject it into our brains. So it seems like He wants us to read and to understand the information that He's passed along. So I don't see how, with that information and my understanding of what it means to be just, I can come to the conclusion that He is.
But again, I think that's precisely the problem, because if we're using the Christian understanding of justice, I simply do not see where the contradiction occurs. Where is God saying...
Because we reject that, that's why.
But what is...
We reject the Christian...
Okay, but Emmanuel, Carlton says he was going to operate on the...
I am, but what is defined for me? What is the Christian definition of what it means to be just?
So, what it means to be just, again, first starts with God, and I think that I will use what you were saying about Revelation before. God certainly does come down and He tries to communicate justice to us, mainly because we've lost the concept of justice through the fall.
Yeah, I deny it.
Hang on, let him finish.
But
let him finish.
So sorry, I lost my train of thought. So
that's okay.
God's trying to give us back a concept of justice that we had before. Will and me might disagree on our perspectives of justice, but I think we'll be pretty close in the actual content of what we're communicating. That is this. Yeah, that is this. That it has to do with an equilibrium. So if God sets up a system of demand and consequence, for example, do not eat of this tree, or you will die, or dying unto death you will die. Justice is the fact that God is what's the word?
I don't know, but you can't say just.
Unprejudiced against
Okay.
his own
See, as soon as any theist starts talking about how my notions of justice have been perverted, I flatly deny that, and I ask them to speak for themselves, because they can't tell me what I think. They can't say that I don't have an accurate perception of justice. I just deny that. I mean,
Okay, that's fine.
they're not allowed to tell. I think they're just wrong a priori.
Well,
But-
that's the problem
but
with.
but that doesn't mean that we can't believe that your
Sure.
notion of justice. But I think that rather Jimmy was just trying to say that in the Christian worldview, our the human idea of justice has been greatly perverted by the fall. Whether or not you accept that is irrelevant.
Well,
Right.
I guess two things. If we catch a guy that has been robbing a 7-Eleven, right, the convenience store. Some guy robs a convenience store. Okay, he puts his finger in his jacket pocket, right? He doesn't really produce a gun, but he puts his finger in his pocket. Tells the guy he's taking this loaf of bread, and he runs out the store. Okay, and we catch him. All right, they get him on video camera doing this, and we arrest him and we take him to trial. Now, when he's at trial, let's suppose hypothetically that the knows that this guy is also a pedophile, or let's not make it a pedophile. Let's say he knows he's a serial killer. The judge he knows this. He's got every reason to believe this, whatever those are, right? But he's never been caught red-handed, so he's never been arrested. Or maybe he's been arrested 5 times, but he's never been convicted. Okay, he's got off on a technicality. But now I've got him in jail for stealing a loaf of bread. Okay. If I pass sentence, I'm the judge, if I pass sentence on him and I give him the death penalty for taking that loaf of bread, is that justice?
No.
Okay,
no.
all right. Okay, it's not. I would agree with you. It's not, because you cannot take into account the fact that he's done other crimes, and you're passing sentence for a crime.
No, that's not why.
Why is it?
That's not why. There's 2 reasons why. Because if he executes a person for stealing, that's not justice, because justice, again, is equilibrium.
Okay.
So the correct response to stealing is give back twofold what you stole.
Sure.
So basically, you're giving back what you stole, and you're giving back for the inconvenience that is caused by.
I agree with you. But while I agree with you, Jimmy, I think that before I heard you made a case that was different than that. And basically, what we're saying is, in this First Samuel, when we first started this off, God gave a reason why He killed those children and the nursing infants and the things. There was a reason why that attack was done by Saul.
Okay.
And wait a minute. And your answer, in part, was, well, but they are deserving of death because they are sinners. Well, but that's not what the crime is that God is telling us is the reason why He killed them. So we can't say that He's just simply because all men deserve death. That's not the reason given for the execution.
Okay, right. And so 2 things. Let's go back to the analogy really quickly, because I said there were 2 reasons why I don't think the analogy works.
Okay.
The first
I
reason,
think I have a better analogy as well. So once you're done.
Yeah. So I'll analyze the analogy, and then we'll try to replace it with a better one. The problem with the judge, first of all, is that he's not reacting to the right crime. The person was convicted of stealing, not murder, and therefore he doesn't have the ability to execute him. The other problem is that the judge has not convicted the man for murdering people. It has to first be established that the person is a murderer before you can execute them. If you can't establish that,
Okay, I buy
that's
that.
problematic. So in the case of God's judgment, you have the infinite God has been affronted by people, and the only response is an infinite judgment. and that means death unto death.
Right, but again, even if the judge in the modern example, even if the guy had been convicted and arrested for both, let's say he was convicted of murder, okay? I mean, let's put them both on the table. But when the judge is passing sentence, he's first passing sentence on the crime, on the loaf of bread, okay? Even if the guy is guilty of the other crime, and we know he's guilty, he's been proved guilty, he's been found guilty, we still can't give him the death penalty for stealing the bread. We could give it to him for the other thing, sure, but we can't give it to him for stealing the bread. And my point is simply that in that piece in the Old Testament, God gave the reason. Right? We don't even have to guess. We don't have to try and ascertain why God killed them. He told us why. It's there. Right? We understand exactly what they did, and this is why the judgment of God, why He sent Saul to kill them. He told us why. So to kill a nursing baby, right? We're talking about a breastfeeding baby is not throwing rocks at anybody. It's not raping anybody. It's not causing harm to anybody. To murder them, not to mention the animals, okay? There is no sense in which I don't understand what definition. I don't know that there's a Christian definition under which that can be considered a just act for that crime. How do you kill a nursing infant for the crime of its, I don't even know if it was its immediate parent or if it was a generation ago, 70 years, so it could have been the immediate parent, maybe it was a generation ago. But in either case, how do you justify the killing of a nursing infant?
Okay, Will, did you want to give that metaphor?
This, well, actually, this was from a little further back in the conversation.
Okay.
Back to like the guy with a machine gun, sort of thing.
Okay.
So I was thinking, what instead of like a guy with a machine gun and you like looking at him in the school, let's say it was like the CIA and they did something like destroy someone's property and kill the person when you were like a young child, and to you that was something that was absolutely horrific and something that you would have definitely that throughout all your life has caused you to hate the CIA for it. But then later you learn that the reason for it wasn't actually because they're evil people, or because they're unjust, but because there was like a terrorist inside the house.
I think that goes to exactly what Emmanuel started to say earlier, that until I receive that other information about that event, I am completely justified in hating the CIA. I have every reason to.
Hang on.
But I would defend Will's analogy there, because in the analogy, again, Israel has had much said about God. They understand this being very well by the time 1 Samuel 15 comes around. So they're not running into a building and seeing the CIA, who they know little about, doing something weird. Rather, they're seeing
who are like the little kids.
Yeah, right.
What?
Well, right, that too. But the thing, here's the thing though. In the analogy, nowhere is the CIA that the onlooker is very familiar with. Nowhere are they being inconsistent with the laws that they are coherent with.
No, I'm fine with that. I understand that. Yes, there was no law against what they did. There was no civil law or civil penalty
Well, then how
for
is
what
God
they did.
unjust?
Well, because justice isn't necessarily about what the civil law dictates. Okay, justice is far more akin to morals and ethics than it is to civil law. There happens to be typically a fairly high coincidence in a society because we use our morals and our ethics, and it's from those that we derive civil laws. But that doesn't mean that there's a one-to-one correspondence.
Okay, but
answer.
I actually have to go. Sorry.
No problem. Will, it was fun talking to you. Thanks.
Nice
Look
talking
forward to
to
it
you.
again. Yep.
See you guys.
God bless.
See ya.
But I apologize if I was being rude to presuppositionalists when I just flatly assert to the shock of theists that I don't debate presuppositionalists. I'm mean, it's not that I'm being rude. I just can't. I don't understand how you can use reason and say that naturalism can't account for reason. That just goes beyond. That just goes over my head.
Well, I don't think that you were being rude at all, Emmanuel. I think that you were being consistent. I mean, first of all, I don't think that you cannot deny presuppositionalism a priori. So, yeah. So I don't think that you were being rude or consistent, and I appreciate the contribution that you've made in the conversation.
Right.
But,
I mean, me and some YouTuber called Carla de la Stella, she has her own modified version of Plantinga's argument, what was it, evolutionary argument against naturalism, and I've thought about it, and we've discussed it to the point where my eyes have glazed over. So I've just gotten to the point where I'm pretty much going to fold my arms and just say no. Like, why do you think that reason and naturalism are incompatible? I want an explanation. Did you use your reason to derive that conclusion? Is it transcendental? So there's just an intuitively obvious sense in which this is just patently false.
well, I mean, I disagree with you on that, but again, I don't think that you were being rude when you said I just fold my hands and say no.
Yeah, it's just so abrupt the way that I do it, because I don't know. I mean, Aquinas, see the difference between Calvin and Aquinas. Aquinas was for reason-based arguments for God, whereas Calvin was a precept. So whatever.
Right. So if you open up the Calvin's Institutes, the very first thing that he establishes is what's called dual knowledge, which is
right.
the innate awareness of a person that they are a sinner in the presence of an angry God.
Right. So wait. So he's saying that we are denying God. We are suppressing the truth.
That's not what he's saying there, but yeah, he does go over that. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Well, I guess you could call me an atheist precept. Yeah, I think that you just, I could just turn the tables right back at a precept and just, either way it just seems arbitrary. But as a matter of pure logic, which, is completely independent of the God question, the starting point is suspension of judgment. And if you contradict that, then, well, we were speaking about that earlier, the neutral position. I don't want to. No offense, I'm not copping out here. It's just that we've strangled it. I don't want you to think that I'm not willing to address it. It's just that I really can't be bothered talking about it.
Right. If I could just say one thing about the precept position, it is rational and appropriate to presuppose things which truly are the foundations of knowledge, such as existence, identity, consciousness, things which, in order to, and things that which can't be negated without a contradiction. So you can't negate existence, consciousness, identity without actually using existence, consciousness, and identity.
Yeah, I would go
those are truly foundational. However, alleging any kind of a being, a supernatural being, or anything of this kind, it is not the same thing. You're starting with a conclusion and not a justifiable first point in argumentation, and I can see why many people don't like to engage in that, because it's really misleading. I mean, we can insert anything there. We can say, oh, unicorns are the invention of they're the basis of logic and
but Jeff, if you recall, my response to that was, how do you establish that it's not self-refuting to think that starting without God is possible? And you couldn't establish it. You could only assert it.
No, because the test would be, can I make a claim that God doesn't exist without that claim itself being a logical contradiction? In the same
and how do you know you're not being logically contradicting of yourself?
Well, if we can't violate the law of identity for one thing. So if I make a statement that says there's no such thing as existence, that's an internally contradictory statement, because I would have to exist to make that statement. You would have to exist to consider that statement. You would have to exist to judge it and to verify it against the facts of reality as you know it. The God claim, and I'm not saying this is what makes or breaks the God claim, but the God claim is not a primary. It's not at the root of knowledge. So we say that God exists or doesn't. That's falsifiable. There's a null hypothesis. God either exists or he doesn't exist. There's no contradiction in stating that he doesn't. And the claim that God is logic or any of these things, those are positive claims. It's not logically contradictory to refute them. You are starting in midstream with a particular conclusion about a god or gods that you don't want to deconstruct further.
Can I jump?
Well, hold on, real quick, because I've already discussed this with you, Jeff. But again,
Yes.
You're just asserting that you didn't commit a performative error. You didn't actually establish that there was no contradiction in your thinking. You can only say, I don't see a contradiction. Well, who cares? Maybe there's a contradiction there that you don't see. So it's irrelevant to say.
Well, I was granting the non-contradiction problem. I was granting that the God claim is actually not a performative error to claim God.
But I'm not. But I'm not permitting.
That means that it's not at the root.
So, Jeff, I'm not permitting that it's not a performative error to say that the God claim isn't necessary.
I know you're not, but I think you're mistaken.
But I don't want to discuss that because we've already been down that rabbit hole.
Hang on,
I didn't get to finish my conversation.
I don't think we adequately went down that rabbit hole. If you're still holding that it's a necessary self-evident statement, it is not.
If I can, one last question, and it's a sidestep a little bit, but would you agree, Jimmy, if I defined justice, is it a fair statement to say that justice to a Christian is defined by the acts that God does?
If included in those acts is his revelation of what justice is, yes.
Yes, I would include that. Okay, so we can define justice, or what it means to be just, by looking at the acts that God does. Okay, now would you say that the same is true if I were to try and define love? That I can define what love means by looking at the acts that God does, or by what God does. Same.
Well, yes, but you wouldn't be able to know. What I'm trying to say is there's two issues. First, you wouldn't be able to interpret it correctly unless you were a Christian.
That's fine.
And then secondly, you wouldn't be able to understand it properly if the passage is taking
that's fine
by itself.
Okay, I'll grant you those. So let me rephrase it slightly. Is it okay how about if I say it this way? Anything that God loves is anything that God does is by definition loving. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, and if I were to substitute now the word just instead of loving in that same sentence, would you also agree?
No.
Anything that God does is just?
I would not agree to that.
Really? So you think that there are things that God can do which are not just?
There are things that God can do that are not in the category of justice, but there's nothing that... We could say this. I think this is what you're looking for. There's nothing that God does that is unjust.
No, that's not what I'm looking for. But and I'll tell you, yes, I know we all know I'm leading you down a path here, or I'm trying to. My point, well, assuming that justice is a binary state, that there's no middle ground, it's either just or unjust. If I can say that anything he does is not unjust, then by definition what he does is just. Either you're pregnant or you're not. So
I would disagree with that.
Well, what's the intermediary state then? If
it's there is no intermediary state. There's two categories. There's the category of justice,
yeah,
and there's the category of grace.
Okay, we're talking about justice in terms of civil, then, as opposed to moral. Um, so, because you can, while we may be deserving of death, but God extends grace instead. Okay, um, it is still just on a different level of abstraction because God decided to do it. It is not.
I
It
would
is
not
not.
say that.
Well,
Here's what I would say. I would say that God is free to be just or gracious where He wills. The violation of the equilibrium that He sets over humans would be injustice,
I
right?
think, yeah, I think we would probably disagree there, but that's not where I was actually headed anyway. So let's leave that for a moment. For the sake of argument, um, many Christians would agree that those two statements are both true, and that you could substitute a variety of words in there besides those two. So everything God does is wise. Everything that God does is benevolent. Everything that God does is whatever. Right? You could any of the descriptive categories for God you could
Right.
pretty much
And
substitute.
really quick. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I just want to remind you, I do accept that everything He does is loving.
Okay, all right. So if that's the case, here's a question. If that is in fact true, then the words loving and just and wise and any other word you wanted to put in that sentence they are the same thing. There is no distinction between them if in fact every word that is in one set is in the other. In other words, this is not a it's not a Venn diagram where we got a partial sharing here, and some are just and some are not just, and some are loving and some are not. Everything that is in the category of loving is also in the category of just, is also in the category of wise, is also in the category of whatever. So the words themselves actually lose any meaning that they might have because now there is no distinguishing between one and another. If the definition of the word, the correct definition of the word, is in fact what God does, right, and everything that God does is in all of those words, then the words have no differentiation between them. They lose all their meaning.
I simply don't think so.
Oh,
If you define
okay.
love,
If
if you
if you
define
don't
love
mind,
as
so it seems like the claim that that if God only does what's just, then He's conforming to some higher standard. But if everything that He does is just, then uh, then we don't need this concept called justice because everything He does is godlike, and that's just
Well,
the standard. It just doesn't
well,
seem logically.
okay, but let me give a response to both the
okay.
critiques. To yours, Carlton, I would say I think that there are different aspects of God's characters. So when I say God is loving, what that primarily means is each member of the Trinity is in love and loves each other. So, for example, it is loving for God to destroy Canaan because Canaan affronted each member of the Trinity, and since each member of the Trinity has fealty towards one another, they will obviously bring retribution to those who affront
Right, but
the other member.
but the only way to make that distinction, right, and to say that this is right, because we're talking about the definition of the words themselves, and if the word themselves are defined by an action of God, okay, and then there's another word that's defined by exactly the same set of actions, no more, no less. It's not a superset. It's not a subset. It's the same set of actions, then the words have equivalent meaning if those actions actually provide definition to the word.
Well, no, because they could be different aspects of the action.
But they can't. There's nothing to make them different aspects because the words themselves are defined by the actions. There is no other meaning to the word to differentiate it between the words because the only thing that we can use to define them are the actions themselves. So the idea that it is a different facet of personality doesn't make sense if the definitions for those words are the same thing, and they are. The only way that they're not is if we interject a meaning for one of the words that somewhere does not apply to the meaning of another word for God when he does that action. There has to be a distinction.
See, I would disagree because again, you can have different perspectives, and you can get different aspects from a certain action. For example, you see your friend come home, and his face is red, and he goes over and he smashes his computer.
Sure.
Oh, okay. You can get the concept of anger from that action.
But if that action is also, but here's my problem. If that action, if we define the word love by meaning anything that Carl does, then that action also defines what it means to love.
Okay, but that's not what I said. What I said is that the action defines it. It doesn't mean that the sole information of love is the action itself. In other words, there can be different aspects of the action.
But that's
going into whatever words we're talking.
I know it sounds like I'm trying to split a hair here, and I don't think I really am. And my point, though, is that, but there is no, for me, we're going to say that when I smash my computer, that is a defining trait of what it means to be angry or out of control. But we would also at the same time say it is not a defining trait of what it means to be loving. And the reason that we can say that is because we look at my actions with those words already having a definition in your mind, right? So it's a matter of categorization. The problem is when we talk and apply that to God, you're saying we cannot really know from our limited minds what those words correctly mean. The only way that we can correctly understand those words is by looking at what God does, because whatever he does is both loving and is just. So that means that the words then, if that's how those words get their definition, and they get their by the same thing, then they are the same. It's like a dictionary. If I have two entries and they both point to the same definition, then the words there is no distinction between those two words.
Yeah, I would say that I think you're reducing the definition of the word to the mere experience of the action, or to the mere information of the action. And I'm saying no, that's not true. There are many different aspects or traits that are.
So you're saying that my definition or my understanding of justice, let's say, or love, doesn't matter. But you're saying that my understanding of justice, that I don't have a comprehensive understanding of what it means by looking at what God does, that I need to add to it a priori some definition so that I can categorize the things that God does as to whether or not this is an exemplar of justice or not.
No, but I think part of the problem is that when God comes down and explains what justice is, which he doesn't do by merely voiceless actions. In fact, mostly what he does is talking. But regardless, first of all, there is an a priori element to this, but the a priori element is our awareness of the God himself. We would have no understanding of what justice is if we were not firstly aware of the very definition of justice, which is found in God. So you can't even have a concept of the word without having a concept of the God.
And I know, and that goes back to Emmanuel's, and now we're back to presuppositionalism, which I'm like, yeah, okay, fine. So we're presupposing not only that God exists, but we're presupposing he has some attributes, one of which is justice.
Sure, but hold on. So moreover, what I greatly disagree about is when someone does an action, it seems just incredibly obvious to me that there are different aspects that you can point out in the action. This is no
yes, but it's because
this is no greater exemplified than in God. So, for example, when he comes down and kills the Canaanites, is that loving? Yes, in the fact that he is loving the other members of the Trinity because they are affronted. Is that gracious? Yes, in the fact that he's not doing that to the Israelites when he deserves it. Are those two different aspects of the same thing? Yes, they're not.
But yes, but that's my, and I won't keep hounding that point. But my point there is that yes, we can say that, and you're right, we do say that, but we do it because we already have a definition, a working definition in our heads. We are not saying that justice is whatever God does. And the reason I went there is because that typically is sort of the, I don't want to call it the out, but it is typically the out when you look at an Old Testament action like that and they say, well, yes, it appears to be unjust to kill the babies. And then the Christian says, well, but God is just, and therefore anything that he does by definition is just. And I'm like, well, but yes, but that's true of any of his attributes. And once you make them all the same, they go away. And I know we disagree.
But part of the problem is I'm not saying that anything nilly-willy that God does is justice.
Right.
I think it might be a problem. I'm saying when God comes down and he says, okay, look, guys, this is justice. Look, I'm killing the Canaanites. Yeah, that's. I think it's very clear and it's made very clear in Scripture, especially.
But I think the other issue there, though, right, Jimmy, is that while I think there's a second part to my argument, which is that when we talk about a human, and I think this is problematic, we do talk about what facets a particular action exemplifies, right? So the smashing of my computer. We don't typically think of that in terms of, well, was that just or not? That's usually not a facet that we talk about. So we say, well, that represents anger. But the truth of the matter is, if those properties exist objectively, they exist for every action. There isn't a facet or an attribute that is non-applicable to an action. It may be difficult to see it, but it still has to apply if it really is there. If justice exists, it exists in everything that we do.
Only if you're willing to say all what you're calling facets, what I was calling aspects.
Yeah.
Either way, only if you add the qualifier that some of them apply as nil. In other words, this action is non-X, or this action doesn't follow under the category of X.
I don't think that that's the case. I don't think so. I think that
I think that justice is a perfect example of that. Justice is a perfect example of a non-gracious act.
Oh wait, can I pause for a second? Carlton, let's just imagine for a second that you became convinced by theistic arguments that Christianity is true, and would you convert to Christianity, or at least look into it more and look more into Christian theology, despite the fact that you don't agree with the Christian view of who God is based on the Bible?
Okay, I will answer your question directly, but if I can answer it circumspectly first, only to say that, and I know you may disagree with my assessment. I was a born-again Christian for 25 years before I was an atheist, and my love as a Christian was apologetics, Christian apologetics. So I've already kind of done that, been there. But to answer your question directly, yes, I would.
Okay. I was mostly just curious.
Yeah, no, I really would. And I know, nobody ever, this is one of those, nobody ever believes it when you say it, and the fact that you say it makes it even less believable. But yeah, I'm not. I actually believe that religion in general is not all bad, unlike maybe a lot of atheists. But I'm simply not convinced. It's not that I don't have an axe to grind. In other words, I was a Christian. I'm now an atheist. And when I was a Christian, it was the most important thing to me in the world. And I would have defended it with my life. But I became convinced that it was not a correct position. So that said, the fact that I had a love for my position at the time didn't stop me from becoming an atheist. And as such, as an atheist, if I were to be convinced by argument that I was incorrect in my assessment, I would happily go back.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not attached to the art. I'm not attached to the position.
I think I I'm sorry if you guys, if Jimmy and Carlton, you guys weren't done with whatever topic you were on, but I feel like we've been talking about this ever since the very, very beginning of the Hangout.
Oh.
I just left for and had dinner, and I was gone for at least 10 minutes, and you guys are still talking about it. I think that this has been going on for way, way, way too long.
Well, we could talk about faith. That's always another topic of mine. Or we could talk about the criminal justice system. I always like that. What do you want to talk about? I don't care.
I don't know. Wait, Jimmy, were you done?
Oh yeah, I think that I made the case that I was wanting to make. Carlton, since the conversation is ending, I just want to say I really appreciate your charitable and polite conversation. Really appreciate it.
Well, thank you. I like to think that I'm that way with everybody, although the truth of the matter is I'm not. But I think in turn would also say that you guys were very. The discussion was just very civil. It was a good discussion, and as long as it stays civil, I'll talk about anything forever. When people get kind of stupid, then I get stupid sometimes. So, thank you.
We don't want to get stupid. We don't want anyone getting stupid.
Yeah, that's not good.
Hey, what's up, Teddy?
Wondering if I could defend Aquinas' first mover argument.
Okay.
So, Nadia, were you going to say something?
Yeah, I was wondering if we could do an echo test real quick, see if echo cancellation's working.
Echo. How do we do the echo test?
Yeah, how do we do an echo test?
That was it.
Okay.
No echo?
But here's the problem. You don't really have any basis for knowing how many times I said echo. Was it me or was it an echo?
Well, things do work.
I like this guy. He's a winner. He's a winner in my book.
Wait a minute.
No, actually, you do know.
No basis?
How many echoes did you hear? If you heard an odd number of times, then it wasn't really an echo. It couldn't have been.
I didn't count.
Oh, right.
Yeah, right. It has to be even.
I see what you're getting at.
Why does it have to be even?
Because if he's hearing an echo, every time I say it, he'll hear me saying it, and he'll hear the echo. If it's not an echo and it's just me saying it, then I can say it an odd number.
Unless there's two people feeding back.
Because if I'm echoing, I won't hear it myself.
That's true. I guess there's also the volume, right? I mean, you could maybe not hear the last echo, and that would make it an odd number. Okay, I'm wrong.
No, if I'm echoing, I won't hear it myself. And the volume meter lags enough, it's not reliable.
Okay.
Real quick, Evan, if you wanted to ask me a question, go ahead and ask me it in the chat, and that way Will can continue his conversation, and I don't have to interrupt.
Okay. So, essentially, this is how Aquinas' prime mover argument goes.
Okay.
Premise 1, there are things in motion. Premise 2, in order for motion to occur, there must be a change from potency to act. Premise 3, in order for something to change from potency to act, you must have something that's already in act in the same regard, such as something being hot making something else hot. That was the example that Aquinas gave. Conclusion 1 is that, therefore, something cannot move itself, since it cannot be in potency and in act in the same regard at the same time, which is pretty much just the law of non-contradiction, meaning that everything that is moved by something else. Premise 4, if something which moves something else was once in potency, then that too must have been moved by something else. Premise 5, this cannot go on into infinity, and the conclusion is, therefore, it is necessary to arrive at a prime mover who is not moved and is pure act.
So, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't there a school of philosophical thought early on that challenged the concept of motion in relation to the idea of time, that things actually don't move, that they exist in all the states that you find them? Because what is motion? If I take an arrow, right, and I shoot an arrow at a target, we perceive it to have moved, but at any point that we can measure it, it is in fact stationary.
But I think that assumes that there is essentially that there is a point where it is completely stationary. And I think even then it can be criticized in the fact that there must be something which moved it from point A to point B from point A in time 1 to point B in time 2. And I would say that
Can
would
I
be
interject?
momentum. Sure.
Hey, I want to hear you guys. I want to put a point out there and hear both of you guys respond to it. I've heard this once before. I'm not an expert. I'm just a business major. I never studied philosophy. But I think it's kind of arbitrary to connect that issue to the issue of measurement. For example, in your response, you kind of assume that, well, when we measure, that arrow is technically in a state of be or not moving whenever we measure it. So I would kind of call into question that connection, like, not to say so what, but I want to hear your response to that. And then secondarily, how do you deal with the fact that, well, really that's, even if we are going to say that's a valid connection, right? Measurement can still happen as if there's no movement if both parties are moving in the same direction, same speed, in accordance to each other. So if we're going to look at measurement and movement, and say that either things are never moving or since we can measure them, they're not moving. I mean, the act of measurement would be perceived as not moving if the person doing the measuring and that arrow are moving in accordance to each other.
Yeah, okay. I think I think it's important to put out I was just raising the I think the notion that I think some earlier philosophers have kind of dealt with that, and I was actually curious as to how they resolved that. I know Zeno and Zeno's paradox and all that came about it around that point in time as well. I wasn't putting it forth necessarily as an argument against. I was just saying. I was just arbitrarily, I guess, going after the first premise and just seeing if there was any meat there. So that was it on my part.
Hey, fair enough. Fair enough.
Okay, but I think like the biggest way to respond to that, like for instance, Zeno's paradox, is essentially by bringing up the distinction between act and potency. When something is an act, that means that it is in being in a specific way. In Aristotelian philosophy, essentially there are 4 different types of change. There is change in substance, which would essentially be like your whatness, what you are. Your change in quality. Well, hopefully I don't need to actually define what all of these words mean. As I think.
But I think when you say potency, maybe that's a little vague because I'm not what you're implying, and I think what I was going for was if we take just as a hypothesis, if time is quantized, if there is a smallest piece, if you will, of time, then at any one of those points, any object would be stationary. At that point, it can't be anything other. And so, does motion really exist, or is it just perception as we move through time?
Well, then I think that we would need to essentially define what motion is, because I think that even under a B theory of time, where or even like as you said it, like a smallest quantized version of time, motion would still exist, because motion, especially under Aristotelian philosophy, is simply when something is changed from one state of being to another state of being. So when we see for Zeno's paradox, I would bring up that what the arrow being in P1, place 1, and T1, those being together, and then it moving from P1 to P2 in T2, there would have to be a reason. Like that still wouldn't refute the fact that there would need to be a reason for moving from one state of being to another.
Well, but I don't know, and I guess when you say it that way, again, it seems like the word moving is becoming part of the definition of what it means to move. So if I see it at P1 T1 here, and then at P1 T2, it's here. Okay, I'm doing my fingers like, oh, you can see me. Okay, it's here. We say that means it must have moved. But in fact, does that mean that? Or does it just mean that its existence changes points? In other words, if you break this down, if you break it down to the smallest levels, then there is nothing between T1 and T2. There isn't a T1.5. It's not continuous. It's not on a continuous line. There is only the point, and if there's only the point, then its existence may be, in fact, not moved. It may still be at P1, T1. The fact is that we, however, are at T2, so we observe it at P2, but that may not mean that it actually moved.
So
that would mean that we would have, even if, essentially, that would essentially mean that we would have moved.
Well, I think that Carlton is getting around physical space. He's getting around spatial change by pointing out the theory that perhaps we are four-dimensional beings. We are four-dimensional objects, and so at every point in time, whatever a point in time is, you're only seeing another side of that four-dimensional object. Much like in a three-dimensional space, you can turn a square around. Time is just the turning of the object of a human being around.
Yeah, I'm not saying that that's necessarily true. I'm just trying to offer something for consideration. But even if we don't do that, so if I understood the rest of the argument right, you're saying basically because things move and because things cannot move themselves, and because we observe things moving, then it infers that there must be somebody who kicked off the movement, or provided the energy, or provided the impetus for the movement that we see. Is that the essence of the argument?
Essentially what the argument is trying to get down to is that the process of one thing moving another thing and that thing moving another cannot go on forever, and since nothing can move itself, because then it would have to be an act in potency in the same regard at the same time, which is impossible. This would eventually lead us back to a first mover, even if we were to assume that this chain of movers is very, very long.
I think it's more of an. It seems to me that it's more of an argument from change, but that's just my perspective.
Well, essentially, motion. I think that there's a lot of confusion whenever the word motion is brought up in our sort of in our age, because when we think of motion, we think of changing in location. But whenever Aristotle talked about motion, and whenever Aquinas talked about motion, he was talking about change in substance, quality, quantity, or a change in place.
I think though that
it's any change of state, really, which is just change itself.
Essentially, yes.
Well, I think that the argument, though, right, is meant to imply that that there is a first mover, i.e., God. And I think that again, I think the problem for me, this is, now we're sort of back to presuppositionism, because let's say I grant that the argument is a valid argument, and that it does in fact require or necessitate a prime mover. Well, what the Christian would describe as God is in effect an eternal energy source. The fact that it is given personality or intent, is really beside the point. So the Christian is hypothesizing, if I were to say as an atheist, well, sure, okay, I grant you that. So there's an eternal energy source. And I think the argument would come back, well, that's impossible, but it's not, because that's exactly what we presuppose, what you presuppose when you talk about God. You're saying there exists, that it is possible to exist an eternal energy source. Okay.
Well, I think that,
Actually,
No, Jimmy, you go. You go first.
sorry, Nadia, were you? I think Nadia might even been trying to say something too.
there's something problematic here in that at least like normal quantum theories apply sort of principle of least action, and that is that intrinsically at the microscopic level, nothing can hold still.
Okay.
Essentially, the sort of like stochastic nature requires it.
But I think that Will.
Motion.
I think that Will actually gets around that problem though, Nadia, because what he's saying is, even if something is constantly changing, it doesn't matter because whatever state that it's not in at the moment in which you're measuring it, even though that is a hypostasization, hypostasis. Never mind.
We know what you're saying.
Have a beer. Have a beer.
You are freezing it in time where the thing itself is never actually frozen. But that's irrelevant because wherever it's headed to is still not where it was before. So even if there's no in-between state of it's right here, it's still his difference between potency and actuality. I think defeats that. But wait, hold on. But
Okay,
I will say this, and I say this with a nudge to and a wink to try to get you on my side, Will. But I don't think that the argument will work for a different reason than Carlton brought up. I think the argument won't work because the kind of potency and actuality that you are starting from is a finite kind. It's a creaturely kind, which I don't think you'll denounce that. But the problem is, you are trying to conclude on a divine sort of causation, a divine sort of actuality, and the problem with that is, when starting from these creaturely or finite aspects, you will never be able to get to the divine because they're simply in different categories.
I've actually sort of come up with a different like a sort of supplementary argument that I think gets around that.
Okay, but really quick, just the error that's going on there is I would say it's an equivocation fallacy. That is, the thing at the end of the argument actually can't be God because it's really just a super version of the actualities and potentialities in the universe, rather than something that transcends them and makes them possible.
Well, I think two things. I think that's just a matter of how we want to define it. So if I insert into my definition for this eternal power source that it is outside of our time-space reality, okay, so there. So I think it's just a matter of how we want to define it. The other piece, though, which I'm curious about, is what if, and maybe Nadia, if I understood you right, but what if my initial presupposition, or not presupposition, my initial hypothesis that things are stationary at any point that you measure them, what if that is exactly 180 degrees wrong? In other words, what if in fact, how would you define, when you define motion, okay, motion has to be defined relative to something being stationary. If nothing is stationary, then the word motion is meaningless. And if, as Nadia was saying, all matter moves, no matter, there is nothing. We have no example of anything which is stationary. Everything is constantly in motion. Everything. So if everything is constantly in motion, then what is it? Then I guess what I'm asking is, then what does it mean to be in motion, or what does it mean to me not in me in motion? It seems more maybe it is a property of reality rather than it is an input into our system to make action where there is none.
Well, I think that the second premise sort of gets around that, because you said, like, what if everything is in motion, and motion is like relative to like
You have motion, but
something
motion doesn't.
stationary.
Right, right, and we have nothing stationary.
But I'm saying that we have things that do not always change in certain. Well, perhaps you could argue that everything changes in terms of locomotion. But I think that just sort of to answer this kind of, in certain respects, such as in substance, we do have things which are stationary. For instance, I don't think that I've actually changed substance since I was, born. And I may have like changed in how big I am, like I've grown, and certain qualities of me might have changed, but I think that my substance definitely has not. But I think that even so, I think that this sort of objection that like if everything is in motion, then how do we?
It's kind of like saying everybody is special. The word loses its meaning.
Yeah, but I think that the thing is here is that this argument isn't supposed to prove motion,
Okay.
but that everything which is in motion, whatever that means, like if we were just to define motion as changing from one state of being to another.
What is that? Okay, now define that. What does state of being mean?
State of being means what you. So essentially, I mean, I guess I can only really explain it in like the 4 different types of changes. Like your state of being is essentially whatever place you're in, whatever thing you are, how much of you there is, and whatever qualities that you have at any given point in time. And a change of being would be when you change from either where you are, what you are, how much of you there is, or your qualities at one point in time, and then like changing from that state of being to another.
So can I jump in here real quick?
Sure.
Evidence. Go ahead and ask me the question real quick.
Okay. Do you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Great. First off, I just really have to say I could begin with apologize for my bad accent. I'm from Sweden, of course, and I just gotta say, I mean, this is the 7th editions of Nadia's hangout, and I mean 2 or 3 guys talking when the room is full and people are knocking on the door is not okay. I mean, it's not Nadia's fault. She is doing the hangout, and I suppose it's not the audience. I suppose it's not the hangouts people's fault either. I mean, if I could do all the airtime, I would too. But it's quite strange. Okay. Anyway, and now Carlton left.
Yeah, he was the one person who we really didn't want to leave.
Yeah.
Well,
and
He's gonna come back though.
And that was quite sad because it was nothing against him or anyone else. I just think when you have 10 people in the hangout and only 2 speaks, it's quite odd.
I don't really understand the problem evidence, but what was your question for me? That way Will can make it.
Okay. If you don't even understand that problem, then we really have a problem. Okay. Jimmy Stevens, is that your name?
Yeah, yes, sir. Front and center.
Yeah. I've listened to you for quite a while now. This is the 7th hangout, and I think you've been in the last 2 at least. I suppose you're a young Earth creationist.
That depends on what you mean by creationist.
I think he thinks that you're a young Earth creationist.
Well, that was what I was asking.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm agnostic on the age of the Earth.
Yeah, a young or a creationist is a person who thinks that a God creates the universe and the earth. And a young Earth creationist is typically a person that believes that God created the earth, the universe and the earth in 10,000.
Within the last 10,000 years.
Yeah, within the last 1,000. Yeah, thank you.
So under that definition, I am a creationist, but I'm not a young Earth creationist.
I don't know what the heck. I'm not a young Earth creationist, but I don't know what the heck I am.
Okay, that is the typical cop-out. Okay, so how old do you think the Earth is, Jimmy?
I have no idea. Evidence.
Go ahead. Don't be shy. I'm ready to type it out here.
Oh no, I'm saying I don't know how old the Earth is.
Yes, sure, but you have to have a belief about it. I mean, or do you think it's closer to the actual age, about 4.7 billion years, or do you think it's closer to 10,000? There has to be a scale here. Do you understand me?
So evidence. My position on the age of the Earth is that, for one thing, the creationists and the young Earth creationists and the old Earth creationists both do not have convincing arguments for their positions, and furthermore, I'm not a scientific realist. So when cosmologists talk about the Big Bang and stuff like that, I think that's really cool, but I think that those models don't describe anything in reality.
That's all great, and we all should hug and sing Kumbaya. But please, just I'm 43 years old, and I've been to school. What do you know? Please, just follow along with this. I mean, there is an actual age of the Earth, right? It's not fluid, you know.
I actually don't know. I'm not against the idea that there was no latent beginning of time. In other words, perhaps there's an infinite amount of events going back in time. I don't know. I'm not against that.
Yeah, sure. I just posted a video about this. But you have to, I mean, forget about the multiverse and just to think about this universe or this Earth. You have to have an understanding or a belief according to your biblical reading, or according to your Holy Spirit revelation, or anything. How old do you think the Earth is? I mean, you have to have a scale, right? I mean, this is, and now they go to sleep again, like she did the last time. Yeah.
So I apologize, evidence. I'm really having a hard time following, not because of your accent. I actually talked to people from that area all the time. It's lovely, but I'm not following because I don't think that it's specified in Scripture how old the age of the Earth is. So I don't see how I'm supposed to have an opinion about that.
Yeah, great. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth, and it was the first day, and so on. Okay, we skipped that one. I highlight this line and I just delete. So, was there ever a worldwide flood?
I think that it's most probable that the flood described in Genesis is a worldwide flood. Yeah.
Okay, so you believe there is a worldwide flood?
I believe it's very probable. I think it's possible it wasn't worldwide, but I think that it's probably a worldwide flood.
Probable and plausible. Yeah. Okay. You guys. I've heard this. I was actually going into the epistemology of all this. But I mean, if you're so divisive of everything I claim, and you are the one that says through reading the Bible and the Holy Spirit I can gain knowledge, I mean, this is just awesome to me. This is actually to me admission to defeat. Jimmy, do you hear me?
Are you gonna interview me next?
Well, I don't care who I'm interviewing. I've listened to this Jimmy Stevens guy for almost 8 hours now. This is, I mean, if God is the pathway to knowledge, how can you claim absolute knowledge or a standard for your belief when you're scientifically wrong about almost everything?
Still hanging in there, I see.
Still, what? I'm sorry.
So evidence. Again, I will point out two things. I don't think that God makes it clear what the age of the earth is. He makes other things very clear, and I can have knowledge about that through revelation. One of the things that's clear through my experience of the world is that there is the God of Christianity. But concerning my beliefs being scientifically wrong, again, I'm not a scientific realist, so I don't think propositions are true or false concerning the description.
Yeah,
concerning natural philosophy.
Yeah, that's okay. This is actually awesome. I mean, you've talked for hours to Floyd about these things, and when I confront you about your beliefs or what you think you know, you're so divisive that is almost laughable. I'm sorry, Jimmy. I do like you a lot, and we can kiss and hug afterwards. But I mean, to a guy that claims absolute knowledge for the Holy Spirits, and you don't know nothing about the Earth, when science do, and I mean, of course you claim these things because I can prove you wrong. But yeah, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We have 10 people here. 10 people here.
This is absolutely brilliant.
Isn't it? This absolutely.
I mean, what you're saying.
Yeah.
This is ridiculous.
You think he claims absolute knowledge just because he reads
so
the
we
Bible?
have 10 people. Okay, excuse me. I've been waiting for what is it, 24 hours now. Yeah, it's smart. Yeah. So thank you, Jimmy. That was all for the epistemology.
I fucking hate epistemology now.
Did you just laugh out loud in the chat section, Jimmy?
Yeah, I did.
You should have.
I felt that Will's comment was hilarious.
Yeah, you thought the Will's comment was hilarious. Yeah. Okay, thank you. So much. And who is it? This is Will. Yeah, this is Will.
Hi.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. That took a while to jump in here. And we have the room is full with 10 people, and I think there's other people knocking on the door, so I will just leave.
I like everyone here. It's just, I just get bored with.
Thank you.
As soon as someone, hang on. Oh, I'll see you later. Bye. As soon as a precept tries to use a reason-based argument against reason, especially in the context of naturalism, my eyes just glaze over. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be rude, but it's just I don't see the point in doing that.
You're looking at the wrong thing, man.
Looking at what?
Well, you're saying whenever a precept uses a reason-based argument against reason.
Yeah, my eyes just glaze over because, I don't even debate precepts.
No,
I find them below debating, really. I'm sorry. It's just, I just can't be bothered personally with debating precepts.
So, Teddy, actually, Emmanuel agrees with what you were trying to communicate to Floyd the other day, which is the only the only way to deal with these transcendental claims is through internal critique. And so Emmanuel is consistently saying, hey, on an a priori basis, I denounce your view.
Yeah, what I do is I fold my arms and just look them straight in the eye and say, no. And then they're like, but, because they're reading it from a script, usually, the theists, and they're not prepared. They expect me, as a naturalist, to resort to pragmatism, which I think is just nonsense. I'm not a pragmatist, and they're a bit stunned because I can tell they would expect that response, and then they would have their own pre-made script to go on that basis. But as soon as I say, sorry, I'm not a pragmatist, we just kind of look at each other and say, well, I just deny presuppositionalism a priori. I know that my reasoning is valid.
Oh, are you? Yeah, I'm guessing by the name, transcendental rationalist or transcendental empiricism.
No. Wait, get this. This is amazing. I've never seen someone so diverse. It's crazy. And Emmanuel, correct me if I'm wrong after this, if I miss something or if I misconstrue something. But Emmanuel is a material eliminativist who believes in transcendental categories and is also a Platonist.
That was amazing. That was amazing when he said that.
That is actually not unheard of. There's he actually debated Craig quite a few times. Tall, skinny guy. He's an unlimited materialist. What's his name? Crap. It was in a recent debate, like last year. Rosen? Alex Rosen.
Yeah, Rosenberg.
Yeah, Rosen actually is an eliminativist, but he holds to Platonic concepts.
Yeah.
Until now,
it was unheard of to me.
Yeah. I'm guessing it's based on some kind of what's it called? Quine-Putnam argument for Platonism, where because science utilizes assumes the existence of its entities, and of course because mathematical and abstract concepts are entities in that manner, we have to assume their existence too. Hence, there we go.
Yeah. But I think that you can justify science. I'm not going to go into the arguments now because I can't remember them. I mean, I've wrote a lot of it, but basically I'll just quickly summarize. I think you can justify the scientific method and induction without appealing to, well, it just kind of works, shrug, because I cringe so hard when I see my fellow atheists who aren't prepared to respond to the scripts that theists prepare, because they just fall in hook, line, and sinker. And I don't think you need to take that route. I think that there are other ways to go about addressing the arguments.
Okay,
like you can just.
My opinion.
With respect, though, Emmanuel, you'll have to agree that I have not been fronting a cyclone or horror script before you.
No, definitely not at all.
How do you think I've done?
I didn't mean to strawman you. I'm not saying I appreciate the dialogue here, but I'm just saying you don't have to resort to pragmatism, because that to me is like a last resort. I would never. I just think. I mean, no offense to pragmatists, but as an atheist, I just think it's shit.
So there's actually a very funny quote on the matter, and it's from. I can't forget the name of the philosopher who coined it, but pragmatists are philosophers who are afraid to think. Something along these lines.
It's a last resort.
Yeah.
I mean, I made an angry video against it. I mean, I don't know.
There's actually a very interesting argument that Alvin Plantinga gives in his evolutionary argument against naturalism, against a neo-pragmatist. Essentially, the notion is knowledge is something which I believe it's like to have knowledge basically means you have an axiom that works, something along these lines. And of course, that's very useful in having. So, for example, we could think of a situation like if we're in, for example, totalitarian China, where it's far more beneficial to believe that the incident at Tiananmen Square didn't happen, as opposed to believing it did happen. Like if you go
going with the government propaganda is far more helpful in that situation.
Can I just say here, guys? I would probably become a classical theist way faster before I'd become a pragmatist. I don't know if that's true, but well, I just have such an aversion. I'm just a kind of an old school a priori rationalist kind of guy, but that doesn't mean that I can't use empiricism, and I think you can actually justify induction without shrugging your shoulders and just appealing to, well, it just kind of works.
Well,
I justify
the weird part, though, Emmanuel. The weird part is that you are a rationalist, but then at the same time you are a material limitativist. I mean, that is unheard of. A non-idealist rationalist? That's just bizarre.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, it is kind of new to me too. No offense. I mean, you might have a way to square it.
Yeah, I just don't think that I don't think that you could. I don't think that reason is contingent upon just how evolution turned out. I just don't think that that's. I would have to use reason to reason my way towards doubting my reason because of evolution. It's just always seemed a bit. The arguments. How would I say this? The arguments against naturalism, based in reason, just seem unreasonable to me. The ones that attack reason with reason, I just can't. Something intuitively is just not right with them.
I completely hear you on that one. You know, a way of squaring the circle. I've heard. Sorry, and I say squaring the circle not because I'm saying your position is a squared circle. I've used it to refer to my own position too at times, but. I think if one goes with a necessarianism, the notion that the universe acts in a, that the way the universe is not only physically necessary but logically necessary, then of course what we,
that's an awesome view.
Yeah, how we arrived at exactly. Evolution just arriving where we can get to knowledge is just incidental or logically necessary. Like that's just the way it works on that one. So it works on kind of like that higher level. I can kind of see that way working.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of my epistemological positions would make people think that I'm a theist, because I'm like a foundationalist. Like the buck just stops here, type of guy. So, I mean, a lot of people would think that I am like, I don't know, a pre-sup atheist, but.
Well, you kind of are. Admitting to a precept atheist position in a sense, because you are admitting that the only available reply to the transcendental challenge of any other worldview, but especially Christianity, is to just straight up a priori no, it's wrong. But I think that my challenge again would be that I don't think that your epistemology is reconcilable with your ontology.
What do you mean by that? A materialist and Platonist worldviews. I think you did say that a materialist ontology and a Platonist ontology were in conflict. But when I say that I'm a Platonist, it's about abstract objects, not necessarily concepts. So I guess. Yeah, I think that's where.
I think it's hard because I can't remember the routes of the conversation. But when I challenged you on the non-rational and non-normativity of
naturalism,
natural selection.
Yeah.
Yeah. You brought up the forms as abstractions. And so my next challenge would be, what does it mean to be an abstraction outside of conception?
Oh, right. Well, we can certainly conceive of things, but say, for example, if I don't know. I mean, have you heard of Bertrand Russell when he says that logic is ontologically neutral, or that relations are neutral, forms are neutral? So in that sense, I would say that you can still have logic fitting into any ontology insofar as it is what allows you to even have categories in the first place. So the very idea of abstract versus material as a logical distinction is what I would say that's transcendental in that sense. Even the very notion of God versus non-God, I would say is a logical distinction.
I agree, but I think that the problem then is if you're admitting that logic is neutral, there's no reason for me to believe that the chair across the room has any relationship whatsoever in prescribing rational thought. Likewise, why should I think that the Platonic furniture of the universe has any say in what counts as rational thought?
It's just, this is, I mean, at this point, I've normally wrestled with the idea of using reason to try and undermine reason.
But I'm not.
Yeah, you're doing it. No, not your reason to the chair, right? You could essentially program. We talked about this before. You could program a robot to think irrational thoughts, right?
Well, on your position, yes, you could do that.
I would say that you could program anything to think irrational thoughts into it. Well, but I wouldn't say that you could be wrong about tautologies, because I've said that I've often phrased it rather comically. Could I be wrong about what the word wrong means? Well, I'm in charge of what I choose the words to mean, so I,
Right.
Anyway.
But oh, go ahead.
No, I was just saying that I'd rather get off the precept because I think we've strangled it.
Okay.
Unless you want to talk about it, but.
Well, I'll make this last comment, and
Sure.
then that will be all, because this is almost a repetition, and I agree that repeating ourselves on this topic isn't going to get us nowhere. But again, I think that the issue that I have is you have beliefs about epistemology that are logically exclusive to the beliefs you have about ontology. So, for example, you believe that logic is neutral with respect to ontology, but the issue is no one believes that a waterfall is making an argument. Nobody walks up to the waterfall and sits down and listens to its eloquent debate with the rocks nearby. And likewise, nobody assumes that the furniture in their room has any kind of relationship in terms of prescription to their rational thought. So it seems very silly then to posit that there just is this furniture of the universe and it has a say. Why can't the rocks have a say? Why can't the waterfall? Why aren't all these things? If logic is neutral, it just doesn't make sense to hold to those two views.
Yeah, and you did address that in your, what was it? You were talking about how language is. I forget the word. What word did you use? You said that language was.
Oh, that the semantics of language is representational.
Right, and that sounds a bit like Plantinga's argument from reason when he starts talking about how. I think it's this. I think the technical term is the semantic mapping of the word true, would just be what reliable. Or useful, pragmatic with regards natural selection, evolution by natural selection. But I do have a problem with people when they say that if naturalism is true, then therefore there's no such thing as truth, there's only what's useful to believe. We have a word for it, and it's called useful. So I don't think you can conflate the meaning of the words. I mean, even when pragmatists, I mean, you know that I denounce pragmatism. That's quite a strong word, but I would say that just because something's useful, it doesn't mean that it's true. We have two words for a reason. They're not the same thing. So I just don't see how theists think that if naturalism is true, then therefore reason just goes out the window. I mean, how could you possibly know that?
Well, it's kind of interesting because the term naturalism And I've actually had talks with Gary Edwards about this, and and I've actually read a bit more about this by Jeffrey J. Lauder. So the thing with naturalism is it's a fairly huge camp, and in naturalism you could have people who are transcendental Platonists, you could have pragmatists and people who are provisionally naturalists. Like they're naturalists because that's what because science is the most reliable thing, and we're playing it safe by just going with what the science says. And this axiom that says let's just be safe and go with what the science says. So of course you could have people like you, Emmanuel, or Spinozists, or people of that variety who think that naturalism just means a closed set system that incorporates transcendental elements. But you could have just pure eliminative materialists who are kind of like Nadia, who don't go that route.
Yeah, Nadia denies qualia. I don't deny. See, this is the thing, right? I acknowledge the redness of red and all the other subjective qualities and properties and mental properties, and I could actually hold my own in an argument in philosophy of mind. It's been such a long time since I've debated theists, because 2 years ago I made up my mind as an atheist and that was it, never touched it again. So I've not really had to be on the defensive, so that's how you've caught me a little off guard here, guys. But I've studied like a lot in philosophy of mind, but I will say that I don't actually deny qualia in the sort of, how do we say, I don't deny that there is a subjective what it's likeness to pain or red or something, but I would just say that it can be accounted for in terms of brain states. Like when we say look at an NMRI scan, when I imagine a green cow, obviously you're not going to find a little photograph of a green cow in there or a Cartesian self sitting watching it. But that just, to me, that's a weak argument from intuition, because what is intuition in the first place? What are photographs? How the world looks to your eyes is how you feel inside your head. You're not going to understand consciousness by looking at, you know, does that kind of make sense? There's always a cognitive closure to our own mind. Obviously, evolution wouldn't let its minds know how it produced those minds from the inside.
But I think that a response from my brethren would, and I mean from my camp of thinking, would be that if the mind states are considered brain states, then talking about qualia in the sense that is intended to be communicated by the people is complete nonsense. So you kind of have to pull out Wittgenstein and say, well, you're intending to think of it this way, where there is some subjective experience that's not the brain state itself, but that's actually what it is, even though you're trying to think of it this other way.
Sure. So how matter looks to our eyes is how we feel inside our head. We've never actually experienced the intrinsic nature of matter. We've only experienced a neural representation of it. But how the brain looks to itself, ironically, is a representation of the brain. But I'm saying that if we could truly get at the underlying physical stuffness that is producing said consciousness, maybe we could understand the hard problem in purely naturalistic terms. But the problem is we can't step outside our own subjectivity and look at ourselves from without, like Descartes tried in his thought experiment.
But where are you getting the concept of representation when everything is just physical cause and effect? What is representation on that view?
Well, like I said, we don't know what the intrinsic nature of matter is. It could be information literally encoded into the matter itself. So it's a bit like a pan-proto-experientialism, but consciousness can emerge under that view to be about intentionally, and with all its likeness and all the colours of the rainbow and all that jazz, in a purely physical worldview. It's just that what we call matter and what we label as matter, how the world looks to our eyes is not this direct, naive, real. It's how we feel inside our head, way at the back of the head. But obviously, if we cut open the head and look inside, we won't find what it's like, because it's doing it. It is the very thing producing how it looks to ourselves.
Well,
so it's
wait.
a bit like.
Hold on. Are you a a direct realist?
Not at all, no.
He's
Okay.
saying actually, if anything, he's saying it sounds to me like transcendental idealism, more or less.
A little bit, a little
Yeah.
bit. I mean,
Yes.
the
Well, it
noumenal
sounded
physical, the noumenal physical may in fact be capable of bridging the mind-body problem or the explanatory gap. It's just that I'm just saying you can't just simply flat out deny that physicality can produce consciousness merely on the rather weak basis that because I don't see a red cow in my head when I imagine one, therefore it can't be physically. I think that's a very poor argument
Personally, I'm of the
because you're
opinion.
using what the. Sorry. What you said?
Personally, I think I'm of the opinion that you're more along the lines of it. And I hate to characterize your position for you because that's what I don't really mean to do. But it sounds to me like you're more or less advocating a kind of a Mysterianism about the mind. You know,
Yes, a bit.
yeah, and then you're kind of using a Kantian distinction of the noumenal and phenomenal to justify why there would be a Mysterianism on your basis.
And the interesting thing about this is that we can have, I think Schopenhauer called it a subterranean passage to the thing in itself, which is consciousness itself, because you can't have the very distinction between noumena and phenomena if it weren't for consciousness. So that's the interesting part, is that the most real is how it seems. It can't be any other way, even in a solipsistic. You know?
True.
Yeah, I think again it just really comes down to what does it mean to be a representation if you've got stuff, you know, the movement of stuff. And I'm not trying to be
No. It's what we call stuff is itself a representation, but what the stuff is doing when it's not being represented to us may in fact be capable of doing the representing. It's just that we can't get at the underlying thing that's producing it. Kind of. It's like the snake chasing its tail. Every time we try to understand consciousness from the inside, we are always, I guess, stuck in a way. But I do think that we can transcend and get outside that subjectivity and explain it scientifically in terms of information. And what the brain does is what it's like, which is information, which is, you know, what it's about. But I don't want to get into my theory of consciousness here, but I think there's a whole ton of positions. There's functionalism, there's obviously physicalism and idealism and a whole bunch of others. What I do as a physicalist and a naturalist, I try and incorporate all the different positions to play it safe and cover all the bases, so that I can work towards the most elegant theory of consciousness possible, grounded in information, which gets to aboutness, which gets to what it's like.
I'm sort of getting a little lost here because really there are only like two types of idealism that I'm really familiar with, and that's like a vague sort of objective. I have a vague understanding of what objective idealism is, but then I'm also familiar with Johann Ratz's and Spiraling Philosophy's idealism, but that's
George
pretty much
Berkeley.
it. Yeah, essentially.
his
So
is a
would you-
panentheistic idealism.
Yeah. So would you think I think Epi called it like transcendental idealism?
Yeah.
Would that more be like an objective or a subjective form of it? Like a idealism?
That would be. I think that's actually
Subjective.
neutral,
Ah.
because you don't even. Well, the subject and the object is realized as an idea in a way. It comes after the grounding to all experience. So it's sort of how do we say? Maybe it is. In fact, it probably is subjective, because there's you start with. Well, I don't even know if it's a form of solipsism or epistemological solipsism. It's certainly not incompatible with it. Kant's transcendental idealism. It's not incompatible with solipsism.
Because well, I think that the main distinction is that isn't it that subjective idealism essentially just says that there is no physical reality independent of mind.
Yes, but the only problem I could see with that is, even if you believe in God, how do you account for a shared reality if you're a subjective idealist? Because even if you say that there is nothing beyond mental content, how do they relate to each other, right?
Oh,
Where's the
don't worry.
shared space?
I'm not a subjective idealist.
Yeah, I'm just saying because, yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, I just wanted to clear that up.
I'm gonna take off, guys. But it was lovely talking to all of you.
Yeah, you too. You've been really busy. I mean, I've got to hand it to you. You're really good at pressing my buttons because it's been a while since I've actually debated theists. So I wasn't really prepared. You were so like on the ball with me. I was like, what the fuck? So you caught me off guard. But yeah, it's been pleasant discussing with you.
Yeah, you too,
Yes.
Emmanuel. Thanks, I appreciate it.
See you, Jimmy.
See you.
See you later, Metal Cloud. No, I'm just kidding. See you later, Epicus.
Awesome. You know what? It's been a while since I have actually. You're quite a rarity. An atheist who defends his position not on pragmatic grounds. That's actually something I really like about you.
Yeah, because I think it's I don't have anything against pragmatists as such, but I think it's a cheap cop-out and a last resort, and I'm shaking my head at my fellow atheists saying, come on guys, why are you giving these guys room? Like, you don't have to resort to that. You know? So, I don't think that you actually, I mean, you can just take the a priori route, so...
Stop breathing on your mic, Malek.
I'm sorry, I have breathing problems right now.
By the way, is that a picture of Kant or Spinoza?
It's actually Descartes, which is kind of ironic, but...
Are you sure it's not an evil demon?
I'm positive because whatever it is I'm experiencing, I'm going to label it as Descartes.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
That is...
I must say, you are like the first person I've ever met who is both a Platonist. Well, that's
Wow.
not entirely true.
Yeah.
There was, what was the other thing? Like a naturalist.
Platonist? No. What else? Well, I'm actually a logicist as well, which means I think that all of mathematics can be reduced to logic. So.
Yeah. So is logic an object?
It transcends object. It is the object of all object. It is what allows all categorical distinctions. But
so
I'm
logic.
a bit like I've sort of replaced when I used to be a Catholic, right? But when I became an atheist, I needed something to fill that gap. So I needed like Cartesian certainty elsewhere. So I'm like, fuck it, I'll just replace it with logic. So,
I see.
so that's like
It's
my new
interesting.
precept, right? So.
Oh, by the way, there's a new existential comics out that I put in the group chat. Since we're discussing philosophy of mind, it's actually very apt. Also, if any of you guys are also fond of Metallica, enter Sandman. It's really good.
David Chandler's and the panpsychists.
I love Chalmers. He's like my favorite philosopher, or one of them.
He's
My
pretty cool.
favorite philosopher is Aquinas.
Oh, cool.
Shoot, my favorite philosopher. That's it. You know what? I know we usually give it to Aquinas, but my favorite philosopher would have to be, would actually have to go to Aristotle.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I think that if I were to create a list of all my favorite philosophers, Aristotle would definitely be next in line to Aquinas. But I guess if we're talking more about whether we like their philosophy better, then I think I'd probably like like Aristotle more, but I feel like Aquinas did more than just contribute in the area of philosophy.
Aristotle, I love not because he was just a philosopher, but he put his hand in pretty much everything, and whenever he put his hand in, people are still reflecting to this day.
Yeah,
Like,
he was like one of the first like big philosophers, and he came up with like theories of philosophy, which at least I think are probably still valid today.
His equivalency distinctions still pretty much holds water, I would say. What's really interesting is he's also a fairly good theater critic. I've actually used, if anyone reads his work on the differentiation between drama and comedy, it's really amazing. I was actually able to use Aristotle to argue that Rocky V was the best of the Rocky movies.
And he taught Alexander the Great, is that right?
That is true.
That's interesting.
There are a lot of interesting things about Alexander the Great.
I think I just think Nietzsche sucks. No offense.
You know what? Funny enough, his philosophy of science is underrated, I think.
Yeah, I think that he attacked science a lot, but I think his
Can I just say, as soon as a philosopher denies truth, that's pretty much like, I'm like, there's no way I can accept that.
Yeah. Although in Nietzsche's defense, and I actually had a discussion with a friend of mine about this, he basically, people like Nietzsche and later on people like Derrida took Hume's notion that reason was something of the passion. It emerges because of human passion. Then they thought, okay, if that's the reason it emerges, then really it's just one of the many things that we could just claim as a power play. Like, if you're following what's quote-unquote truth, then you're kind of letting something be in control of you. So it's like by rejecting it, you're kind of expressing your own radical power of some kind.
Yeah.
I think what's I think what's good about Friedrich Nietzsche is that he almost he's almost the first one who had a critical thinking to almost everything, to morals, to religion, even to science, and I think that's pretty important.
I don't want to say there's nothing redeeming about Nietzsche. It's just that I just like Pascal when he was talking about Descartes. I just can't forgive Nietzsche for what he said about truth.
Oh man, that's another great feat in philosophy, which is Pascal's hatred of Descartes and vice versa. Descartes accused him in his early career of just being the name, and his father actually doing all the ghostwriting. And of course, Pascal came back by refuting his notions in ideas in physics, which is just awesome.
So what was the bone of contention between Descartes and Pascal was? It was that Descartes had this rationalist basis where he could doubt everything, and he wanted to add God in there, and Pascal was having none of it. Was that basically it?
What happened was, so essentially the problem was that, at least as I see it, Descartes was, and he had this accusation thrown at him a lot, he was, and the word is used, mechanical atheist.
Yeah.
Yeah, so beforehand, when you had subsequent philosophers, they think that everything in the universe is sustained by God at every moment. There is nothing that could ever even be independent. However, mechanicalists just assume, well, no, God's just setting up all the laws and everything's working like a machine.
Oh, sorry, can I just jump in? Because
Yeah.
I actually remember the quote now. He had no use for him. That's what he said. He just used God like a thing, and then he just dismissed him and had no use for him. I cannot forgive Descartes for he such and such. The quote actually sprang back. Funny, because I'm actually a mechanist myself. I'm just not a theist, but I would.
No, actually, I would claim if you are a mechanist, then atheism is going to follow. That's why I'm not a mechanist. I actually would hold to all of Aristotle's original four causes. So to me, final and formal causes are just as important as material and efficient causes.
So do you think that the principle of sufficient reason is a logically necessary principle?
I think that actually I have my own principle of sufficient reason. So,
cool.
and Gordon Clark, who's not Gordon Clark, was it? Yeah, I think it's Gordon Clark. He formulated his own more Aristotelian principle of sufficient reason. So the classical principle of sufficient reason says, for any event, something along the lines of, for any event E, there is a sufficient reason why E would take place over not E. Like why not?
Right.
Like, yeah. So, and of course, if you accept that, then something is going to happen antecedent to that that's logically necessary too, and so on and so on. So that leads to necessarianism, and that's usually the argument philosophers like Peter von Inwagen use. However, on Clark's notion, he would say something along the lines of, for any event E. So,
Howdy. Thank you.
Hey, okay, so.
Square cookies and cream. I appreciate it. Got a sticker on
No
it.
worries. So, principle of sufficient reason on your Clark. So for any
There
event.
You go.
So for any event. So for any event E.
I just signed on, so I'm not exactly sure who's doing what.
Can I mute Jim? Thank you. Okay, sorry. So for under the Clarkian principle of sufficient reason, for any event E, E can be explained by its nature or by an antecedent cause. That's
right.
It. So under this kind of weaker PSR, it just means that there's something that can explain it. So for example, let's just say, let's use a random mechanism such as a computer generating a number. Now, of course, the event taking place is a number generated. Now, of course, we can't really just say that number appeared out of nowhere or that number took place because of, let's say, an earthquake in Haiti. What we just say is that the computer that generated it is a sufficient explanation. It doesn't necessarily entail that it couldn't have provided something else. The computer suffices for an explanation. It could have happened. It could have been such that another number was chosen, and of course this allows for randomness to happen. So it doesn't necessarily preclude a notion. So it doesn't necessarily entail that necessarianism, and this is what I call the Clarkian PSR.
Right. I just use the PSR as an epistemic principle and not a metaphysical necessity. If you're going to probe into the nature of anything, you have to begin with the presupposition that it had an explanation, even if it didn't. But just as a sort of provisional, how do we say, starting point, just because we're interested in the consequences that follow if we accept it.
Okay, so and I do think that's a big difference between the Clarkian PSR, the one I'm outlining, and the rationalist PSR, probably the one you would hold to.
So cool. So you would see. Have you? I mean, I was talking about how why is there anything at all, and why is it the way that it is, and not some other way? And I've been reading this book by Jim Holt. It's called Why Does the World Exist? And I'm not, it seems to me that even though I'm an atheist, I still think that I don't even think that God could account for why God's nature should be thus and so, unless as the ontological argument defenders would have it, his essence is such that it is better if he, so and so. But it just seems to me that those have already been handled in a way that sort of. Well, what do you make of the ontological argument, and how would you go about addressing?
Yeah. So on the ontological argument, I have the opinion that I don't know because I don't really care enough about the ontological argument to delve too deep into it. But if you are interested in a theist who, he's actually a Catholic apologist, funny enough, and he uses the ontological argument not even just to say God exists, but the God of Catholic Christianity exists.
Wow.
And his name is Christopher McHugh. So
I think the best. Sorry.
Oh, go on.
I think the best refutation would be that you could imagine like the most perfect ice cream stand, or was it Island or something?
Yeah, Island. That was the original response to Anselm's.
Yeah, the Island. Yeah.
Oh, I think that's not even really one of the better responses. I honestly think Immanuel Kant's response is still the best one.
Essence and was that the what? Sorry, was that was the
existence isn't a property. So
well, it's not a real predicate.
Oh, real predicate. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah. I should know that because I'm Immanuel Kant. So. So yeah, existence isn't a real predicate. So when you've got that would be, for example, and Hume said it in the form of a man named Moses. I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Hume's response to the ontological argument was something along the lines of, if we say, for example, a man named Moses exists versus he does not exist, we haven't actually added anything to the concept of a man named Moses. We've just predicated him as is or is not the case. But we're not really predicating something actually of the nature of that man named Moses, I think.
Oh, yeah. That's actually pretty interesting. I never looked into Hume's argument, but with regards to the island objection, one can easily point out that when one looks at Anselm's original argument, it's intended to be in nature apophatic. So it doesn't say what God is, it just says what he is not. So, for example, if somebody says God is that which none greater can be conceived, you're saying that that's kind of a negative property. You're just saying this is a being that you couldn't even imagine a better being than, not even close. And of course, anytime you'd say, really, well, that doesn't make sense. Such a being could not exist. You're saying, you're saying that are you literally telling me right now, sir, that that there is a being that which none greater can be conceived but doesn't exist? Then you're not really addressing the being we're talking about in this conversation. So it's kind of like a reductio ad absurdum. And of course, that's why the island objection doesn't really work, because you're saying things about islands, such as, this is the best island ever. Well, for any island you can imagine, and of course an island is by definition something that's a secluded piece, that's a secluded land formation in water.
Yeah, because you're conceiving of it. Yeah, I understand that. But in terms of pure form, independent of the content of this thing that can't be conceived, even to even use that, even though I think it's invalid, to jump to your version of God seems slightly arbitrary. But I was actually going to see the thing is you and I seem to actually have understood the arguments, but I was going to bring up something else, but I can't remember what it was, because I'm liking where this is going, and I'd like to...
No, it's all good. The ontological argument is one I dabbled in the past. Of course, when you become a Thomist and an Aristotelian by background, you tend to go to not a priori arguments, but a posteriori, thinking based on evidence.
Yeah, I'm not. What was Aristotle's argument for the law of identity? I think he just said that this man is no better than a starfish, if he asks to justify it. I mean, there's a point at which I just got to, I want to be able to reason with skeptics without just throwing in the towel. But see, I wouldn't say that as soon as you try to make the law of identity contingent on something, you sort of have to. It's just the usage of it is implicit in saying that. But I'm kind of going off topic here. But if you want to.
In terms of identity, I just tend to think Leibniz's law pretty much holds up, and if we don't really go with it, then we kind of get ourselves into absurdity.
Yeah, because you can't. From a contradiction, anything follows, right? Principle of explosion. So I think that's pretty much a firm defeater. I mean, I guess there is. I'm not saying skepticism's unwise, but I think there's a limit to to what's actually rational skepticism. I mean, some skepticism is just absurd, and when it doubts reason itself, you have absolutely no reason to say, "Look at me, I have no beliefs. I'm so cool." Like, what? I just don't understand. I'm sorry. I don't get that.
I don't either. You're preaching to the choir.
And I'm not trying to just. I'm not stamping my feet like a pragmatist and just saying stop being a skeptic. I'm really saying, please justify your skepticism, and that's quite ironic. So I don't understand why they think that it's a
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think really the best thing you can do to respond to a skeptic is basically one way you could respond to the skeptic, and this is the most popular one, is just to concede their whole point and start speaking gibberish. Or even just say, even if I'm wrong, I'm still right, because those two things aren't mutually conclusive. Anything follows, as you just said.
Yeah, you could actually turn the tables on the skeptic. That's my approach. Well, but they want it both ways, right? They want to retain reason and still think I can just doubt everything. Well, please define doubt. But I don't really bother with skeptics, so it's not really, at least not radical global skeptics. But anyway, we were talking about. Oh, and I want to get back to this.
Ontological argument.
More so, why does anything exist at all, including God? Because even when I was a theist, right? I used to be a Catholic. So, but when I was young, this question used to frighten me. But it's like I never got satisfying answers because nothing about the nature of God would seem to account for why it should be that way and not some other. Because even if you say that God's nature is such that it bootstraps itself or contains itself or so on and so forth, it doesn't really satisfy. And you don't have to be. I'm not saying this leads to atheism. Of course not. Swinburne just bites the bullet and says God doesn't. God is so infinitely simple that it doesn't matter if he can't account for his own existence, which is fine because I'm not putting theists on the spot and saying because God can't justify his own, because whether or not he can, or I don't think that that's really a fair thing to do. And even when I was a Catholic, I would admit, but it doesn't really present a problem. But how would you say God accounts for his own existence?
Okay, so I would just go to an ancient dialogue, one that took place between Parmenides and Heraclitus. Parmenides believed that there was no such thing as change at all. They thought they were thinking the same question: why is there something rather than nothing? Now Parmenides said, well, being necessarily exists. I think of something along the lines of Ayn Rand. She said, it would be absurd. I know it would be absurd to say existence doesn't exist. That would contradict the nature of what it even means to be existing. So of course, if someone is to say, of course, existence doesn't exist, they're performing a contradiction. So of course, Parmenides thought, okay, but if something exists, then and something else was to come about from that, then how does that change even happen? Because because something that doesn't exist cannot come from something which does exist. So because non-being and being are just very dissimilar to one another. And Heraclitus was the exact opposite. He was like, everything is changing. In fact, there is no something which is permanent at all. So there's no permanence for Heraclitus. However, Aristotle comes in as kind of the middleman with his teacher Plato and says, well, what you have here is first we have being, which just is, as Parmenides is saying, but then we have potentia, or potential. So, of course, when we say being comes from being, we're just saying that first act exists something, and from that there is a potential for something else to come into being, and so on and so on. And this is why we have our transactions. From one point of view. Yeah. And of course, go on.
that fitted quite nicely with his hylomorphism. You know,
Exactly.
Aristotle's always the middleman.
He's pretty much my favorite because he's the common sense philosopher.
Yeah.
And yeah, although it got him into a lot of trouble in the physics and sciences, but in terms of metaphysics, I think this is the main reason why his ontology still lasts for me. And of course, as the middleman, he kind of thinks, well, and of course he's also dealing with Parmenides' disciple Zeno, who's arguing along all these who says that infinites are impossible because if we're saying that there's movement or change, then it would take forever to go from one state to another state. Thus, nothing is really changing. And he was backing up his teacher, Parmenides. Aristotle just says, well, no, you're confusing a potential infinite, something which you could always just add more to, for an actual infinite, which is something which...
And then we're back.
And an actual infinite is something you couldn't even in principle add another thing. It's just filled up. And of course, because we're comparing potential infinite with potential infinite, there's a transaction. And he argues that God is pure actuality. There's no potentia in him, but all points in time are actual.
The camera stays right here, but I can change the place where the image is. I have something with when you have more than one screen, you have something called what's it called? Here we go. Display fusion. That's Epi. His name's Epicurious.
Hi.
Why is your name Epicurus? I'm just curious.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize my mic was unmuted. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. I'm explaining how Hangouts works to a young lady.
Oh, that's fine. So why is your name Epicurus? Because as far as I'm aware, he's pretty radically
materialistic. Yeah.
Yeah. Does he even believe in God? I'm pretty sure he's an atheist.
No.
Don't get your head all full of grandeur and everything just because you heard that young lady say that she thought you were cute. Okay.
Okay. So as I was saying. In terms of Epicurus, he was a deist. He actually did believe in gods. He just thought that because gods are such superior beings, they wouldn't even want to get involved with humans to begin with. They're perfectly fine on their own. Yeah.
That's correct. I forgot. Yeah, because he's got this quote. I think he's actually the first one to bring up the problem of evil, or one of them.
It's actually attributed to him by a later Christian church father. So
yeah, I thought that was great. I mean, Epicurus was a smart guy, but I didn't actually. I mean, I thought he was an atheist, but really he's just. I mean, isn't I guess see deism? It's not the same as theism, so you could say that it's non-theism, couldn't you? I mean, to an extent.
Well, the thing is, it's
semantics.
Always hard. Well, yeah, it's very semantical because the term deist has changed itself. So if one looks to like an early version of Merriam-Webster dictionary, a deist didn't exclude providence. They could completely believe that God does have providence in the world. A deist was someone who just believed that you understood God purely through nature. No one had special revelation.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, natural theology. That's why they had to qualify natural theology in the same way that they had to qualify natural philosophy. So it's the same sort of. I kind of get the disjunct there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So essentially, you could believe that God has providence and be a deist. Deism, in terms of God not interfering at all, that's more of a sign of a Cartesian mechanism, Cartesian theism, where God is kind of this person who sets up the mechanisms in the world, more or less. But anyway,
like
as I was saying,
or was it a parallel or an occasional? I can't remember. But I get what you're saying. He just starts at like a clockwork and sits back, and Pascal's all pissed off, like, oh, how Descartes? How could you? He had no use for him. He used him like a puppet. I can't remember the quote, but it was brilliant. He basically ridiculed Descartes. He was totally angry at Descartes.
Oh man, some people actually, there are a lot of Aristotelists, especially of the Aristotelian background, who believe that Descartes was single-handedly responsible for ruining philosophy.
Wow, I think he pretty much started like modern philosophy. Cogito ergo sum is so useful, like, kind of.
You know, he actually had a version of that where he used in the club for picking girls up. It was, I think, therefore you damn.
You what?
I think, girl, I think, therefore you damn. D-A-M-N.
Yeah, yeah. There's lots of Descartes jokes out there, but I think the ultimate philosophical question, in fact, probably what all the other ones reduced to is just the oldest question of metaphysics, which I would say is why is anything the way it is, and that sort of goes above and beyond the gods in a way. Well, some believers probably want to disagree with that, but they would have to account for something that couldn't have been otherwise. I think that's.
It's fairly hard. I completely get you on that one, and there's actually a really interesting book on Thomas Aquinas' ethics that deal with the relationship of theology and metaphysics. And I want to digress to something else just for a quick second. Let's see. What did I want to bring up? Descartes and cognito ergo sum. He actually plagiarized a lot of that from St. Augustine. St. Augustine brought that up against the academic skeptics in Athens, which was just awesome.
I am.
Yep.
That was his version. Yeah, he did actually plagiarize it, and also there was actually earlier Greek versions of it, I think.
But, really?
Yeah, it was Greeks had it, and then St. Augustine came along and said, "If I'm mistaken, then I am."
Funny enough, he actually uses that in his argument for the immaterialism of the mind. There's an interesting article by Edward Fazer, but essentially his argument goes that the mind essentially knows that it exists is the first premise.
Yeah, because of what knowledge?
Yeah, exactly. If we're to deny that, then we're back to skepticism.
But I absolutely, I really respect, and I really, really want to defend the cogito, but I get annoyed when I'm trying to deal with skeptics who will say that, well, Descartes was presupposing the meaning of his words, na 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 na. I just don't know how to respond to that. I mean, all I can say is I don't think that he was presupposing the meaning of his words. He gets to even the very meaning of the. I guess there's always a problem in trying to refute skepticism.
Yeah. So I think the problem is with his. So I think he allowed for too much with his evil demon experiment. For me, I would have just stopped the bucket at the evil demon can just ruin your the thought. The evil demon can ruin the thoughts you receive through an evidential basis, but he couldn't take care of the kind of pre-existing categories of mind. So, for example, he couldn't make you believe that that 2 + 2 = 5 or 7, or that the rules of logic don't stick.
What was the justification for that though? Because I do agree, I do agree that it is a priori and that, but it's just that I normally know how to handle skeptics. It's just that what would you how would you respond to
the brief aside, this argument for the immateriality of mind raises something of an interaction problem akin to the soul as such. So at that point,
So usually I would just
yeah.
So I would just respond to
and ravioli.
Chef Boyardee, by the way. My response. So I actually did talk about this with Ozymandias, and he at the time he kind of stunned me on this one. And I said, okay, this evil demon cannot possibly make you believe 2 + 2 = 5, or that you exist or that A and not A are the same. And Ozzy responded by saying, well, of course he could. I mean, people get mathematical equations wrong all the time.
But
I thought that was a stumper.
But I know how to object to that because he used the word wrong, right? You can't be wrong about what you choose to define. You can make errors in arithmetic, but that's not the same as the thing actually. Like the method by which you arrive at it is epistemologically certain, even though you can psychologically waver. Like I could, in principle, think, well, what if the cogito is false, and I could fret over that, but it wouldn't actually be referencing anything. It would just be kind of a. Sorry, go ahead.
That's a good response. My response would just be, well, the difference between the case I was mentioning and the case he was mentioning is this. So let's say we go on, let's say we take on basic logic, that kind of thing. We couldn't, there's either two ways. Let's say you're kind of definite about being wrong about that. There's two ways you can go about it. One is to just say that nobody really could believe A and not A are the same at the same time, because even if they profess that, they just don't really believe. That's not how their mind is working. And the second one is just to say, well, in terms of higher level mathematics, one of two things is happening there. One, they're either being intentionally, they're either being they're either being
dishonest.
Yeah, dishonest is one.
Equivocating.
Or two, they didn't understand the equation, or they didn't understand it. However, when we go to far more incorrigible things like basic axioms, as I was laying out, you cannot be mistaken about them. You cannot not understand them.
Yes.
Yeah. So otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, you can't actually. 2 + 2 = 4 is a tautology, so the very idea of could you be wrong, the notion of error and correctness is sort of wrapped up in logic itself. Mm-hmm. So it's not really enough. I mean, truth. Well, I don't want to go off topic, but in short, you can't really be deceived by a tautology because you're sort of in charge of what the words mean. So. Mm-hmm. Including wrong.
Also, circular arguments aren't also, sorry, as I was saying, tautologies and circular arguments aren't invalid.
Exactly, yes. Yeah. That's my response.
They're valid. But
yeah,
they're just valid. They're just not convincing.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, God exists because God exists is perfectly valid, but it doesn't substantiate the claim.
Exactly.
That's, not unsound, but valid.
Mm-hmm.
So, but there's a meta sense in which logic is a special case because it's true in a transcendent way insofar as true and false are to even mean anything. Because logic is what allows for that. So it's only true in it's like a special case. So logic has that privilege. Mm-hmm. But
can I thank you guys for these philosophical discussions because I don't know shite about it and I'm learning a lot. So thanks, guys.
Yeah,
that's okay.
It's all good.
Thank you.
People used to really shit on philosophy as being unimportant, but it's really where all the other disciplines come from. So
exactly, I think it's foundational. Like, I don't really have this is why it goes back to my bashing on pragmatism, right? A bunch of annoying psychologists, like what's the guy Dewey and not Dewey,
William James.
Yeah, who do they think they are coming into epistemology with no background and just saying, well, truth is that which works? Well, what do you got to define what works means? Are you using the correct or the false? Are you using the true? Do you want the true or the false answer to the question, what is truth? I mean, I made a video called What is Truth? And then I asked, and people think this is a serious philosophical problem. And I looked into the camera for 5 seconds and I was like, I'm sorry, I'm just dumbfounded that people, what do you want the true or the false answer? It just doesn't even, it's like a pseudo question because the meaning is presupposed. Even Kant said that the meaning of true and false is already granted in the very asking of the question. You want the right answer, do you want the wrong answer? I mean, it's just, I'm sorry if I think it's idiotic. That's just my opinion.
I usually go for truth makers myself. Something is true if and only if for every statement it could be substantiated by some entity. There's either an entity which is substantiated or the truth is substantiated in and of itself on pain of irrationality.
Right.
Yeah.
So what theory of truth would you defend?
Oh, correspondence.
Yeah. Oh, cool. Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
But I think that correspondence sort of subsumes all the other ones, because you could say it like pragmatism, does this proposition correspond with usefulness? Does this proposition correspond with such and such? You could go through all the theories of truth and they all reduce to some relation or pointing or mapping between the meaning of such and what it points to. So if I say I'm in a chat room, this experience is going to be defined as chat room, and I don't really care if you disagree with what you're going to define it as, because I'm in charge of what I want the words to mean, and that's where the buck stops. So, yeah, pragmatism comes way after you start with the Cartesian self, and these psychologist guys came out of nowhere with this pragmatic nonsense and tried to change the meaning of the words. So, yeah, I just don't, I'm a bit bitter and cynical when it comes to pragmatism. I don't mean to offend any pragmatists. It's just kind of, maybe I should stop being, I don't know, I just don't really think that it's, I'd like to see arguments in favor of it, really. That's because lies can be pragmatic, but that doesn't make them true. Obviously, we have a word for, we have words like useful and reliable for a reason. Obviously, if I wanted to use the word true, I would just redefine it, but if I want to use the word corresponding to a fact, I would just use the word true. So why do we need to change? I don't see that. Why would you change the meaning of the words if they exist for a reason? So
Plato had a word for something we want people to believe as true, but only because it's useful, and he called it the noble lie.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but a lie is by definition untrue, even though it can be pragmatic.
Exactly, that's the point.
So
I'm referencing the Republic back where.
So that's why I don't. I mean, I'm not trying to be rude, but see these, when I'm confronted with hardcore, scientists who have no respect for epistemology, and they listen to some pragmatist dude who just came from psychology or something, I completely made this unsubstantiated claim, and I just thought it was really unfair that the amount of, you're a theist, so I respect that, but I don't think the atheists have to resort to pragmatism.
No, I completely agree. I think that, I honestly believe if one looks at the Enlightenment, the person who made the best arguments against God was not David Hume, although a lot of people would say that.
Was he a pragmatist?
He wasn't a pragmatist, no. He was a skeptic.
Yeah.
Although he said he still had to use reason because that's pretty much a really tool. It wasn't for a pragmatic sense. He just thought that, yeah, this is pretty much the proper way to go, and we learn about this.
Forced by nature.
Huh?
Forced by nature. What was it? Reason is a slave of the passions. Blah blah blah.
Exactly, that kind of thing. But
right,
honestly,
I'm a Hume follower. I've went to seen his grave and stuff. So.
Oh wow. I'm hearing some feedback from someone.
Sorry, what?
Sorry, there was some
I've been speaking all night. I don't want to jump in too much.
No worries. I was going to say, I think the person who made the best arguments against God's existence would have to be Spinoza.
All right.
Yeah, I'm going to say that flat out.
Yeah. So what would you say is the best argument in favor of God's existence?
I usually use Thomas Aquinas. The teleological one is pretty good if it's Aquinas' fifth way, but the one I use more is Aristotle's prime mover, like the one where he uses against Zeno. So Aristotle thought there couldn't be an infinite number of efficient causes because, as Zeno was saying, it would take forever for a new cause to arrive. So what Aristotle thought was, maybe there's something which could not even possibly need to be caused, the prime mover, which at the same time actualizes pretty much any causal series that's going on as it happens. So so I'd go with something along those lines. But of course that goes to the debate about the nature of infinites.
So the prime mover and the cosmological and the kalam, they're all pretty much hinged on the same sort of. I mean, they are different. I'm not saying.
Yeah, the kalam just means that because material spatiotemporal reality is essentially something that is finite in background because, of course, there has to be a beginning. There has to be something which could not, in principle, have a beginning. And, of course, yeah.
Right. Well, yeah, I mean, I think that the view that the universe had a finite, or rather has a finite temporal boundary, is still compatible with the idea that it, quotes, always existed, in some sense. That sounds contradictory, but the idea of a sort of an eternal block universe, that even though it's like a video, the excellent analogy I like to use is a YouTube video with a timeline. It could have always existed, but where you are on that timeline playing through the video doesn't mean that it couldn't have, I guess, been sort of eternally frozen, right?
B theory. Yeah, B theory of time. That's actually the theory of time I take myself.
McTaggart's, yeah, you certainly, I can tell you've read up on this because, you know, what was it, McTaggart's Unreality of Time. I'd read about it, but I haven't really, it's been a while since, like, there's the A and the B and the C, and then McTaggart says, therefore, time is unreal because none of them work. But I'm not really up on.
I thought McTaggart took like this idealistic view of time, where time boils down to human phenomenon. Like, for example, like it's phenomenal, I think was what McTaggart was getting at.
Oh, right.
Yeah, we experience time phenomenally, not new. However, it doesn't exist numinally.
Right.
Yeah. So my response to
that is mind blowing.
Yeah. My response is, in terms of time, is just to look at the change of men. And funny enough, St. Augustine actually had a precursor to what McTaggart's view was. He himself thought time was phenomenal based. Bertrand Russell, in his Introduction to Western Philosophy, thought that even though he didn't buy into Augustine's theory of time, he thought it was really innovative, that something that Kant would have brought forward as popular hundreds of years later was already something found in Augustine. And
yeah, he had a lot to say on time.
Oh yeah. So in terms of my own theory of time, how do I put it? I think that the universe is essentially a block. I think that the universe is essentially a block as it itself exists, and of course our mental states have a change or progression along said timeline. But at the same time, I still think that one doesn't necessarily need an A theory of time to have change. We just have to think of we just have to differentiate the ontological nature of change. So, for example, if one looks at this, there is change that goes on if one goes up the can. It changes style and color, and of course, as you get to the top, and of course, you can get from bottom to the top to the bottom. You can read it left to right, but all the things are still there. Yet at the same time, one can say the can, as you look at it differently, changes in any such way. I mean,
right. Also, at each moment in the timeline, each sentient subject can only remember what's gone before it. So of course it will always seem as if you're flowing through time, because at each frame, as it were, in the video timeline, you are absolutely convinced that the past moment just existed. So that's actually quite an interesting parallel when you think about it, how that relates to us as we filter through it, like a needle going through a thread, or a thread going through a needle. So or the spotlight view. I mean, I'm not a presentist, but I think presentism, is that the A theory of time?
There are various A theories of time. So the two most popular ones are presentism, which you were just discussing, where only the present time frame exists and the past is gone, doesn't exist anymore, and the future is yet arrived, so it doesn't have ontological significance. But they're both kind of contained in the present moment. And the response, and then there's the second one, which is called the block theory of time, which says that the past is real, it exists, but of course, as it continues to develop, there's always going to be an oncoming future. So that's the second one. And of course, you have spotlight theory, which just states that, the past and all stages, past, present, and future, have ontological existence, but only the present, is constantly changing and going up it. and that's why it has a privileged point.
That seems to be pretty much just another way of another way of talking about the B theory of time, the spotlight. But I'm sort of stuck between presentism, which is only the present moment exists, and the B theory, or the block, or the spotlight view. But you know, a B theorist would say that dinosaurs exist, right? An atheist wouldn't say that. The dinosaurs used to exist, but they don't actually exist.
Yeah. Usually, the B theorist tends to rely on paraphrasing, such as dinosaurs had such as, and I would quote something along the lines of, from time t 3 billion BCE, and of course I know this isn't really the timeline where dinosaurs existed, but let's just go with it for the sake of example. From time t 3 billion BCE to time t 1 million BCE, dinosaurs existed. Dinosaurs have existence. So really, but one could easily also say from time t now, from time t 1000 CE to 2000 CE, dinosaurs do not have existence. So B theory of time usually subsists in paraphrasing language.
Mm-hmm.
In that sense, yeah.
So just relativity, I think, pretty much refutes presentism, because that would seem to, right. Yeah. So just harkening back to what we were talking about with regards to the distinction between existence and essence, do you think it's possible for something to actually be logically, or I should say, to be more correct, metaphysically necessary, which is the slightly more technically correct with regards to a being that couldn't have been otherwise is necessary? I mean, you did defend.
Oh, right. So just going back to Aristotle's prime mover thing, God would just be being a pure actuality and changeless. So he's not even in principle changeable. Now, if one wants to say, could this God have existed or not existed? Well, there's only three logical options. Either nothing changes, which is absurd. There's something changing, which is, our universe. Or there is the third option, which is everything is changing, which basically means there's no such thing as impermanence, and of course that's logically impossible as well. So of course, the notion of permanence, that there is nothing changing. So usually this is kind of a Parmenidean idea. So in order to refute Parmenides, one would have to state that even on Parmenides' viewpoint, let's just say that was logically possible. Let's say that was logically possible. On Parmenides' viewpoint, he kind of describes the world as unchanging, immovable, pure act, and of course this is really what the theist is arguing, something godly. And this is actually where Aristotle's prime mover comes from. He concedes with Parmenides that there are kind of unchanging beings, but he thinks that these are God beings. So of course you're going to have to argue that the prime mover is a God being, in a sense. And of course, if one's going with Parmenides, then you're kind of going into a theism here.
Right.
Yeah. So based on this trilemma, one has to go with, of course, something is changing.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
Yeah. So it would be along these lines. Although I have heard decent arguments against this proposition from. Are you familiar with the realistic nihilist? Me and him had a convo about this one.
The realistic is he a YouTuber or?
He is.
I think I've heard of him, yeah, but I don't know. I've not actually spoke to him or. But philosophy is such a big subject, but it's been a while since I've actually addressed epistemology, like a year or two. So I find that I'm a bit rusty on justification. So I have a hard time dealing with people who bring up the Munchausen trilemma, because something in me tells me that I know it's obvious bullshit, but I can't just say that.
How does the Munchausen trilemma go again?
It's basically Agrippa's trilemma, which is you either get an infinite chain of justification, circularity, or arbitrarily chosen axioms that don't justify themselves.
Okay, so with regards to that trilemma, I would just go for the position. I would just go for foundationalism.
Yes, your epistemology is actually quite similar to mine, because I just say the buck stops here. You can't prove otherwise, and you have to refute me with words which I give meaning in my own mind.
Although funny enough, people don't realize this, but I am an externalist. So I think you have to be an externalist in some sense if you're arguing that God exists, because of course God is giving something.
You mean what, externalist? Semantic externalist, or?
Oh, I am a semantic externalist.
Right. So, but is it Putnam's argument that?
Okay. So the reason.
Sorry.
Oh, okay. So in terms of knowledge, I'm an externalist in the sense that I think that human beings, in terms of our nature, meet the universal requirement of being a rational animal. We're rational on one hand, but at the same time, we're also animals. So we can have access to both. We're necessarily people who have access to both rationality and animality. However, with that in mind, we also believe that that is the case because God sustains it as thus. So we have a specific nature, but it's reliant, but it's one that is grounded on theistic reliabilism.
Right.
Yeah.
Reliabilism.
Yeah, it's a theistic. Yeah, so I think my position is reformed epistemology. It's a theistic reliabilism in a sense, where.
Okay, so what? I'm just curious. What are your views on, say, mathematics and logic? The philosophical foundations and groundings to.
Oh, I think that they're relational entities. So, for example.
Yes, that's the same as mine. Abstract.
Yeah, exactly. So for example, when we talk about two, something being a multiple of one and another one, that kind of thing, we're just saying that there's a group of things that instantiate two-ness, in a sense. But something. Okay, so that would be the case. And when we're talking about humans, or humanness, we're saying that something instantiates being rational and being an animal. So there's something instantiating. Unicorns, a unicorn could be possibly true if there was such an animal that was equestrian in background but had a horn. Because it's not instantiated, it's just neutral in its existence. It could either exist or not exist. The essence is the case, but it doesn't have existence.
And that's what me and Russell think about logic as well. It's pure. But the potential lies in the essence, unless it's contradictory, for it to be instantiated. So. But a lot of people say that God's existence and essence are one. But obviously I'm an atheist. But I'm not. I do have a lot of respect for philosophy, and I get really kind of annoyed when I see a lot of atheists who just dismiss and resort to pragmatic empirical bullshit. Because that's just not me. I just can't. I don't know. It's just something about it.
So when the Thomist says God's essence is his existence, what they're basically saying is God is the pure act of existence itself. Remember when we were going by the potency distinction Aquinas also added the essence-existence distinction as well, with existence being the purest form of actuality, and essence meaning, or a distinction of essence and existence being that it has some kind of potency. But because God is actus purus, or the pure act of existence itself, then God exists first and foremost, and anything else has to have pre-existence in the cause, which is in God, before it could even exist in the effect, which is the universe. So when somebody says that, for example, God instantiates. So, for example, when somebody asks, where do essences come from? Well, God instantiates being itself. That's what he is. He instantiates what he is, necessarily. So anything that derives from that, according to the principle of proportion and causality, essentially exists in a weaker form. So it's kind of like a super Platonism in a sense.
Yeah, I used to think that there was something about the nature of the universe itself which sort of invoked and bootstrapped itself from the inside to be such that it couldn't be any other way. But the imagination that Aquinas had was really quite fascinating. I just disagree that God exists, but I do think that the arguments that the essence existence arguments are really quite convincing. But I think Kant did a good job of dismounting them.
Yeah, Kant is, Kant is somebody when it comes to God, and R.C. Sproul had the funniest way of expressing it. Kant guided God outside of the front door of philosophy, only to sneak him back in, and that was through like a practical moral arguments.
Oh, he was
the sunum bonum.
He wanted it both ways, kind of.
Yeah. So, for example, the reason why people go for morality is because they're trying to pursue the sunum bonum, or the greatest sum of all possible good. Now, of course, if there is no greatest sum of all possible good, why would even people go after that route in the first place? So he's thinking, you know what, for the sake of morality, because everybody does act like morality exists, we would need to, for practical purposes, say that God's existence is true. So that was basically his argument. Personally, I don't see why the skeptic couldn't just go with an anti-realism, but
Yeah, I used to be a moral nihilist, but I've sort of, how do we say, I've put morals, I've made morality, I don't want to naturalize it because, that's not really, like Derek Parfit, I don't really like the idea of trying to naturalize ethics, but I do think that suffering, I'm actually a negative hedonist like Epicurus, so I think that any morality which doesn't take into account the polarity between suffering and its absence, you can call it joy if you want, or just absence. I tend to lean towards the view that there's only suffering and better. But regardless, I think if ethics doesn't incorporate that, to me it just seems like it's not really going after how ethics has always classically been defined. Because even though people bring up like, oh, I could suffer for a good cause, or I could endure suffering to prove my love and so on, that really just seems to negate more suffering in the end. So I'll always stick with ethics being grounded in suffering or not. Kind of.
So a natural ethic, interesting. Eric Weissman actually defends non-theistic, non-natural ethics.
Right. Yeah, that's.
Yeah. Like you could just say that maybe that they're brute facts, like that they need, like that's just the way it is, that kind of thing.
Yes, I think it's transcendental because even if evolution was completely different, it wouldn't change the fact that people don't like to feel how they don't like to feel. So to me, that's what the word bad means. It's just like a priori, the very notion of bad is sort of in suffering. It's like it's sought to be otherwise, therefore it ought. That's my bridging of the is-ought gap. The ought is sought, sort of. That would just sort of hold true for all sentient beings, that they don't like to feel a certain way. So it's nobody ought to feel bad because it's just bad to feel bad. I mean, that's really, really simplistic, but I think
That's a
as
tautology.
well.
Yeah, people don't like to. Yeah, but how do you feel about kind of the Machiavellian who just says, I don't care, I'm just doing what I feel feels good, and that's basically the way I ought to go about things. Like that kind of figure.
Yeah, you could in principle just resort to selfishness, but I think that the problem with the Machiavellian, even though you could do what you desire, is if it's not negating negative, then it's either neutral or it's bad. Regardless of, sentience is sentience is sentience. I just view all sentient subjects from a purely bird's eye view and take into account all of them, completely independent, above and beyond, transcending any notion of what if evolution turned out different. So long as sentience is suffering, that's all that matters to ethics. That's what I'm saying.
Jeff, Okay, I see your point. Jeff, I just wanted to tell you I posted a video, a photo in the group chat that I think you'd really like as a libertarian, and I think anyone would really like this if they don't like the police, even if they're not a libertarian.
Okay, I'm checking it out.
Well,
that's cute.
That's rough, man.
Nadia, did you? I would characterize my position as an ethical naturalism as well.
So you're an ethical naturalist, yeah?
Yeah. Well, again, it comes from, if you accept a form of essentialism, it's pretty easy. So, for example, humans are rational animals. If something does not substantiate its rational animality, then it's by definition being irrational because it's going against its essential nature. Therefore, you ought to be rational if you want to substantiate your nature, unless you're okay on the pain of irrationality.
Mm-hmm.
So that's basically it.
Isn't that a bit incompatible with theism, ethical naturalism?
No, not really. Aquinas is an ethical naturalist, and so is Aristotle.
Right. So how would you say? Would you say that that's based on pure reason? It doesn't need any. Is that what you're saying? It's based on natural reason, like natural theology.
Pretty much.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. This is although it's pretty incompatible with the pragmatic the pragmatic stuff you were discussing, because pragmatists don't think that there are such things as essences. They think they're just fiction. So for them, this morality wouldn't work.
Yeah, this is why I strongly oppose. This is ironic, right? Because I'm an atheist, but I'm like what, a Platonist and correspondent. I believe in rationalism, and all the other old school classical, what would seem to be theistic positions, and yet here you are, an ethical naturalist, and I don't even know, are you a hedonist?
Funny enough, I am actually. I also describe my position as hedonistic in an ironic sense.
Negative.
Because, I would actually suggest negative.
Yeah, that's the same as me. Yeah, good.
Yeah, so I'm a negative hedonist in the sense. Well, actually, I'm not even sure if I should qualify that, because usually I'm for whatever substantiates our rational animality, and of course, because there are a lot of actions that do that are pleasurable, then we ought to. Then of course, if we're just doing our job, then yeah, we're going to have pleasure.
To me, I don't deny pleasure. Pleasure's good, but I'm just saying it's usually just negation of negative anyway.
I see.
Right? You're just getting out of a bad state to a better one, even if you think that it's a real positive. You're just deceived, unfortunately, or so I shall claim. So, and this is actually how I say that the sadomasochist is if he's harming others, is actually immoral. I don't care how much pleasure he gets from it. He's better just negating negative anyway. So.
Well, Revelation just asked you, what would it take to make you a theist, Emmanuel?
If there was an absolute a priori, some really fancy a priori argument that would just totally, or some way around the problem of evil, or accounting for order in the world, that you know, something that something fancy like that. It can't be any run of the mill empirical argument. They just don't, you know, they don't impress me. Something fancy like that.
Well, I don't think I'd be able to convince you because none of my arguments are a posteriori. You know what? Actually, check him out. Just type this in.
Like, I don't actually think that it would be impossible for me to become a theist, but I have no idea what it would take to. I'd need to think about it because it just seems extraneous, like an extraneous addition to my worldview. Because I don't see any problem with the fact that the world, even if the world did have a reason for its existence, why couldn't nature just bootstrap itself, be the way it is because it couldn't be otherwise, or I don't know. There's a whole bunch of, or just it exists for no reason. That, you know, principle of sufficient reason is within existence as an epistemic tool. So we confuse it and think that everything has to have reason when in fact it doesn't.
Let's see.
So there's a whole bunch of.
Let's see. I'm trying to find his website, but.
Emmanuel, you said earlier that you were a Catholic. What made you turn from it?
Let me think. That's a good question. I think I first read about. I think it was I first read about solipsism on Wikipedia, and then this word called philosophy came up, and I was like, "What's philosophy?" So I went and clicked on it, and here we are. But I can't exactly tell you what it was. I think it was the methodological doubt, and then somehow I just managed to arrive at atheism. I really, you know, I don't even know what it was, and I think it was just a build-up of problem of evil, insufficient evidence, and you know, I was sort of on the line of, well, you can't prove that God doesn't exist, and then I heard the knockout for that, and I just thought, yeah, there really is. That's not good enough. So.
Yeah, by the way, I linked a website in the group chat. It's called New Apologetics and of course Christopher McHugh is the guy who runs the thing. He goes all ontological arguments and like a priori argumentation. There you are.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll bookmark it because yeah.
Oh, by the way, he has the best reputation of the cosmological argument you will ever read.
I think David Hume, see when it comes to causation and sufficient reason and things like that, I think Hume pretty much put the nail in the coffin for anyone saying that it has to have a reason.
Mm.
Because not necessarily, I mean, yeah, you can always conceive of it being otherwise. There's nothing logically, it may be metaphysically or at least naturally necessary, but certainly isn't logically necessary. There's nothing about, I don't want to go off topic, but...
No, I hear you.
But the theologians that I respect the most are William Lane Craig and Aquinas, but I have no respect for Cy ten Bruggencate.
Nobody does. Nobody does.
I don't... And I really respect a lot of the old rationalist philosophers because I kind of cringe when I see atheists just shrugging their shoulders and saying it just kind of works, or you know, those angry greasy ponytailed ones that just kind of want to, you know, just like Thunderfoot. You know, it's embarrassing. He's not even a philosopher.
And oh man, did you ever see his video where he tried to disprove logic?
What?
Oh, it's fucking hilarious. So Craig gives his Kalam cosmological argument. He says, if P then Q, P therefore Q. And Thunderfoot, oh, logical and rational, you say? Well, according to logic and reason, anything which is, so he goes like this, if something is pushed, then it's going to accelerate faster and than it was propelled. And of course, he says, well, he says, if that's the case, fine. If something is pushed to exceed the speed of light, then of course that means the speed of light is wrong. But the speed of light isn't wrong. It's still the same. Therefore, logic doesn't make sense.
Wow. Yeah, most of the there's so many bad arguments against logic. Even setting aside the fact that they're using logic, they all rely on equivocation to an extent. Like, see when people bring up the liar paradox, I'm really unconvinced, because people think, oh, here's a liar paradox, therefore we can just chuck logic out the window. I just don't see how you get there.
Yeah,
That's just an abuse.
Yeah, my response is to say no. The liar paradox is a contradiction. So at the same time, it's a sentence. So all statements emphasize their own truth. So for example, it is true that this statement is false. Well, that's a logical contradiction in itself. Therefore, we can kind of chuck it out the window.
Yeah, that's Sanders Peirce. It's implicitly true.
Exactly.
So I regard it as, informal.
I agree. It's informal. And
Yeah,
by the way, even if we did,
formal logics don't have that issue.
No.
Epi, is your belief in God empirical primarily, or rationalistic, or?
I go with Aquinas, and Aquinas gives. I go with Aquinas and Aristotle, and they both give empirical answers. So, for example, things change is not. It's not a priori. It's not accepted a priori. It's accepted because we're observing change. We're necessarily doing that. So, of course, you get to change, and of course, you get to something that's unchanged, that's sustaining the changing world, and bam, you kind of get the argument there.
I'm sort of in between empiricism and rationalism, which is why I think Immanuel Kant's a good name for me to choose. Because in some respects, I want to claim that some things are a priori, and in some respects, I want to say that yes, we need to, we need empirical evidence, I guess. But how would you go about justifying induction?
Myself?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's this really good book out, and it justifies induction from the theistic point of view. Oh, by the way, if you're interested in something that kind of tries to build an epistemology that merges rationalism and empiricism, check out the link I sent. It's online. It's a book by Stuart Hackett, where he does try to do that in a Kantian way. But as I was saying,
or check out Objectivism, which does it in a almost opposite way of Kant.
Is that a priori? The justification is a priori, because I've tried to justify induction using deduction, showing how just as one can go from universals to particulars, you can kind of, I guess, make a guess, or not a guess, but you can sort of justify inference of a universal from particular instances.
That's actually crazy, because that's my method too. I just say man is a rational animal, and if we go by that, that's a universal. And of course, what can rational beings do? They can kind of get to the truth using an inductive, by first intuiting a fact, and then substantiating that with inductive reasoning that kind of builds upon what is true about a thing.
Right. So self-supporting.
Exactly. Yeah.
My notions are heavily revolve around things like degrees of confidence and such too.
So Bayesian.
Yeah, Bayesian and further qualified with degrees of confidence too.
Yeah, I don't think that's incompatible with. I know that's I think that's in the scientific method, that Bayesian inference, but I don't really think it's incompatible with my view either. It's just I think you can I guess ground induction and justify it without appealing to pragmatism. So I don't think that I don't know. I forgot what I was going to say, but.
Emmanuel, you said earlier that you believe that evolution was the nail in the coffin to theism. Perhaps you could expound on that.
Yeah, I don't think it's the a priori nail in the coffin. I just think that it's pretty much it just really makes theism not only unnecessary but just excessive to the point that it just seems so extraneous and just in conflict with the nature of God being perfect, that he had to do it in this really kind of absurdly naturalistic, complex way. I mean, natural selection just pretty much, it seems to me that it would just make design seem rather excessive.
Mm.
Well, I generally regard it as a refutation of the argument from design, but okay.
Sorry, what?
I usually took it as a refutation of the argument from design.
Yeah, it is pretty much that, in conjunction with the fact that it just doesn't make sense for God to do it in this really kind of why would God go to the bother of doing it in this really unnecessary evolution by natural selection? Why couldn't he have just done it, you know, clicked his fingers, I guess? And just the fact that there was so much unnecessary suffering and the problem of evil, and just, I don't know, it just seems so intuitively counter to God's nature that he should have to do it by this really, you know, one, we already have a method that explains itself, and it just seems to be begging the question to just add God.
Could I propose this? Let's just say, you know, what you just said, in the sense that, you know, why would God do such and such? But let's say if you could view man as an unfinished product.
Yeah, this basically shows that God's nature would be, it just doesn't,
There's an act of creating instead of something being created.
Right. But I just don't see how you could possibly reconcile even like evolutionary psychology, how we pretty much everything you could probably even explain theism in Darwinian terms to an extent, but it just seems to go against God's nature as being perfect, and that he should have to take that method, and why he's concealed himself and all this other stuff. I mean, I'm not saying that theologians certainly have addressed this, but all the stock arguments that are set and prepared on these websites, these apologist websites, are done in the form of a script where they've tried to preempt all atheist responses, but I just don't think that, it just seems really kind of desperate and last minute to try and reconcile evolution with theism. It seems kind of ad hoc.
I think the best approach has been Alvin Plantinga's evolutionary argument against naturalism, which I actually thought was quite ingenious. He's not just defensive about it; he's offensive. Although right. I don't think you'd agree with Plantinga. No,
I don't.
Yeah, I think you'd probably have a fine way of getting around it.
Yeah, I just don't think that. I mean, using reasonable arguments against reason. I don't know. I mean, I guess, okay, I understand that he's not saying that. He's not starting from that position. He's saying that if naturalism is true, then reason is unreliable. I don't see, for one thing, I don't know how you could prove that. And even if, you know, naturalism could be true, and that might have been what you've just derived, I guess. Mm-hmm. So, I guess arguments that try to go against reason. Mm-hmm. I sort of ditch them a priori, and I'm not trying to be rude or you know, unfair in that regard, but I'm sort of like the side 10 when it comes to atheists, where theists try to say that atheists can't use reason. I just say no. I just don't accept that at all. I don't know. I just can't accept it.
That's completely understandable. No, I get it. So in terms of evolutionary theory, like I feel that God can really create in whatever way He wants, and of course one can always just go with the whole, or one can always kind of go with a kind of approach where one says that God could create through evolutionary means for the reason of aesthetic value, which is kind of odd, but still at the same time not thoroughly unquestionable. I mean, it's like God could say that, for example, He's creating the world in such the way that He does, so people have a plethora of things to explore. So, for example, He has there are complex layers of physics, dark matter. There, like you have, it's kind of a very elaborate, complex design. Think of it like I'm trying to MC Usher's flight of stairs. Like you could have just one staircase that goes to one place, but you could also have a painting full of them that goes in every which direction. So it could be like, and there are verses in the Bible that go to the plate that go to aesthetic design being one of those reasons. And of course, this requires some kind of objective aestheticism, but it's something that's possible.
Well, I don't deny God a priori.
Okay.
But I do in fact deny arguments that say that atheists can't use reason.
I do not use that. I have used Planting's argument, but for atheists who are, more or less pragmatic.
Right, yeah, okay.
I would say that atheists are some of the most brilliant people I've ever heard, but that's just me. Anyway.
Yeah, there are brilliant atheists, there are stupid atheists, there are brilliant Christians, there are not so brilliant Christians. Every every group has pretty much every group has people that represent it well and some that don't.
That's true.
Well, to go back to Revelation's question on what was the biggest argument that turned me from a Catholic to an atheist. And by the way, I've always had respect for the rationalistic a priori approach. I'm not one of these asshole neo-atheist pragmatic, no offense to if there's anyone that, I don't have a problem with. It's the ones that just flat out denounce philosophy and just, anyway, I don't know. But what turned me into an atheist was probably Matt Dillahunty more than anyone else. I think he's, he does a great job of defending. In fact, I'll tell you what. Do you want me to show you the exact video that actually was like the ultimate, actually the day that I became an atheist? I think it was actually the one, Matt's brilliant response. It's a caller called Mark on the Atheist Experience TV show. He calls in. I think it's here. It is here. You don't have to watch it now, obviously. You can if you want, but that was the video that I think it was. It's like 8 minutes long or something, I think. Something like that. He basically, pretty much everything that I had in my head that I was using to hang on to God in my worldview, he sort of went through it one by one, sort of pulling my fingers back off of a cliff's edge into atheism. So it was pretty much that video that done it for me. In conjunction with a bunch of other stuff like problem of evil and insufficient evidence, burden of proof. I had to learn all these new words when I was transitioning. But I've never. I think a priori arguments are actually pretty good. When it comes to God and things like that. So
if I may ask you, on an emotional level, how hard was it for you to? Was your belief in God originally purely an intellectual one, or was this
That's a good question. Well, I've always had a kind of a theistic sentiment, I guess, or tendency. So I used to want to be, I used to want to enter the priesthood. So I've always taken my beliefs quite seriously. I used to get angry at people who would call themselves Catholics and not actually practice Catholicism. So I was never one of those types. I didn't just abuse it. And that I think I've always tried to be consistent in my beliefs. So I don't know. I've always had. It was kind of emotional, but not really.
Mm-hmm.
It was emotional, but it was also, I guess, part of the emotions were wanting to be intellectually consistent. I think.
Yeah, I think I know what you mean. In my own experience, I've often actually tried to figure out if I really ever was a true believer in a God, except to the extent that my parents, at a young age, told me there was a God. I would go to church every so often, Christmas, Easter, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I for some reason, for early on, started really thinking in principle, maybe more than some or others, and I thought to myself, at some point later on in my teens and my early 20s, I thought, well, if this is really true, this is a lot more important than my parents, who would take me to church, except if it were, I don't know, if they wanted to sleep in or or whatever. I thought this must be really important. So at that point, it became an intellectual thing with me, and yeah, I couldn't justify the claims, but I think had I been able to justify them, I would have been the kind of person who might have wanted to be a priest or something. If I thought that was true, I think the implications of it being true were very, very important. And if that was the state of the universe, and that's how we got here, and there was this interactive God and so forth, I would have found that to be something of which I thought I should be a part or an advocate. But of course, I didn't. I don't think ultimately there. I think the concept is undefinable. I don't think the facts of reality suggest God. I don't think epistemologically I could justify it.
Well,
so,
yeah, you would say that it's conceivable that God could not exist?
Would I say it's? I personally think it's likely that that there is no such thing as a God, for just because I really don't think that the concept has been defined coherently. For example, I don't think any concept of the primacy of consciousness is coherent. That something could have existed outside of reality would, in my view, that would be something that doesn't exist if it's outside of reality.
Well, no theist would argue God is outside reality. They would just argue that God is at the epicenter of reality.
There are numerous theists who argue for basically argue the primacy of consciousness type of argument.
I personally would never use the primacy of consciousness.
Right, I know you don't. I know you're Aristotelian. I think though that idea of a God that's within reality and yet sort of created everything else is sort of untenable as well. So I think you're correct on the primacy of existence, but when you have a primacy of existence, I think God becomes a lot less godlike, and maybe more like putting forth the idea that he was some sort of alien or whatever that found himself in this universe, may have been more powerful than the rest of us, but nonetheless not really a creator of all that exists.
Can he account for his own existence?
I'm sorry?
can God account for his own existence?
Well, sort of that's the problem with a kalam. So everything has to have a cause. So if we say, right. So why would there be special pleading for God? Why doesn't God also need a cause? Why wouldn't God need a super God and then the super God need a super God if everything has to have an antecedent cause?
The escape hatch out of that is making the premise everything that begins to exist has a cause, and then God's eternality is the escape hatch.
Well, it's just a claim. It's it's except God. It still becomes sort of special pleading in my view.
Well, the Christian concept of God is that he was in the beginning and there was nothing else before him. That's the concept.
I understand that.
I do have a lot of intellectual sympathy to the idea that a being can invoke itself just out of the mere possibility that it can. But
well, wait a minute. No, can I stop you there for a second?
Go ahead.
Consider what you just said. A being can invoke itself. Well,
in essence,
it would have had to exist to invoke itself.
Right, but the idea that something can be that a being could be necessary, or cause a sui, or act as purus, or possess a satiety, I've always been, I don't know if it's emotionally or intellectually, I have sympathy to that idea because the existence of the world certainly seems weird and contingent. So I do have some kind of tendency in that direction to sympathize with the view.
Okay. I'm not sure what your sympathy with the view has to do with its veracity, but
some days I feel that it could be possible that something could exist necessarily just because of its own essence. Some days I don't. I'm sort of wavering on that.
Emmanuel, can I ask you a question?
But just to finish that thought, so if there is a starting point, I would ask, well, why can't the universe itself be the starting point? Why?
That's the thing. That I would say that's a possibility as well.
If maybe the starting point is the primacy of existence, that things either exist or they don't, and that's the fundamental basis of the universe. Why can't that be the starting point? Why does there have to be something outside of that actually is logically possible?
It can. Like I said, I used to be a modal realist, so I used to actually believe that all possibilities are real, and the possibility that all possibilities are real is made real by itself.
David Lewis Kellogg.
David Lewis.
Yeah.
So as a brief, the world exists. Why does the world exist? It could have so easily been otherwise. It's so weird and contingent. Even as an atheist, I have some sympathy with the view that there's something that's necessarily, metaphysically necessary.
As a brief aside, someone who kind of never believed in the first place.
All right, okay.
I don't think I ever developed an attachment to a particular concept of a god. So I found the problem of evil uncompelling, because it seemed the force of the conclusion was, no more than if God exists, it's evil. So it's didn't seem to get anywhere in I guess from the point of view of someone who didn't have attachment to an all-loving Yahweh or whatever.
I get around the problem of evil by using a defense, utilizing my PSR, and I follow that with a free will theodicy based on not libertarian but compatibilist free will of the Frankfurt variety.
All right. Okay.
Yeah. It'll take me a while to go through. I posted a series of blogs on it.
I might make a video trying to refute Plantinga's argument against naturalism, and I'll just say to probably give a warning to like atheists instead of resorting to pragmatism, because that should be like a last resort. Really, I keep going back to I need to stop talking about it, but I just have such a, I don't know, I'm going to offend a lot of pragmatists, but I just have such a, I actually called it pragmatardism at one point. It's just such a cop out.
I actually have a friend who he's not a dumb guy. He's really smart. He's a PhD student. He's a pragmatist, and I'm just laughing because of the back-to-back conversation I had with him yesterday and you today. I do agree that pragmatism is unfulfilling. This is why I usually go with my Aristotelianism, because you need a metaphysical system. I don't think it's something that we don't even need to bother discussing. But at the same time, I think, why not just go trust the inference is the best explanation? Nothing wrong with that.
Well, to me, first of all, start with a joke. I tried pragmatism one time and it didn't work. But
you're an atheist, right?
And I tried hedonism one time and I didn't like it. So anyway.
Yeah.
Yes, I am an atheist. I am an atheist.
My argument is that pragmatism doesn't work. So, lol.
I think of pragmatism and utilitarianism sort of in the same way. I think they jump in midstream. I don't think it's sufficient to say that something works. I think that has to be defined. And whenever people do start defining it, or when they start tweaking utilitarianism or consequentialism or pragmatism, they end up appealing, at least implicitly, to some other standard of value. What does it mean to say that something works? Does it work for the short term or the long term, et cetera, et cetera? So I think it's one of those philosophies. It sounds kind of American. It sounds like, well, we're just going to do what works, and who could be against that? It's incomplete. It doesn't have content. It's more about form than anything else, in my judgment.
Yeah, well, although I actually really find it funny how I actually find, in terms of agreement with you in terms of metaphysics, I think I actually find far more agreement with you than with idealists, for example, who have a very wacky, and I mean like the subjective idealists like we see on YouTube. I actually find that funny.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree with you. I have more in common with your theory of I think you do hold the primacy of existence than I do with many atheists who have a Platonic view of, which I regard as a very mystical view of reality.
Although I'm kind of in the middle there, because when I say existence or existence itself, for example, I agree with you. So there's this Thomistic thinker who existed in the 20th century. His name is. I'm sorry.
Paul Tillich?
Not Paul Tillich. He wasn't a Thomist. His name was not Henri de Lubac. Etienne Gilson. So he called himself an existential Thomist because, like the existentialists, he thought that existence precedes essence. But what's funny is he thought that God, being the pure act of existence itself, is essentially what he's talking about. So under this version of Thomism, when we say the word existence itself, we're talking about something that doesn't have an essence, that doesn't have a distinction between its essence and existence. That what it is.
In my view, and
it's transcendent, and it's transcendent towards everything which does have an essence with a blend of existence. And
That's
of
pretty
course,
smart.
yeah, and of course, the existence itself is what's sustaining anything which has like an essence-existence mix.
See, in my view, essence is epistemological, not metaphysical or ontological. It doesn't. And I'm not saying it's subjective. It comes from if it's properly applied, it comes from the attributes of whatever it is we're trying to glean the essence of. but ultimately it's like concept formation. There's nothing in my view. There's nothing within an entity. There's no sort of essence attribute. That's something to which we identify by observing the attributes of a thing or a series of things and gleaning out what is their essential or defining characteristics.
Wait, you're saying that essences are derived from consciousness? Now who's believing in the primacy of consciousness?
Well, I'm not negating consciousness. No,
I know. I'm just kidding with you.
Things that exist that come from consciousness. But yes, in consciousness we can artificially we can obviously our consciousness can do things that are sort of ignoring reality, but reality doesn't care what our consciousness does. So our consciousness can be in error, or it can be it can misidentify things, or it can deliberately, in some cases, misidentify things or ignore things. This is kind of I'm a student of. I've been a long-time objectivist, so this is kind of how I think of consciousness. One of the primary parts of being a volitional consciousness, which I think is one of the defining characteristics of a human being, is the choice to focus or not. So we can focus on reality or not. But as far as essences are, we can say the essence of something, when we form a concept, that is an epistemological exercise. We are identifying the necessary or the relevant attributes of an entity or a series of entities towards a particular purpose, and that, properly done, cannot be divorced from reality. But if we are capable of making mistakes or deliberately evading reality and coming up with things that aren't really the correct essences of things within the proper context. I don't know, that's a word salad. I know. I don't know any better way to say that succinctly, but I mean, and that to me is like the essence of free will too, because if you people like to characterize free will in terms of, we have free will if we can do this or that, or have this or that actions. But in my view, the essential aspect of free will is that we have the ability to focus or not. We have the ability to focus on reality or not. We don't have the ability to evade reality, and if we choose not to focus, reality may come and bite us in the ass. But our primary volitional activity is actually the choice to focus. So we get data automatically through our perceptions and our senses, but then we have the choice to either take that data, conceptualize it, learn from it, do whatever we want, or we can choose not to and remain at that sort of stimulus response animalistic sort of level and not do that, which some people choose to do that, unfortunately. So anyway, that was a roundabout, tangent-filled rant, but that's kind of my, as far as essences go, I guess, bouncing back to that.
So, who's a Platonist here then?
Not I.
Somewhat, because Thomism is kind of like a combination between Aristotelianism and Neoplatonism, in a sense.
Yeah, with the whole essence existence thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so I'm actually.
I think we should be forever grateful to St. Thomas Aquinas, who, to my understanding, brought Aristotelian works back into circulation after the burning of the Library of Alexandria and all of the lost materials that we had. St. Thomas Aquinas brought back Aristotle and tried to reconcile it with religion and mysticism, and I think ultimately did not really successfully do that, but that's a point of debate.
That is a point of debate. But I will say this, though. when Thomas Aquinas brought in Aristotle, it ended a good chunk of Christian history that was completely Neoplatonic, which was great because it started the budding of natural theology, which started the budding of natural philosophy, which started the budding of empirical sciences that we understand today.
In my view, Plato was that although not explicitly so, Plato is the root of most mysticism. It's about.
Oh, I wouldn't disagree with you, actually.
It's about. You said you wouldn't. I'm sorry.
No, I would not disagree with you.
Yeah, I think Platonism, the world of forms. This is all mysticism. It's unfounded in terms of certainly empirically. And sure.
Yeah, I'm a Platonist about abstract objects, but I don't actually, at least in the sense of logic and pure abstract relations between things and categories, but I don't think that you have to believe in spooky invisible forms in the sky. I think that's a straw man against Platonists.
Yeah, there's two kinds of Platonism. There's capital P Platonism, which kind of states that the Platonic forms are concrete entities in their own kind of dimension or heaven.
Yeah, I don't believe in that at all.
Yeah, exactly. But there are small P Platonists who think that, in a sense, abstract objects like numbers are instantiated in some sense.
Yeah, I'm a mathematical or logical Platonist, but only to the extent that logic is ontologically neutral. Mm-hmm. It's purely divorced. It focuses on structure and form and blah blah blah. It's not actually about specific things. So maybe we get away with that kind of Platonism.
Well, there's always like a dual aspect theory of it, where you think that what we're perceiving is the physical, but again, the Platonic stuff could just be a secondary aspect, which we don't. Which we do perceive in another sense. So one is kind of like like five senses kind of thing, where the physical world is something we interact with that, but the second aspect is more or less intuited in a Kantian sense.
Well,
so I'm sorry.
Model is invoked. You are no longer ontologically neutral with logic.
Oh, that's true.
And in fact, you have ontology of truth value, upon which logics are reliant. Yeah.
Maybe the ontology of truth is dependent on minds, but I wouldn't say that facts or states of affairs or abstract kinds of truths, I wouldn't say that they are dependent on minds, even though concepts are, and when we engage in mathematics and logic, obviously, it does require minds to engage in the activity, but I don't think that it's just. I know you're a constructivist, so I respect your position, but I just disagree that we just. I think that we certainly come up with the symbols and perform the. But I don't think I'm on the discovered side of mathematics.
Top and bottom or T and F. Have alternative ontologies like. Probabilities, degrees of confidence, both of which are real numbers. You have paraconsistent notions of, essentially, things on the order of like don't cares or neither true nor false and so on.
All right. Okay.
You have that are added to true and false. So you have like a three value logic or whatever.
Yeah, it's just
more than three values you could have.
Yeah, it's just that the idea of going beyond is and is not, I would say that it's just not the other two. So I think that you're stuck with, like, even three-valued logic, I'd say reduced to classical. But I don't want to go off on that. Well, if you want to address it, you can. But we were talking about we're talking about the ontology of mathematics. How does Gödel's incompleteness theorem, is that the nail in the coffin for formalism? I just want to, because Nadia, you seem to be really knowledgeable on this.
I don't know enough about formalism to really say.
Basically, maths consists of formal systems.
Okay. That doesn't seem to really be much spoken about, or in the forest of Gödel's conclusion doesn't seem to have.
Yeah, because I would say that Gödel's incompleteness theorem is derived from logic and is dependent on formal systems. So the very idea that you could use Gödel's theorem to sort of undermine mathematics, to me, is as a conclusion in mathematics, to me that's just kind of silly. And I'm not even an expert on mathematical logic, but I can just know from from what I've read about Gödel, his theorem is so abused and so misrepresented that people are saying, oh, this proves that they're extending it to epistemology and saying that it refutes mechanism and materialism. And I'm like, how do you get from Gödel's theorem to that? So I wanted to ask you, because you seem to have a better understanding than I do, and I'm looking for some kind of way to handle with people who are coming from that position. So I know it's just not true, but the way that it's abused.
Well, one might consider it as like a logical system capable of representing, say, peon arithmetic. Can't prove its own consistency. I mean, it's not terribly difficult or whatever.
But we set up the system from the outside, so I don't understand why that would be problematic, because mathematicians are supposed to prove things in arithmetic, not about arithmetic. We are the ones who establish the formal system, so we get to determine what the rules are. So I don't know why Gödel's theorem's really all that.
Yeah. The impact shouldn't really extend to those kinds of philosophical questions. I think. Well.
Yeah.
Right, math. In the same way that we use that language is essential to understanding abstract concepts and thinking. I think math is critical in terms of understanding reality, specifically quantities, measurements, and so forth, and has an amazing amount of predictive power. But the math is not the reality itself to which it refers, any more than the map is the territory, as they say.
Tegmark might disagree, but
I know some have put forth that idea. I think they're in philosophy there's some very smart person that will take most any position, but I have trouble, and unfortunately a lot of times the people who do these sorts of things are the same ones that I think you were criticizing earlier, who reject philosophy and think that science is strictly all there is, like Stephen Hawking has said.
See, when they do that,
I think that's the same thing with people who want to claim that their particular discipline is what everything else revolves around.
See, when they do that, I just fold my arms and say it's just a subset. It's just natural philosophy. I put my fingers in my ears and say la la la, because they just want to criticize philosophy with philosophical arguments. So no sale.
Yeah, I really think there's some of it. Some will say that history is what it's all about, economics is what it's all about. But knowledge is interrelated, and specialization is very much needed, obviously, to adequately study all aspects of reality. But to say that one thing is reality, and I think by definition, and I'm not a professional philosopher, so but philosophy is about all knowledge. Philosophy is the umbrella. When people do science or do math, they're making epistemological claims, they're making metaphysical claims, even implicitly, usually not acknowledged. But
that's why
this is really, by definition, philosophy is kind of meta knowledge.
It's just the sort of umbrella. I know that I'm going to annoy a lot of scientifically minded. I don't have anything against science, but I would never say that philosophy is. It takes, I would never say science is dead. in the same way that Hawking said that about philosophy. To me, that's just completely unjustified, and only then would I jump in and be on the defense.
Right. No, I agree, and it's kind of an imprecise statement. I mean, we could say perhaps that philosophy, because it's been 2,000 years and we still have religion and superstition, that philosophy hasn't done a really good job of steering people away from irrationality, as I would put it. And I know that will irritate a lot of people.
If you're going to say that about philosophy, you might as well say that it's illogical to be a logician, or it's unethical to be a philosopher.
I am equivocating a little bit. I'm using philosophy in the sense of academic philosophy, or the expression of philosophy, not philosophy as such. Philosophy has given us the means by which to correct errors if it's applied properly, but it hasn't always been applied properly. And ethics have been used to beat people over the head, and I think religion has done that. Declaring people to be born with original sin, people who haven't actually done anything, declaring them to be guilty as charged before they're even old enough to take a couple steps or even see clearly. So ethics has been used as a way to control people, to knock them down a peg. And philosophy, people have used philosophy in the same way. The skeptics, your senses have no meaning at all. You don't really know anything. There have been a lot of charlatans who have taken hold of these ideas.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I hate them more than like the overly, No, they can be quite destructive in their own right.
And the one thing about it though is they unlike a lot of people, perhaps like even Stephen Hawking, they recognize how powerful these ideas are and what the immediate consequences are, and have manipulated these ideas and used them to control people in ways that are critical. And if we don't have free will, that has enormous implications about how we think about justice or law or anything like that. And if we don't really know things, everything's subjective. It's what our feelings say they are. That has enormous implications for how we interact with one another, and all of these things. And so to say that that's dead is extremely irresponsible and
short-sighted.
Very short-sighted and really destructive. I mean, really something that fortunately some people were were aware enough to really speak out against it, and regard it as more than just a turf kind of fighting and a discipline, which may have been the original motivation, but no, it's we ask these really basic questions. Anybody who's thoughtful, what is the nature of things? How do we know it, and what do we do about it? Those are like the basic questions we ask in any aspect of our existence. And
if I could ask an omniscient being one question, it would be, what should I do, not how can I know? Because maybe it's not a good idea for me to know.
Yeah.
So anyway.
But for you to know that being was omniscient, and not just the crackpot down the street, you would have to have some epistemological basis to accept that.
But once I can
know it is implicit, and even in that kind of question, it's all interrelated.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's interrelated. But I'm just saying, if I could confirm that it was in fact omniscient, a hypothetical.
But you wouldn't ask the Jehovah's Witness that came to your door. You would have to have some really good evidence. This was an oracle that could really tell you something like that. So, just to point that out, that for you to identify something as being omniscient, you would have to have some kind of a theory of knowledge or verification to accurately do that, to receive his advice and regard it as being from an omniscient being.
I don't think studying the creation will ever prove God, or otherwise, or the opposite.
I agree with that. Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think, I don't know, I know that me and Nadia are atheists. I think Jeff's an atheist as well. I'm not sure.
Yes.
But you know, I used to be a Catholic, and you know, we've spoke about that. But what was it that made you, or were you always an atheist, or
Who are you talking to?
Jeff? Sorry.
Oh, I think I summarized it briefly. I have trouble. I grew up in a Protestant home.
Okay.
Mom and Dad were Protestants. Their parents were Protestants. Their parents were. I was a. My parents were members of Presbyterian churches as I was growing up. We seldom went to church, and I went to Sunday school. Probably it seems like forever, but I think I only actually went maybe 10 times.
I went to a Catholic school, so Presbyterianism is really common in Scotland. I actually think it is like Scottish Protestantism in itself, Presbyterianism. But you know, it's Calvinistic, I think, as well.
Yeah, it is.
I had no idea that. I never thought that the Scots were so fundamentalist, because I always had the idea that we were always quite secular, but apparently not. So.
You know, going to a Presbyterian church I always thought it was really low key. You know, there was very little of this Calvinist stuff that I can remember. I was a child, and I was really bored with it at the time. One of the things my parents inadvertently conveyed to me was that this stuff is not really that important, because if it was, I would have gone more often, and I would have heard more about this, and I started to. I think as a kid, even though I didn't give it a lot of thought, it started to strike me that if this were really the case, we would be really at church all the time, because if there really was a God, and you know, you had to live your life a certain way, you know, I would think that would be the most important thing that you would do. It would be more important than anything else.
Yeah, I even used to be like God-fearing as a Catholic, you know, so, you know.
I kind of accepted, like kids do, I accepted what my parents told me, that there was a God, and they told me some of the things about, you know, in the same way they told me about Santa Claus, he watches you all the time, which I found really disturbing. And stuff like that.
Sorry, North Koreans think that about their dictator? Just had to jump in and say that.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
In North Korea, they're actually told that the dictator, I can't remember, Kim Jong-un, actually knows your thoughts and things like that.
Sure.
Which is really kind of fucked up. So.
Yeah, and actually that would sort of dovetail to my libertarianism, which regards the state in many ways as being like. A religion, as far as that goes, as far as a lot of the patriotism goes, or my country, right or wrong, this kind of justification for things that are done in the name of the state, sacrificing to a higher entity. To me, there are a lot of parallels, but that's a side point. But I'm glad you brought that up, because I totally get the comparison. But in any event. So I don't have a story like people who were brought up in really fundamentalist or Pentecostal or really crazy religious things, or were really badly manipulated by their parents.
Yeah, well, I always had a good relationship with Jesus Christ. So you know, I wasn't actually. Yeah, I never really had any bad experiences. In fact, I actually kind of enjoyed being a Catholic. It wasn't really bad. I never had any bad experiences. It's just I just sort of thought, you know, well, you know.
Sorry to be pedantic, but you said you were an atheist, so you didn't really have a relationship.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You know, obviously, but
you had a good relationship with nobody.
Yeah, a good relationship with my mind, pretty much. But that's what it's like. I mean, even when you believe in God, other people say that, yeah, God's real, and you just know that, thinking back, I knew it was bullshit, because you're just pretty much talking to yourself. and you confirm your own expectations based on what you want to be true and so on. And there's a lot of what's that called in this effect in psychology? It's not the Dunning
Confirmation bias.
Yeah, or
Yeah.
Dunning. I think it's the Dunning-Kruger as well.
That sounds familiar.
Something like that. But yeah, after I understood psychology, especially in the context of evolution, that was like the ultimate nail in the coffin for theism, because it's like, holy shit, I'm just believing this because it feels good and I'm, afraid, and it just totally, it accounts for everything pretty much.
Yeah.
That was the ultimate. And I wish theists could understand that, to go through what I went through so they could, relate.
All right, Emmanuel, you said earlier tonight, though, that you didn't know about before evolution, so you can't explain that. You know what I mean?
I don't need to, but
you don't need to. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, well, it's kind of an argument from ignorance. It certainly it's just a mechanism. We understand the general picture of the universe. There's nothing supernatural. Even if we didn't have, it can be ultimately reduced to pure chemistry, and there's nothing special about it. It's just a mechanism.
I get you.
I think my atheism was not dependent upon the strength of the, and maybe I'm different, but my atheism was not dependent upon the strength of the theory of evolution or.
Mine kind of was a bit.
Yeah, I didn't. I accept the likelihood of that as being a sound theory, but.
Jeff, how did you get there?
I guess it was more evolutionary, not in the sense of Darwin, but it was a slow process, as opposed to being revolutionary. I heard the term atheist on television when I was about 11 years old. We were watching All in the Family, and I just never thought that that there was such a thing as atheism, or I just, unfortunately, and I think this is what's wrong with sending your kids to church at an early age. I accepted everything my parents told me as being true, and most of it was, but in this area they had told me something was true that they really didn't have any evidence for. So I heard the term at a young age, and I was really skeptic. I guess this is why I'm libertarian as well. Is at some point or another, and I don't know exactly when, I developed a skepticism for authority in general, or just unearned authority. So I'm not against authority. Like, I like when I go to the dentist, I like for my dentist to be an authority and fix my teeth, and I don't want to tell him how to do that. And I like that kind of authority. As far as unfounded authority, I began to just question things, and I knew that the world was kind of messed up. I grew up in the Vietnam era, so I was just very skeptical about things that I heard in general, and I was still a happy kid and all of that stuff, but I had this skepticism. I grew up around some really smart people who were both liberal and conservative, both church-going, and I found out some of my parents' friends were atheists, and so I knew those ideas were out there, and some people don't really, or don't get exposed to those ideas, or they're taught that those people who hold them are evil. But I knew enough people that I knew that really nice people thought a lot of very different things, and so over time, I probably called myself an agnostic, which I think is kind of a cop-out, actually.
Me too.
I think you're either an atheist or a theist. I think that covers all logical possibilities.
It does.
So I guess when did I start calling myself an atheist? Probably in my late 20s. I started reading Ayn Rand and a lot of philosophy, and I finally thought, well, I was like a lot of people. I didn't take a position on it, and I thought I wasn't taking a position on it. But if you're not a theist, you're kind of taking a position on it. And I finally acknowledged, started saying that I was an atheist when I was around 30 years old, I guess, and it was as a result of considering reason and evidence and how that didn't get to any deity, and I was an atheist on Thor, and I was an atheist on Hinduism and all these other things, and I realized I was an atheist on the Christian God as well. I don't take the strong atheist position, as far as, even though I haven't heard a coherent definition of God that I think is.
Do you take the strong atheist position?
I would not. I would be loath to say that. Okay, let's just use another example. Like,
I'm just saying.
I don't have any reason to believe in unicorns, but I would not take the position that nowhere in the universe is there does a unicorn exist. I don't think I'm qualified to make that statement, even though I think it's really unlikely. So I think Dawkins has his 1 to 7 scale, and I would probably put myself in the same area, around a 6. I haven't heard that. Yeah.
7's absolutely certain that there is no God. I'm just saying you can actually believe, even know, without being certain. And to me, I'd say that I believe borderline knowledge that there isn't a God. So, you know.
Well, when somebody gives me a definition of something that has an eternal contradiction to it, which I think all definitions of a God, the omniscience, omnipotence problem is contradictory.
Yeah,
in my view, it's contradictory to say that something created all of existence, which would have had to itself exist and therefore couldn't have created all of existence, or that something is consciousness without matter, I think is logically contradictory. So I feel like I'm on really solid ground in saying, I'm sorry, if you've expressed a contradiction, you've necessarily expressed a concept that can't exist, and therefore I think I'm on solid ground in saying I can't accept that. So to that extent, just epistemologically, I can't really. I don't think it's justifiable to say that I can't say that something that maybe you could call a God doesn't exist somewhere in the infinite cosmos or whatever. So I'm loath to make a positive statement about reality, because I think I have a burden to prove. I would think I would have to prove that, and I don't think that can be proven.
I take the strong position of atheism.
Okay.
I think that God, in fact, does not exist. For not just merely lack of belief, but I think that the evidence is strongly in favor of his non-existence.
I'm agreeing. I would agree with that. Yes.
Let me ask you this, Emmanuel. What proof do you have personally that that's the truth?
Well, I don't have absolute proof, but I do think that there's plenty of good reasons to suggest his non-existence over the contrary. Problem of evil for one thing, and just the absolute lack of any revelation. Everything just seems to suggest that God doesn't care and wouldn't want to reveal himself, and why would he conceal himself? And all the other, there's just so much imperfection, and just the lack of evidence and the imperfection and the inconsistency in his nature and all this other stuff would lead me. I don't have any single argument, but everything I've collected over the years has gradually tended towards strong atheism now.
So can you clarify one
That's a
thing?
totally intellectually honest answer, and I accept that. Absolutely. Go ahead, Jeff. I'm sorry.
No, I had a question. So as far as the problem of evil, I'm wondering, is that in your judgment, is that really a defining characteristic of a God as far as a creator? I mean, could it
omnibenevolence?
I mean, that's kind of the Christian claim, but
right.
So what would you say to somebody who was a sort of, and usually they are creationists, but let's say somebody says there has to be intelligent design, and therefore there had to be a creator and all of this stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, yeah. The argument from design is probably the last remnant of theism. I think it's a good enough. It's sort of what's out there, and it's one of those arguments that's not really. It's still kind of hanging in there, I guess. But when someone has to, it's one of those last resort type things. Or when one of the last resorts would be for a theist to say, well, who are we to say what evil is? Well, who are we not? The word exists. Obviously, it must refer to something, and if we can't be the judge of it, then who are we to even trust someone else's? Because the buck stops here, as far as I'm concerned. Even Descartes would agree. Like you start with the self, I just can't accept the really weak arguments from theists when they're looking for something, the last resort, and they'll say, well, who are we to say what's suffering if it's bad? To me, that's just the last resort. I'm not really convinced by it at all, really.
Yeah. So I guess you're saying a God would have to be perfect. So you're using sort of the Christian God, not. So some would say there was some hold the deistic position that a God that started everything, but he was not necessarily virtual. He kind of left, and to me that God doesn't seem to be one of omniscience or omnibenevolence or anything like that. To me, the argument's more about, does this entity exist? And obviously, I think that the ethical arguments are a dead end too. The omnibenevolence and the omniscience and the omnipotence.
When it comes to problem of evil, the way I've seen theologians deal with it, they sort of have to really desperately and try and squeeze in God at the last minute, who are we to say that, we can't see all what's happening at once. That just doesn't, even if there was nothing, I can't think of anything that would excuse suffering at all, anything, even infinite pleasure wouldn't, So I'm a negative hedonist, so I don't even think the tiniest amount of suffering can be justified.
Well, I would say, Emmanuel, Genesis 3, the fall.
Yeah, I didn't think that he created us, so it's not my problem, really.
I got you.
I would have a different take on that. I think just off the top of my head, what we call suffering, and I say this purely in a secular way, but our pain and our suffering is not a bad thing. To use a simple example. If I start to stick my hand in a fire, I'll feel pain and suffering. And that's a good thing because it tells me not to do something.
Yeah, but think about it. Think about what that reduces to. Why would you not want to have your hand lost? Because it would cause more suffering in the end. So I would still say that it ultimately reduces even pursuit of. I'm going off topic here. I don't want to argue ethics because we are both atheists and we might have different ethics. But I'm just saying I think that it all reduces to, how do we say, negation of a negative rather than an actual positive. That's what it all reduces to, is just getting out of suffering. Even the warning of the fire example would be to prevent further loss to you as a, so.
Yeah, I mean, you could ask the question, well, why would a God, why can't you just stick your hand in the fire? Or why would God punish you for doing that? But from a naturalistic standpoint, our pain, and even from a psychological standpoint, if I'm troubled or conflicted, I can, unfortunately, people, for whatever reason, don't always get to the root cause of why that is, but if I'm feeling uneasy or agitated about something, you can live with it, which is suffering, or you can do some introspection, some therapy, and find out what's the root of that. But our physical nature kind of tells us when things are unsettled and need to be addressed in one way or another. So I'm and you did kind of answer it in terms of where you draw the line, but I think our emotions, they're not tools of cognition, but they're useful in terms of telling us what may or may not need to be corrected either in our lives or our thinking about our lives.
Right. So, yeah, I mean, suffering is a good alarm bell for telling you to put your hand out the fire, but I'm just saying, in and of itself, it's an unpleasant sensation that causes repulsion. That's its very function. If it's not, then it's by definition not suffering. So if suffering isn't repulsive, then you're not talking about suffering, and that is why it's intrinsically sought to be otherwise. There's an automatic get it away from me once it's there. But the fact that it can serve a greater good doesn't change the fact that that greater good is itself avoiding suffering or not being in a negative. To me, anyway, that's what all positive is.
Well, the flip side of that is, as Aristotle said, we pursue happiness, and happiness is one of the only things we pursue for its own sake. So
yeah, I would say.
So I may want to win the lottery, but ultimately I want to win the lottery because it makes me happy, or I may want a new car, not just to have the new car, but I want to be happy. But the happiness is kind of the end. And Aristotle had a more precise definition for happiness, and it was long-term happiness.
I've got a lot to say on that, because if happiness is pursued for its own sake, I would say that happiness is the sensation of fulfilling that which you pursue. So you could pursue any object of desire. It could be a car, a house, a family, or whatever. But when you fulfill your desire, when you satisfy, when you indulge, that is what happiness is. It's not an object of desire. Rather, it is the very existence of desire being fulfilled. That's how I get to an objective ethics, because so long as you're a feeling creature, all that matters is you feel good or bad. Doesn't matter what causes it or what you like or dislike. That's how I can bridge the gap between all sentient beings, and that's sort of one of my good arguments for objective morality.
I adhere to objective morality too, which is kind of rare for atheists. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I totally agree. Because I'm an atheist. I'm quite a rare atheist. You know, it's kind of rare for to find an atheist who actually believes in a lot of the stuff that I do. But that just makes me respect you as an intellectual even more, because you're not just believing, you're not just, you know, you're actually, it would seem to suggest that you're certainly thinking about it.
I got a question.
I'm not a believer in subjective ethics, nor am I believer in left liberalism, which seems to be a trait of a lot of
I got a question for both of you guys. Do you think it's ever possible that science could prove the supernatural?
Well, methodological naturalism would. I don't know. If by science you mean having methodological naturalism as a principle, I don't know how science could confirm it using naturalistic methods, because it is a natural philosophy. So I'm not entirely. Maybe there's an exception to that, but I don't know.
I would say that science has the only way it can do that is by if it proves something in the supernatural, it becomes the natural.
Right.
So I think what you know, back in the earlier days of our civilization, there were a lot of things that were regarded as being supernatural, such as the tides and the weather and those kinds of things. And what science did was demonstrate that they are explainable and part of the natural world. So what science would find would whatever it identified, it would identify its nature and so forth, and we would find that it's part of the natural world and move on.
That's I would pretty much see that.
All right. Well, welcome to Jim. God bless you, man. Even if you don't want to hear it. And welcome back.
Oh yeah, Jim. Yeah, welcome.
Oh, you missed all the good stuff.
I was listening.
Yeah, we solved numerous problems that have plagued mankind for the millennia.
I'm actually convinced that a lot of philosophical problems have been solved. I know that sounds arrogant, but I think that a lot of them have. Really. I mean, I guess a lot of philosophers think that, but you know.
I think quite a few have been solved as well.
Yeah. I'm an optimist about philosophical problems. I don't think that they're unattainable or, you know.
Yeah, and I'll put in a plug for Ayn Rand because I really think she, and I will accept that she didn't originate it, perhaps, but I don't think the problem of universals was dealt with adequately either by Plato or Aristotle or many of their successors. I think identifying universals as a epistemological question. We were talking about essences, which is a similar topic. I think that's something that Ayn Rand did, and if she really did, that was done in the last 100 years. She was born in 1905.
What was it she solved about the problem?
Well, I think you had really the two schools of thought were like Aristotle and the world of forms, and essences or universals. The problem of universals is what makes this object a table. You know, tables have all kinds of different attributes, numbers of legs, sizes, all of that kind of stuff.
So this is the problem of the one and the many.
You could call it that as well, but it's so what is a table? So Plato said there was this world of forms to which we had access to perhaps before we were born, and we're in the cave and we see sort of shadows of these perfect forms, these perfect tables, these perfect telephones, whatever you want to say, and so that was in my view, a very mystical way of explaining things and didn't really satisfy. Aristotle, on the other hand, said that the tableness existed in the entities as some kind of an attribute, which, now that we know atoms, we really can't, we can look at, analyze things on the atomic level. We really don't see tableness in objects either. And yet it's not. And let me just wrap it up real quickly. I'm almost done. So is there a third way? Is it just subjective? Well, not really, because there are common elements to tables. So by making it epistemological, we come up with the ideas of definition and abstracting out of something, omitting measurements, and saying, what does it mean to be a table? And it's contextual. It's within the context that's needed. It's not subjective because we're abstracting from real objects.
Definitely.
Even though we're using real objects, we're abstracting their characteristics, omitting their specific measurements, and purposefully coming up with categories that are relevant to whatever the matter at hand is. So a blue, we could say a table is just a blue object if we're just talking about colors, for example. It's a blue table. So this problem of universal things, I've not heard anybody else approach it in this way. It seems kind of simple in a way, but most really profound things end up being kind of simple.
Yeah, the problem of universals seems so intuitively obvious. You know, I don't even think it's a big deal. Maybe I'm just, it's not as if I've read on it, but I just can't really see why it's a big problem. I mean, something has an essence that's
well, it was a problem if you thought about it ontologically, like
right.
What is the nature of tableness? How does it what makes something a table or a desk or something like that? And it was a problem if you thought about it. Intuitively it wasn't a problem. We can all function regardless of which of these theories is correct. But logically it was a problem, and it was a problem because we were thinking about it ontologically and not epistemologically, in my judgment. So,
with respect, I don't think that the Passover actually has any kind of answer at all, because then it just becomes, how do you know that your abstractions of these things have anything to do with the categories of reality?
Well, you abstract for a particular purpose. So we abstract. We have tables. We can abstract out of these objects as far as what purpose they serve. Teleologically, we can talk about them. We can talk about them whether if we're just talking about objects that are brown or objects that are made out of wood. We can come up with all of these different abstractions. They're not subjective because we're abstracting the characteristics of those objects, whether it's their color, their shape, their utility, whatever it might be. So it's not subjective because we're using real attributes to come up with these definitions and categorizing them.
But that's the problem, is that even these categories, either they're fundamentally related to the objects or they're not. If not,
right.
And by the way, there is an epistemological problem of the one of the many. So I don't think even if you grant that this works, there's still a problem. But I don't think that it answers the ontological problem, because either the abstractions that you're talking about are fundamentally related to reality, in which case it remains to be answered ontologically, or they're not, in which case they are completely unintelligible categories.
The ontological case is that they are what they are, and it doesn't matter if we come along and categorize them or not. But for example, we have this concept called a planet, and we give it certain attributes and all of that. So we thought we had 9 planets for a long time, and we found out that based on our requirements of what a planet actually was, we learned. Because Pluto is so far away, we didn't know right away apparently, but we learned that Pluto does not conform to what we regard as a planet, and our definition of a planet was based on the need for that concept. So we said no, I guess it's a asteroid or a planetoid, whatever, I forget what it is, but we modified that. None of these things require omniscience. We can revise things, and we can, for example, in the example of a swan, it was long thought that swans had these characteristics, and one of them was their color was always thought to be white, and we found in Australia, I think it was, that there were black swans. Well, so we just, this is the problem of induction. But we, it's not really a problem. We saw a black swan, and then we say, okay, well, this is new. Maybe the color attribute is not that important because the animal is shaped the same and has all the other attributes. So we'll just give it an adjective, and we'll call it a black swan. We don't need to give it a new name or anything. But these are all things that we do when we form concepts, and it's enormously powerful. We can refer. I can refer to the word swan, or you can, and we're literally referring to every swan that ever existed, will exist, or currently exists.
But with respect, Jeff, I hate to be the black sheep and the cynic of the room every time, but I think that that's hugely problematic if you're saying that it doesn't matter what these things are ontologically. We're just going to make up our own categories for what we experience. Well, then they're completely arbitrary.
Not really, because we make up we identify the properties and we put them in categories. But this is exactly the problem.
Wait a minute. So you're saying there are categories of the properties?
No, hang on. I could describe a computer as a bunch of atoms or a computer, but fundamentally the properties are still the same. Doesn't matter what level of magnification.
It's the context.
Right. So I don't think there really is a problem with universe. Like, I don't really see why.
So ontologically, it exists, absolutely. But what categorizing enables us to do is to talk about all of the objects or entities that share those particular attributes that we think are important.
Right, but that's exactly it. You are arbitrarily deciding for the purpose of, and it's teleological. You're deciding for the purpose of whatever this or that we're going to single out this attribute.
It's just communication. It doesn't change the essence.
It's possible to be
and it's conceptualizing. We're omitting the measurements because if we're talking about computers,
but you're not changing.
We may want to talk about big computers and little computers. We can have a category called computers, and this is something that we decide. Now we can have anti-concepts or invalid. I would argue that God is an anti-concept or an erroneous concept. It's a concept without references in reality. But not to use an incendiary example, but we can misuse concepts or use them in a non-productive way or an erroneous way.
That doesn't make any sense though. If concepts are just abstractions of properties.
They're not. Well,
no, you can miscategorize things all the time and
based on what?
Based on the properties that you've labeled the categories as falling under.
Right.
No, but the category relation to the properties is the properties. So, for example, if I categorize dogs, I'm going to categorize dogs under the standard of the thing in the category having properties X, Y, Z, and that's what it means to be a referent of that species or species of that genus.
Right, but then you encounter a wolf and you say, well, okay, but for the purposes of this activity, we need to have a separate concept. And this is not something that any one person maybe particularly devises, but we tend to so we have wolves and they kind of look like dogs, but they're not domesticated, they're wild, and perhaps they have certain differences that we find out as we proceed, and we revise our concepts. But we can call them all mammals, or we can call we can just refer to mammals in the context of a discussion, or we can refer to dogs, or we can refer to brown objects, brown mammals, any number of things. And this is what we do.
That's not really a logical or ontological. That's more of a semantic issue. I wouldn't say that that's actually. I don't see personally. I can't find any major philosophical problems with identifying properties and putting them in categories.
Right.
No, I think it is fundamentally a problem, because if you don't want to be arbitrary, that is, if you want it to have any relationship to an extramental reality, which is really the okay. Well, if you are willing to admit phenomenalism, then yeah, sure, okay.
But even a solipsist can identify properties and put them in categories. I fail to see why this is a problem, because you could still, in a dream, you could still say, I'm going to label this as such and such. The properties fall under this because that shares this with that. And since these two things...
And it doesn't change the individual entities at all, what you call them, or how you categorize them.
And if you choose to draw the line at a table of, well, this one's yellow, that's your choice, but it doesn't change the essence of the thing you're pointing to.
Well, it certainly doesn't, but it also doesn't rely on any fundamental reality of structure to your experience. So when I see a table, for example, the category that I just used to describe that table was as arbitrary as any other opinion that I could possibly have. So, yeah, it makes for a cool language game, but as far as talking about objective reality, that's just ridiculous.
Oh, it's essential.
No, it's not.
It's essential in talking about reality, categorizing, and I mean, if you weren't able to do that, you could. Everything that we call a table that you came upon would be an entirely new experience for you if you didn't have the concept of table. But if you have a concept of table, now you can argue whether a tiny table in a dollhouse is really a table.
Well, I guess I'm just a category realist then, because I fail to see how our drawing the line and labeling it really changes what it is.
But I'm not arguing.
No, it's epistemological. That's the point.
I'm not arguing that your categorization changes the object, Emmanuel. And Jeff, I'm not arguing that categorization is unimportant. What I was saying is that the objectivist construction of what it means to categorize, that is, Ayn Rand's answer to the problem of the one and the many, I think fails.
things that you just said you didn't object to are the objectivist position that universals are basically epistemological, but they're not divorced from reality. They're just an exercise in which we find common attributes of things, and we omit the unessential to our purposes.
But we couldn't find common attributes if they weren't already in a category in the first place. We
Right.
identify the categories. We don't
Right.
actually create them. We may define them, like we may define them, but we don't actually create the categories for if they would have to be distinguished after all. Reminds me of Wittgenstein when he said, we distinguish. Things already are distinguished.
But we can observe the attributes. We can observe that they're made of wood. We can observe their color. We can observe any number of things. We can also observe empirically how they're used. So a table is something we all sit around, or we have.
But none of those properties are even outside of categorization. So you're always using the concept that you're fundamentally appealing to the structure of reality. What Immanuel Kant is calling the distinguished feature of the existence, whatever it is.
Yeah, I don't hold a Kantian view of ontological view, so I wouldn't try to defend that. I'm just I don't know how to break it down any further, but to categorize things is to do so with a purpose in mind, a way of grouping.
That's labeling.
Right.
We identify the properties. I'm trying to think of a way to explain this. We identify properties, and if two things have properties in common, that's a logical relationship. We can call it whatever. We can look at it. It's like set theory, right? You can look at subsets and you can look at supersets, but ultimately it's the relations between the two that forms the category. That we don't place the category, we place the label. We can describe a table at different levels of abstraction, but fundamentally the properties are always there, the categories are always there, awaiting our communication.
Correct. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm saying that when we form concepts, we do so for particular needs. So the color of a table may not be important in some sense. It doesn't mean that the table isn't of a particular color. It just means that that particular thing and concepts can absolutely a lot of them are relational. That's true. Like I think we can think of many concepts. A spouse is the concept of theft is dependent upon the concept of justly owned property. So concepts can be abstract concepts or concrete concepts. Definitely have a context, and they often do relate to other objects.
Yeah, I definitely agree that concepts require a conceiving mind, but I wouldn't say that all abstracts, at least logical ones, are dependent on minds. But I've gone off topic here again.
Are dependent on what?
I've already said that before. I don't think that logical relations are dependent on minds. Certainly minds can identify them. Like I said, we can identify a table and maybe a desk as sharing the property of wood, but that identification doesn't make it so. It should already have to be in the thing before we identify it as such.
Well, right. Also, what it means to be a collection of of attributes is already there to be categorized.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. It's already in the thing.
We can have the concept of a table that's. And we do have a concept of a table, I think, that's independent of what it's actually made of. It has more to do with its shape. It's commonly used. So we have plastic tables, resin tables. We have stone tables.
Where we choose to draw the
wrought iron tables.
But what I'm saying, and I think that me and Emmanuel I tentatively would suggest that we're in agreement here, is that whatever category you have, it's not an arbitrary compilation of attributes, because that compilation of attributes is already there to be found in the first place.
I was not claiming that it was arbitrary. I was saying it was based on reality, that it's based on observation about what is essential about a table.
I definitely agree with that.
Is it essential what color it is? No. Is it essential what it's made out of? No. It's basically its shape and how it's used that in most concepts. But it can also be in the category of, if it's made out of wood, it can be in the category of wooden objects. If it's blue, it can be in the category of blue objects. If it's early American architecture, it can be in that category.
But I hope this is being recorded, because I'm actually going to probably put this on my channel. But yeah, I definitely agree. I just want to summarize and say where we choose to draw the line and the thing that we've identified, whether we identify a table as a bunch of atoms or such and such, it's still fundamentally the properties are the same. We don't just make them up. It's not like we just pull
the table is the table.
We don't just pull categories out of our ass, is what I'm saying.
Right. But it is possible. It is possible for somebody to utter some concept that is divorced from reality. That would be the fallacy of the
reification.
Well, reification, like the reification of zero, for example. Reification
of a circle is super common.
I guess you would just call it context dropping, although I think there's probably better term for that. But there are certain concepts that are out there that are divorced from reality.
Like Santa Claus.
But the issue that I'm trying to make here is that, well, I don't think that Santa Claus is.
He has an essence.
Anyways, the point that I'm trying to make is that once you allow for your ontology to inform your epistemology, that is when you're saying then that
it's not ontology. It's not. No, it's.
Once you're saying that the ontological one in the many, which is the compilation of attributes that you're talking about, once that informs your categorization, that is your ability to categorize those compilations of attributes, then you still have the problem of the one in the many as it originally was.
I don't think so. The ontology doesn't change. This is not the concept formation.
Correct.
In my judgment, is epistemological, but it doesn't change the nature of the entities to which you're referring. They're just entities. The context that we as human beings put in them give us meaning. They're just objects. They're sticks being nailed together. But even sticks is a concept, so it is what it is. But as far as universals and essences, those are things that don't inhere in those objects, is the only point that I'm trying to make.
Well, that's where we would disagree, because I would say that essences and categories are not epistemological, but they're ontological, and that's the only part where we disagree, Jeff.
That to which they refer is ontological, but the selection of what is essential versus what is not essential, that is an epistemological exercise.
The selection is, but that's relating to the concept. But
right, it's self-defeating there.
No, I mean the category is not epistemological, but you would disagree. The concept is.
That's what I've been trying to point out for some time now.
That's fine. Yeah. The concept certainly is epistemological. It requires a mind. Yeah, I'm perfectly okay with that. But I wouldn't say that the relation.
Conceptualization is something that is a process of consciousness and awareness.
I wouldn't say that the logical relation, the intersection of two sets, things that have properties in common, I wouldn't say that that's epistemological. We can conceptually draw the line wherever we choose, but the thing itself has identity, and that's its essence.
Absolutely,
cool.
It does. But when you say that's its essence,
not in a Platonic sense.
In a Platonic sense, which of course is not my position, but yes, that would be the Platonic argument. Yeah,
that's where we disagree. But I'm happy to just leave it at that, because I don't want to argue about this all night. But I don't think that the one in the many is really a huge problem. I think we can just skip over it. I think that we sort of get it. It's not really a big deal.
I'm kind of surprised you believe that, Emmanuel, because that's considered one of the most fundamental questions in philosophy, though.
I would say why does anything exist is way more, fundamental, and just the question of what is is way more fundamental to philosophers than, like, I think the problem of universals is kind of a pseudo problem that arises out of language. But
as we've just experienced, it does not seem to be so, because here Jeff has conceptualized it as an epistemological issue, and you and I agree that that's not a fair assessment of categories.
To be fair to Jeff, I can understand
another thing is, if you hold the Platonic view, and I know there's a Neoplatonic view, but I'm kind of going back to the source, the world of forms is a supernatural view, and that paves the way for a lot of opens the door for a lot of thinking. If it's correct, we should embrace it regardless, or at least acknowledge it as so. But the implications of there being this world of forms, this otherworldly supernatural realm, this is where this is fertile ground for mysticism and religion and all kinds of thinking. So there are some pretty major implications. Probably not so much in terms of the intrinsicism versus this view. Perhaps not. I can't think of any as profound views, but to say this is not important.
Well, I didn't mean it wasn't. I just said relatively unimportant. But I do think that I don't believe in the world of forms. I'm a different kind of Platonist. Maybe a Platonist about abstract relations between things, sets, and identity and things, but not actually a Platonist about everything. Maybe mathematics and logic, but that's about it. But not actual things, just essences, I guess. But on that note, I need to go now because.
And I'll just put in let me just put in another plug for the importance, because it just occurred to me on intrinsicism too. So one of the problems with intrinsicism, the idea that universals or essences exist and I may be incorrectly using those terms sort of interchangeably, but the idea that things are intrinsic sort of makes the case that we really don't actively gain knowledge, but knowledge is revealed to us, and I think that has important implications as well. Is cognition, awareness, intelligence something we have control over and can direct, or are things just revealed to us passively, which is another claim of religion, that God is revealed to us in various ways. So I'm not saying, again, I'm saying if that's true, that's we should accept that, but that is something that makes this issue kind of important as well. How do we know things, and how we know things is kind of important.
Right.
And philosophy is important.
Emmanuel, before you go, do you have any theories on what you believe? Do you believe that there was an origin to the singularity? Just a question before you go.
Well, I will say I'm not a physics expert, but I do think that it can be explained mechanistically, and actually I do tend to lean towards the mathematical universe hypothesis. So maybe it is self-sufficient, the singularity, and certainly I'll never appeal to a supernatural explanation. I don't think that that's necessary.
So in your view, math is reality. It's not a representation.
Kind of, but I'm still questioning that one. But I'm definitely a mathematical realist. Even if I chuck that, I'll always, that's like one of my positions. But as regarding the singularity, I don't think that appealing to quantum mechanics to explain why quantum mechanics is the way it is really that satisfying. Maybe it is, but as regards, I don't know. I don't think a supernatural explanation will cut it. But anyway, on that note, I've got to go.
Yeah, I have to leave pretty soon too.
Yeah, well, it's been nice talking to you guys, and maybe I'll be on.
Yeah, it was great.
Maybe I'll be on later. But anyway, thanks. I'll just.
Later, man.
Yeah, take it easy. Nice talking to you. Oh, I meant to circle him before he left. I guess I'll remember his name.
Yeah, there's no way to forget that one, huh, Joe?
No, especially if you're an objectivist, because he's like the arch enemy of objectivism.
Oh, yes, very, very much so. You know what's funny? I think that Emmanuel is kind of a chameleon with his views. He tends to tentatively jump around with stuff. But earlier tonight, he was claiming to be, and prepare yourself for this. He was claiming to be a transcendentalist, materialist, eliminativist, Platonic realist.
Yeah, I'm not really surprised, and I'll tell you, I find that most people who come to atheism, this is just my experience, this is not based on anything scientific, but most of the people who reject God on ethical grounds seem to be open to any other form of mysticism that comes along. If they haven't really rejected God in terms of a fact-based, is it likely that he exists or not? I think people are still open to New Age or any number of mystical doctrines.
Could I make the further suggestion, maybe that maybe there's even a further distinction of those atheists who reject God for problems of evil or problems of pain for more emotional reasons, and they tend to be super open to like what you would call New Age or more postmodern views, and the ones that are more intellectually based, I would completely agree with you that other forms of supernaturalism, they're definitely more open to it than at least their non-cognitivist and Gnostic atheist brethren.
Oh, hi.
I think, I mean, it makes sense to me that would be the case, because
yeah, I agree with you.
I mean, I don't think, in my own case, I never really explicitly rejected God. I came to the conclusion that there was nothing to reject, or I came to the opinion, or the, I would say, informed opinion, that there was nothing to reject, so I wasn't rejecting it. But you also see, obviously, you see cases where people grow up in the Mormon church and they have a really bad experience, but they don't reject God entirely, they just go to another religion. I think the same thing happens when people reject Christianity or something. They find some other kind of mystical way of looking at things, and the Platonic model is, in my judgment, very mystical as far as I can tell. No, I heard you before, Nadia. Sorry, Go ahead.
The built-in mic just is flaky. Yeah, echo cancellation doesn't always work. Sometimes the volume gets auto-adjusted.
Yeah.
Oh, welcome back, Russ.
Hello, philosophical zombies.
Hello.
Hey, I'll be back in just a second. I gotta step away for just a quick moment. I'll be right back.
It's the man. It's the legend.
What?
A legend? What?
You mean it's Hulk Hogan?
Uh-oh.
That's kind of disturbing, considering the picture you have is your profile picture.
I really like that picture. I think it's very striking.
I do too, but it is very disturbing when you try to conceive that as Hulk Hogan.
Yeah.
Well, it's a warm, cuddly Hulk Hogan.
Absolutely.
I don't know. Something tells me that looks kind of like Jesus. I don't know. I could be wrong on this one.
Well, I don't know. Jesus is always warm and cuddly, so I don't know.
So Nightmare, you should have been here earlier. We were discussing the problem of the one and the many. I needed I
The
needed
one?
the oh, we were discussing the problem of the one and the many.
No, I was just quoting Spock.
Oh, gotcha.
Uh-oh. G-Man is on air talking about how to deconvert a Christian.
Who is it?
Really?
G-Man.
No way. Is this the G-Man?
Yeah.
Hmm.
I'm not sure he's where I'd turn to for advice.
Oh, I have to listen to this.
Yeah. He's a great
Are
guy
you
and all.
guys
Not the best source of advice.
are you guys familiar with Dan Courtney?
Not a fan, no.
I am.
What? Oh, I'm not surprised, Russ. What did you say, Nadia?
I said no, not a fan.
Okay. Yeah. So, Russ, you know who? Have you met Jeff before?
Don't think so.
Oh, bummer. Okay. Oh, there he is.
Hey, how you doing, Russ?
Hi, how's it going, man?
Good.
Nice to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you as well.
Jeff, are you familiar with Dan Courtney?
No, I heard you say that as I was walking in here. No, I don't. That name doesn't ring a bell.
Okay. Your atheological apologetic style, as it were, it reminds me a lot of him, of Dan Courtney.
Oh.
And I think it's a compliment because he's more educated on the topic of things like religion and philosophy and stuff like that.
I would agree with you as well.
Thank you.
I don't know if I agree with Jeff, but I agree with what you're saying.
Join the club. You're in good company. No.
But yeah, I think Dan Courtney is pretty well nailed the best way to respond to people like Cy and whatnot. At least he's good at conveying the concepts that are necessary to how to dismantle it.
I don't feel like that's much of a compliment though. Cy is just such a grocery list apologist.
Well, I mean it in the sense that at least he's attempting to answer the presuppositionalists on their own grounds. You know what I mean?
Okay, that is true. That is true. But what I appreciate about Dan Courtney is, and I disagree with just about everything he says, but what I appreciate about Dan Courtney is that he actually did research, like, into the topic. And so I agree with you, Russ, when you say like he tries to answer presuppositionalists at their own game. Like, cool. Like, at least you understand what we're saying, as opposed to so many atheists who just don't get it.
Well, it's not just atheists.
True.
And no, I'm not saying all atheists are agnostics, so I'm not helping anybody here. but I am helping everybody in this sense. Some Christians would say the same thing there. That's why I said it's not just atheists.
I think, Jeff, you consider yourself a Gnostic atheist, right?
I've been called that. I don't consider myself that, but I don't take the positive atheist view, what I would call the strong atheist view. I don't think. However, I don't take an agnostic view either. So maybe I am a Gnostic atheist. I'm a weak Gnostic atheist, if so. But my if I can categorize it, since I've had trouble defining myself, maybe you can. When I hear a claim of a God that I find lacks definition, I don't think I'm powerless to point that out and say to the arguer, this is why I don't accept this concept does not work for me logically, and why I don't I don't hold that as existing, and that has been my experience with every argument for a deity that I've heard thus far. But I would not make a positive statement. I guess I'm loath to. Maybe I should. Maybe I'm cowardly. I don't know. I wouldn't make a. I think once I make a statement about that X does not exist anywhere in the universe, I think I need to start traipsing around the universe.
Okay.
Verifying.
No. So Jeff, I would say you are with a crowd where you're going to win both ways. You will both have more balls if you say you're a Gnostic atheist, and neither of us are going to ask you for evidence of that claim, just because we're both presuppositionalists. So.
I think it needs to be understood this way too, that there are theists who would say that somewhat the same thing. Like, I mean, just the idea, for instance, as an example. Of course, I don't hold to this, but I'm just saying that there are some theists that would hold this. Since there's an aspect of incomprehensibility of God,
right?
Then there's just no way to define him, and so we can only know very sparingly certain truths about God.
Right. So I look at the claim of a God as the positive claim, and
okay.
I guess I think Dawkins has his 1 to 7 scale, and he puts himself at a 6, and I think I would probably put myself in the same place. I think it's extremely unlikable that a God is not defined by anybody coherently that I've heard. I don't think this exists. I don't think it's possible for there to be consciousness without matter, as some would hold, or as would be the implication of what some would hold. I don't think there can be something outside of existence that creates existence. I think any of those. I don't think something can be both omnipotent and omnibenevolent and omniscient.
Sure.
I think those are logical contradictions. So when anybody tells me those kinds of things exist, I think if you try to put forth a concept that is internally contradictory, you've either not correctly described it, or it's something that can't possibly exist. So I'm not agnostic in the sense that I would say, oh well, I don't know about that, and your claim that it exists is just as good as any claim that it doesn't exist. I wouldn't take that position. I would say, as stated, that is simply untenable. It can't possibly be.
Sure.
So in that sense, I guess I'm a Gnostic. I don't know, but I don't make positive claims about anything, about something not existing anywhere in the universe, or something that we may kind of sort of call a God. I don't go quite that far, because I think making positive claims about existence, and a positive claim would include one that said that there are no unicorns in the universe, let's say, that's a statement it's not supportable either, because I would have to verify. I would have the burden of proof on that, and I don't want to run around the universe all for the rest of my existence looking for unicorns. So that's to put a fine point on it. That's to the extent that I've thought about it. That's
well, just for clarification, when you say agnostic, do you mean the IGN or the AGN? Agnostic or agnostic?
I've argued against either of those positions as being a third way. So
Okay.
I think as far as the human being's relationship to gods or religion, there are only two logical choices: theist or not theist. So there's a continuum. You can be a weak theist or whatever, but you're really either logically you're either one or the other. So
Yeah.
Agnostic is the problem I have with agnosticism is it says, well, I don't know, so I can't take a position on either argument. Well, I can take a position on a weak argument.
Well, hold on. No, not necessarily. Some of them could say their position is that nobody can know, and that's a lot stronger, right?
Stronger. Yeah.
Yeah, the agnostic seems to make that claim that it's unknowable, and correct me if I'm wrong. I've only heard this from people who call themselves agnostics.
Sure.
I think I've read a little bit about it, but it's not something of great interest to me. But the agnostic theory is that we can't know about it, and therefore you can't really take a position on it. That's kind of like agnostic too, I guess. And correct me if there's
Could I try to jump in there real quick?
Yeah, go ahead and clarify it.
So that's actually really close. Agnosticism, as I understand it, is I think that's just a synonym for non-cognitivism, right? Right, Russ?
Yes, theological non-cognitivism, basically.
Right. So when you say you're an agnostic, you're saying you don't believe that the word God has any referent whatsoever. You think it's meaningless. So the concept of it being true or false doesn't even apply. It would be like saying, is that true? No, there's no meaning to that sentence.
Like it's worse than false. It's gone.
It's worse than false because it's a meaningless. The concept of true and false don't even apply to it.
Okay, in a sense, I would agree with that. If you put forth a concept and it has no reference to reality, or it's not reconcilable, or it's internally contradictory, and epistemologically, I would say, yeah, you haven't really even uttered something that one can take a yes or no stance on, which you've uttered it to me as meaningless. I would approach it in that way if the concept itself was inapproachable. My objective, my problem with atheists is not that I didn't agree with that, but that they were presenting it as being some kind of a third way, and I don't think that's the case. I still think you are either an atheist or you're not.
I would agree with that.
Right. Atheist is a concept that's in relation to a theological view of gods or religion, and if you either hold that or you don't. So that was my main beef with them, and I don't have any problem with that formulation, and I think it is correct epistemologically. And agnostics, though, to my understanding, they kind of that's more of an on the fence position where I don't know, therefore either claim seems as valid as the other. That's kind of where I get what I get from that, and I think you can hold that. You can obviously hold that position. I don't think it's true. I don't think all claims are equal. So a claim is either justified or not, and so I don't hold the agnostic position at all. I would tend towards the atheist a little more. And thank you for clarifying that, because I hadn't thought about it for a while.
Yeah.
But
thank you for clarifying that for me. That's why I was just making sure.
Yeah.
I
had a big debate with some atheists a while ago, but anyway, as far as it's about to me, it's about whether it's a third way, and I don't really. I do find an argumentation that it's a really tedious when you're making points. People will say, "Oh, you're a this-ist or a that-ist," or that can be useful, but it kind of implies either the person is using logic and reason and evidence correctly, or they're not. And it's sort of like people say, "Well, I'm not an evidentialist, or I'm not a verificationalist."
Right.
Well, that to me makes all of those things sound like dogmas, and it to me it short circuits argumentation. So
Yeah.
I don't avoid labels, but
Okay.
they're the starting point. They're not the end point of discussion. And I think in the end, a person's logic and reason and evidence is the story, not whatever they might adhere to or not.
Yeah. No, I think that's pretty good. That's pretty close to what I was trying to get to. I think clarifying that is important because sometimes I hear fellow Christians start to attack somebody as if they're an atheist when they're in fact an agnostic, you know? And so there could be different connotations to that word. So that's important to ask that question, get some clarification. I wouldn't even talk to, for example, an agnostic in the same way that I would talk to an agnostic, right? I would be asking him about, you know, his theory of language, meaningfulness, blah, blah, blah. But I wouldn't be necessarily asking that of the agnostic, so I think it's a good clarification.
Yeah, I would, we're talking about, it's interesting, we were talking about concept formation earlier and labeling and stuff like that, but I will, for the sake of shorthand, if I'm in a political discussion, I like to know if I'm talking to a Marxist or a libertarian or a conservative or a liberal. But that's just the starting point. I'm much more interested in how they think than what their conclusions are. And of course, when you look at how people think and you ask them questions, hopefully that either clarify their thinking or cause them to revise it as necessary. You get more towards the truth, and it can be mutually beneficial. But,
I'm clearly of a different mind about labels.
What was that? I'm sorry.
I'm clearly of a different mind about labels.
Labeling limits knowledge.
Yeah, you've taught me a lot of labels that I never knew I was cisgendered. And yes, labels are useful. Concepts are useful, but they can be misused, just like anything else.
Well, do you know what Calvinism is? I'm just going to be really blunt with you here.
I have a broad brush idea of Calvinism in terms of grace, and I kind of understand.
Well, because I would ask you if that's a concept of God that makes sense to you, even if you don't like it, does it make sense to you?
Ethically, metaphysically.
That's a good clarification question. I mean, ontologically, not ethically, and metaphysically.
I don't see how metaphysically it differs from any other claim of a creator. And do you think it does?
Well, I don't think you can analyze a system of thought according to just parts, but I think we can only talk about parts of it. So that's a very difficult thing to put on the table. But I do think that there are dissimilarities between it and all other forms of, for instance, Christianity, Mormonism, or the Vedas.
Well, I would say real quick that I do think that Calvinism is a little bit different when it comes to something, for example, like creation, because, and I'll say that Knight was correct when he said that we can only talk about parts of something, but that doesn't mean that it goes the other way around. But just to discuss creation, Calvinism views, especially the neo-Calvinists of Dutch tradition and the more philosophically inclined Calvinists that are into apologetics, are fronting a view of creation that I would adhere to, which is that God doesn't create the first moment in history but rather he creates all moments in time at the act of creation.
Mm-hmm. Including all possible worlds. Is that what you would say?
Well, I would say possible worlds can only be explained in terms of
Well,
our inability to know the future, but
well, right.
but that's
Obviously,
not essential to Calvinism, I guess.
well, I would say, in the sense that we possible worlds are simply theoretical, right? They're not actual worlds. They're possible. That's why it's not called actual worlds.
But when I use the word possible, I just mean it's imaginable. Just like a square circle is imaginable, or a fairy is imaginable.
Okay.
Is a square circle really imaginable?
Oh, certainly. We're talking about it right now.
That doesn't mean we can. I mean, we can use the terms. We can say a non. We can use contradictory terms all day long, symbols for that. But can you, in your mind, can you picture a square circle?
No, but I don't think I have to say that I've imagined it. To imagine is just to understand what the referent to the word is, and
right.
the referent to the word.
I can say a non-person person.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and I would say that the referent to that phrase there is a combination of like you said, symbols or attributes that don't fit.
Right, it's referring to nothing, and I would say that it's something that refers to a contradiction. A circle and a something cannot both be a circle and a non-circle at the same time, which a triangle or a square would be a non-circle. That's a contradiction. That would be the same thing. You're referring.
But I wouldn't say
that's a stolen concept, and it was what we were talking about before. The correct concept formation is referring to things that exist, at least starting from things that exist in reality and abstracting out from them.
But I don't think that it's that we're actually referring to literally nothing. I think that it's that we're referring to two different concepts that can't be combined correctly. So, for example, when I say square circle, I am imagining something, but what I'm imagining is just symbols that don't interact properly, or I'm imagining two different concepts, a circle and a square, which I can't seem to combine.
Right, and we can talk about a non-person. A dog is a non-person, but it can't be both a non-person and a person at the same time. Just as it can't be a square and a triangle at the same time.
Agreed, but again, strictly speaking, when you use that language, you are still under the sense of the word as I'm using it. You are still imagining something, because there's still something going on in your mind behind the word, namely two concepts which can't be combined.
Well, can you draw me a picture of a I think we said it was a square circle. Can you draw a picture of that?
No, but I could draw you a picture of me trying to combine the two concepts, which is what I think the person is imagining.
But the two concepts are mutually exclusive. So
agreed.
You could have a square that has rounded corners. That's an ellipsis, or not an ellipsis, an elliptical.
If I could just comment briefly, I think what you two are getting at is, I think what Jimmy is trying to say is that contradictions are conceivable. Just because something is not conceivable doesn't mean that a contradiction cannot take place, I think is what Jimmy's trying to say. And I would agree. I would agree in what
cannot exist in reality. We can say it. We can say we can say an object that, a person that's a non-person. We can say it, of course. We have language that refers to those two things, but they are two discrete and mutually exclusive things.
Right.
Agreed. Agreed. The only point I'm trying to make is, it's impossible to say that there's absolutely no reference to the word. Otherwise, you can't make sentences about it at all. It would literally be gobbledygook. The sentences could not be considered true or false. Only sentences which
we can utter the words, but the question is, do they refer to anything in reality? And that's why that was the essence of what we spent a lot of time talking about with concept formation. that concept formation does refer to things in reality, if they're done properly. Otherwise, they're floating abstractions or whatever you want to call them, or context dropping.
Sure, but even
yes,
context dropping is the illusion.
You can
of
say the word square circle, but I cannot validate that concept through any of my senses, and therefore I can't accept that as being a possibility.
Well,
okay, I think it's more than just empirical, but the only thing that I'm trying to get across is what you called context dropping, right? Yes, we can agree that it's not a rational thing. Yes, we can agree there's no extra mental thing out there. But there is the very silly idea behind a contradiction of someone trying to combine these two concepts. So a non-person person, when the person who's uttering that sentence says that, they are imagining something, namely the ridiculous idea of trying to combine those two uncombinable concepts.
Okay.
In other words, it's self-referential and it's self-referentially false.
Well, the law of identity says that a thing can't be what it can't be A and not A at the same time and in the same sense. So if a square and a circle are mutually exclusive, just simply saying square circle doesn't make that you're referring to nothing. That's context dropping, or the fallacy of this.
Whoa, you can't say that you're referring to nothing, because then the sentence cannot mean.
You're referring to something that can't exist, so that would be nothing.
Well, then the sentence has no meaning.
Correct. It's a
But then you can't say
concept.
That
well, the whole sentence may or may not have meaning, but the concept itself has no meaning. So if the sentence depends upon the existence of that concept, then it has no meaning.
I think I sort of understand what's going on here. Jimmy, do you remember when I was giving you that term, the arrow of modus tollens?
Yes.
The arrow of modus tollens. I'm going to illustrate this. Suppose we have two statements, like statement one says all gods are immortal, and another statement that says Apollo is a god. And then what we find out is that Apollo died. Do we give up the idea that God is immortal, all gods are immortal, or do we give up the statement that Apollos is a god? And I think that's sort of what's going on here.
You have to give up one.
Right.
If you, Ayn Rand said, if you think you've arrived at a contradiction, check your premises, and you will find that one of them is false.
Right. But in this case, the way the premises or statements are formulated, they're valid, but either way could also be valid. It's interesting.
Yeah. It's actually the term that I was groping for was floating abstraction. So it's a word, it's an abstraction, but it doesn't refer to anything that does exist or can exist. So a square circle, we can have this floating abstraction called a square circle, but it doesn't. It can't possibly exist in reality. So it's a meaningless concept. We can't picture it. We can't define it. We can't draw it. We can't hear it, feel it, touch it.
So if you mean by reality, extra mental reality, then I'm 100% on your side, Jeff. I completely agree with that. Yeah, but it is definitely a floating abstraction. That is, it is a silly phenomenon in your mind, certainly.
There are.
And that's not, the reason we abstract is to refer to concretes, the things in reality, but refer to them in large number or as groups, which is an enormously powerful capacity that human beings have, that it appears that most animals do not have, if any. The ability to categorize things and refer to, when we say man, we refer to every man that ever lived. You know, we can deal with large amounts of individual concrete things by abstracting, but if you have a floating abstraction, it refers to nothing. It refers to the impossible or the internally contradictory. It's a meaningless statement. So
Wait,
just because you can do that.
logically possible things that are less immediately self-contradictory. Like
Self what?
straight-edge construction of a square with the same area as a circle given the radius of a circle. Or solutions to x to the n plus y to the n equals e to the n that are non-trivial.
Yeah, but the issue is there, Nadia, that if somebody has the mathematical expertise behind the terms being used, then it is immediately conjured, if you will, to their mind that what you're talking about is a contradiction.
Actually, the proofs that those are impossible are quite involved in both cases.
That's why I don't agree to the distinction between what is it called, strictly and Russ, help me out here. There's strictly logical, and then there is
broadly logical.
Broadly logical. I believe that distinction is ridiculous.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think it really chalks up to using means as well as ends, basically.
You Calvinist, you.
I'm not sure what you mean. Okay.
Well, when somebody says that it's just broadly logically possible, and then they try to say, well, that's just an immediate cause, and then they draw a distinction. In a, I think it's called a casus sui sense. That is according to another person being the agent that caused it. All they're really saying is there was an immediate cause, and then there was a means to get to the end that we would call the effect. It really doesn't help. I think the whole distinction just falls apart.
I think it does. You're explaining in terms of agency, which is really interesting. I would just say that strictly logical means a concept where the logical contradiction is found just in the label that you have, whereas strictly logical means that there's supposed to be no logical contradiction in the label of the thing. So, for example, somebody would probably call most philosophers who agree to this terminology would call a square strictly logical, because there's nothing about squareness itself that involves a contradiction. Whereas broadly logical means that all of the implications involved with the square doesn't involve a contradiction. And I would say I don't think that distinction is relevant to reality at all.
Okay.
And I think that
I think this emphasizes how important concept formation is. So again, we have a concept called the circle, which is really, really precise, and it does indeed rule out triangles or any kind of because a circle has a radius and a method by which we compute its circumference, and it's wholly different from a square or a rhombus or what's the other word? It's a trapezoid. Been so long. So anyway, have we can we move on from this? Have we kind of picked this one?
Well, as long as I can.
Does Calvinism rest on this square circle theory?
No, not really.
Okay. Yeah. We can move on. Oh, sorry, Nadia.
Yeah, investigate the proofs that pi is not the root of any polynomial with rational coefficients, and
yeah, the only thing that I would differ on with you here, Jeff, is that I deny that ontology can be separated from epistemology, or metaphysics can be separated from epistemology, and that's just a fundamental issue.
I think
So
I would agree with that. I think all knowledge is interrelated, and you can't you can't have you can't have a theory of knowledge without metaphysics, and you can't.
Can't have metaphysics.
I would argue you can't have ethics without metaphysics. I think knowledge is hierarchical. I
Right.
agree with that. I agree with that. But I don't. I don't think necessarily that. I think ontology is more fundamental than epistemology. That
Well,
in my view, existence is king. That's
Right.
the starting point. The primacy of existence. Consciousness is how we perceive it, how we organize it, what we do with existence. Existence doesn't care what we think of it or what we do with it.
Well, right. Where I would differ with you is I deny that Aristotelian claim that existence precedes essence. Right. I would say that there are a priori truths, and there. I mean, the very idea that ontology
How can something have an essence if it doesn't exist? I'm sorry.
Well, what I'm
How
stating.
can something exist without an essence?
Well, I'm not stating that it can be, but
Yeah,
but the
how are we
idea-
using the word essence here?
Well, I'm saying the characteristics that define an object or a referent, if that helps anymore.
Yeah, I think.
So what I'm saying,
I think we define objects. We define them, and whether we do so objectively or subjectively is another matter. But
no, I'm not. No, I'm not asking about the subjectivity, though, Jeff. I'm sorry. What I'm saying is that there are certain a priori truths that we must make, even to begin to do any ontology whatsoever. Same thing.
I agree. I'm not.
So when you say that ontology is more fundamental, that's the opposite of what I'm saying. That you can't even do. I would be a particularist if you want to know the philosophical term. I would say that Methodism is false. That there's no method that you start with. Rather, the metaphysics and epistemology coincide together. There's no way to do either of them without having a worldview already in place, an all-encompassing worldview.
Well, epistemology is about how you know things, and I would argue that the universe could exist without any sentient beings who would need an epistemology or anything.
Well, how do you know that?
Epistemology is on the conscious side of things.
But how do you
I
know
would
that?
not argue that it's divorced from reality or that it's apart from metaphysics. It has its own. It does have its. It is part of metaphysics. The consciousness or a living organism with a consciousness has to exist, of course, and that's a metaphysical claim or issue. But theoretically, the universe could be nothing but rocks and inanimate objects, and there would be no need for epistemology or consciousness for those things to exist.
But how do you know that?
Right, but then we're going to
ask. I'm trying to imply, like, no matter where you go with ontology, you'll still be relying on epistemology, and no matter where you go with epistemology, you'll still be relying on ontology. They're codependent in terms of theory.
Right.
You may theorize a world that doesn't need one, but you'll still be using the other theories to get there.
No,
Yeah.
Well,
I would say they all have to be intertwined.
Well, I would say they're
Agreed.
intertwined in the same way that knowledge and belief are, Nadia. It's impossible to just believe any one single proposition without having overlapping beliefs and knowledge claims. It's the same way here.
No, I don't accept what you just said. So
Right,
how do you come
if theoretically? Wait a minute. If theoretically there was a universe with no conscious beings in it, there would not be any applicable or relevant theory of knowledge. Knowledge is something but that's the that's what occurs. That's what's attained by a conscious being. Knowledge is a relationship between a conscious being and the universe. So if there were no conscious beings, there would be no theory of knowledge. that doesn't mean
But
that
Jeff,
there wouldn't be a law of identity and all that stuff. It would just mean that nobody would know about it, or there wouldn't be any need if there were no entities to form concepts. There would be no theory of knowledge. The in the same way that lower organisms don't have a theory of knowledge, they're stimulus response.
Right, but are you not using epistemology in saying that reality is possible?
Sure.
Okay, that's our point.
Basically, what we're saying.
Why is that important?
Well, because there shouldn't be any predication in your instance.
No, I'm not saying there is. If I were saying there were no living conscious organisms, that would be the contradiction. But I can use epistemology theoretically. I'm not trying to negate it or saying it doesn't exist.
Right.
That would be contradictory. But I obviously am using it to theorize about how in the absence of conscious beings, that's not contradictory at all.
No, we're not saying it's contradictory. We're saying that you cannot do ontology, including the theorizing about possible worlds that may or may not have an epistemology, without actually using your epistemology.
Right.
You are practicing.
Of course,
your
but that's not contradictory.
We never said it was. We never said it was. Our point was. Our point was that they're codependent. The theory of ontology and the theory of epistemology rely on each other. You cannot theorize about ontology, and you cannot theorize about epistemology without using the other.
Right. That's because of the primacy of existence. That's what I said. But
I don't think it has to do with
the primacy of existence is denying that by saying that ontology precedes.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't agree with that at all. But I don't know what your point was about my using.
That's all it was.
To make a statement, a theoretical statement about the lack of conscious beings. Of course, I'm using epistemology. I'm using logic and reason, and hopefully, to do that. That's not contradictory. If I were to say there is no such thing as consciousness or these things, then that of course would be contradictory because I would be using those things. That would be a self-refuting statement. So I still don't get your point.
Well, Jeff, no, it was in particular. It was when you said that you would say that existence precedes essence. When you said that ontology, we start with that idea. That's literally being, right? Ontology, existence precedes essence. Out of that, we get. When you said that was more fundamental, you were trying to place that with more priority than the other, and that's the only point that I was making. Is that it's impossible to do both. Or I'm sorry, it's impossible to do one without the other.
Give me a definition of essence.
What it means to be the thing in question.
Well, right. The characteristics that define that we use to define something.
That we use. So you saying that we ascribe those attributes. We decide what.
Right. That we can infer from that thing. Right.
Okay. So that's a consciousness, but the thing has to already exist before the consciousness can decide.
Well, you can describe it that way, but that doesn't actually mean that the thing doesn't have any distinguishing factors itself.
Right, but the thing is the thing. The thing is the thing, and let's say there's no human consciousness theoretically, which I can epistemologically do.
Right.
It's not a stolen concept. So we say there are no consciousness. So you're right. This rock or whatever, this asteroid, it's just. Right. It's not even a thing. It's just there. It's just until somebody comes along and says and identifies it. That doesn't mean they can say it's a coffee cup, but they come along and they try to accurately describe what it is. This is epistemological. This is consciousness. It's not existence. Existence is just the object.
That made no sense. You said there's an asteroid, which is a very particular thing, and then you said, well, it's just a thing. No, you just admitted that it's an asteroid. That's a very particular thing.
If we were very primitive, we would just say it was a rock. It was a big rock.
But even a rock is a particular thing. It has essence.
Right.
But
you cannot escape.
That's us.
Is your problem the label? Are they objecting to the label you're putting on the thing?
No, we're denying.
What they're objecting to. I really don't. Explain. So how would that?
Here's what's going on.
Rock, which is something that humans call it. how would that precede that thing
No,
actually
the rock is
existing?
something that informs what humans call it.
Right.
Okay, so but its existence preceded what humans thought about it, or
But
called it,
also
or
its
categorized
essence,
it.
its essence
But its
precedes
essence
what humans
did
thought
too.
about it.
Right. Because it's an basically what's going on here is an argument over whether they're a priori or a posteriori. Which one comes first? That's what's going on right here. Are there a priori truths, such as I am not the rock? That's how I can form the concept of I'm not the same thing as that thing that I call a rock that has being. Which one comes first?
The rock is not an a priori concept. The rock is how you decide to categorize it. You can just
but categorization is a priori, right?
Consciousness and existence is a priori. You cannot argue against those things without using those concepts to argue about them.
But if I could hop in here, I don't think it's an a priori, a posteriori distinction. I think that's the epistemological analog to what the problem is. The problem is that Jeff's insisting that there is primacy of existence over essence, and that's simply untenable. You cannot talk about anything existing without identifying that thing as a particular thing.
It is what it is, absolutely.
Okay, but if it is what it is, then it isn't what it isn't.
Correct.
Okay, so if you talk about a world where an asteroid exists, it doesn't exist as mere existence. There is no such thing as mere existence. It exists as an asteroid. You cannot get rid of existence, you cannot get rid of essence when you talk about existence.
Right, and it doesn't matter what you call it. If you call it an asteroid or a rock or a coffee cup, it doesn't matter. It is what it is.
Right.
Right. So it has an objective essence. So all I'm saying is existence does not precede essence.
I'm not sure how you're using the word essence. Based on what you just told me, essence is what the things that you as a person or we collectively as people or whatever decide are essential about the characteristics
that's not
of
what
that
I said.
I think you're just saying that the law of identity is true.
No. It's something
Well,
much more.
that's what you're saying.
Sure.
Let me clarify my position. Okay, so what I'm saying is there's no such thing as brute existence. When we talk about essences, we're talking about what it means to be a particular thing, right? That has nothing to do with what people or with how people categorize it. You could have a world with no consciousness. There would still be categories of things. There would still be rocks, trees, lakes. They would not be the same thing. They would not be gobbledygook categories.
If you're using essence strictly to mean a thing is what it is, independent of what other people think it is, which may or may not be accurate, then I totally agree with you.
But I'm saying, I believe that I'm saying more than that, Jeff, because what I'm saying is when you get the category, oh, this is a rock, I'm saying that that's reliant on an extramental reality that is actually in the category rock. The category rock is not merely conceptual. It relies on the reality that's beyond the concept. You're conceptualizing it.
Okay, that's a very Platonic view, and that is a view with which I disagree. I don't think there is rockness that exists a priori.
That's why Nightmare brought up, or excuse me, that's why Russ brought up the a priori, because the epistemological analog to this is there such concepts just in and of themselves?
Right. So like you would look at a table and say that the concept of table is a priori because of the Platonic world of forms. Is that your position?
No. I would say that I don't know how exactly reality is categorized. I just know that there must be a fundamental categorization of reality that somehow corresponds to my categorization. Otherwise, my categorization is completely non-rational with respect to the world that I'm experiencing.
Well, I think that's a false dichotomy, but why wouldn't any other category be a priori and governed by that same I mean, it means something to be a rock means something in particular. It means it's sedimentary, it's metamorphic, or it's igneous. There are all these things that we use to define rocks. Rock is not a primary. We may look at something and think it's a rock, but maybe it isn't. Maybe it's an asteroid or something else. But
that's exactly.
If that exists in the world of forms a priori, why wouldn't a couch or a laptop computer or anything else also be in the world of forms?
Again, I don't believe in the world of forms. I think that the categorization of the world has to do with God's plan for it. God is a logical God. He has categories into which things fit, and he plans the world in accordance with those categories.
So that they're conveyed to us in a way that we can understand them as such.
Exactly.
Okay.
So reality, reality is in other words, creation, the world that we experience.
Earlier question.
What happens when we find something new? What happens when we discover something new? Who labels it?
That's a good question.
Experts in the field, hopefully.
But who are they? God, or is that part of God's plan, or is that what does God say about cloning rights? Is there anything about cloning rights in the Bible? You know, like how do we know?
Well, Jeff, if I could,
the Bible or supernatural entities to have a rational code of ethics, if that answers your question. But when we discover something, we've discovered any number of things since the Bible was written.
But Jeff, I think
there is installment of conception. It's a conundrum for the Christian because it was a person that was grown without being conceived.
Well, hold on. I will give Russ that issue, but hold on. I think that just the real problem for you, Jeff, is that when we discover something new, if it's absolutely new, we have no attributes whatsoever which correspond to this object. There's no way that we can categorize it.
Can you give me an example of something that you're talking about?
No, but the fact that I can't is exactly informative that your view doesn't work.
No, I'm asking. No, I don't really feel like I have shortcomings in this discussion, but if you want to attribute that to my... I'm having trouble reconciling some of your statements, so if you can you give me an example historically where something new came about since the Bible was written, let's say, and where it was beyond us to explain it, or...
No. So when you
electromagnetic spectrum.
Explain
the electromagnetic spectrum.
When you had your first experience as a human being, right? You had nothing with which to relate that to, on the view of categorization that you're upholding.
Right. I had to rely on my parents or.
No. You don't have any experience of your parents yet. You have no experience whatsoever, and you have your first experience. And now you've rendered it unintelligible because you have nothing with which to relate it to represent it by. There's no relationship whatsoever to bring to that because you have nothing at the table to use to analyze it.
Like an example?
Well, see, on my view, there is an innate ability to categorize reality because we're made in God's image. The reality that we experience is in line with God's reason, and our ability to reason is in line with God's reason. Ergo, they mesh together. But when I have my first experience, I have all the tools I need innately to interpret that experience and categorize it and so on and so forth. But on your view, there's no reason to suspect that what you're experiencing isn't interpreted as gobbledygook. There's no reason, because when you come to your first experience, you're tabula rasa. You have absolutely nothing with which to operate on, categorically speaking.
Right. Cognitively, I don't really know anything, but babies, and this is certainly up for debate. Just like animals have instincts, beavers know how to build dams and stuff, and this doesn't appear to be intergenerational shared knowledge. There are no schools on how to build dams and stuff. beavers instinctively have that. I think some human beings have some level of instinct and have evolved in that way, although it would appear a lot less than most in the animal kingdom, who seem to have much more in the way of perceptual sensory stimulus response abilities, but nothing matching human beings in terms of cognition, in terms of abstract thinking, passing knowledge intergenerationally. So you're right. I think you're correct that children are born with only very basic survival instincts. They can't sustain themselves in a way that animals learn how to do. Some with the coaching of their parents and some without. But
so I have to get off here pretty soon. But would you agree, Jeff, that instincts are non-rational compulsions?
Well, let me put it this way. I think what it means to be a living organism is an organism which acts according to its own nature to to survive and hopefully flourish as that being. So in the animal kingdom, the animals tend to have hardwired within them the means by which to do that. They've evolved in that way. Human beings don't really have a lot in the way of innate knowledge, and most of it's passed along. And human infants, human children are very dependent for a good portion of those early decades, that early decade. And so I think we have stimulus and response. We have pain mechanisms. Babies respond to smiles and loving and nurturing and need a lot of physical contact. I don't know if that's probably not rational if it's automatic. It's probably sort of not irrational, but maybe irrational. It's to the extent that it's part of our nature or part of what it means to be a human being.
So
it's just an attribute. So I don't know if that.
So that answers my question. I'm gonna make a point, and then I would be interested to hear your rebuttal. But after I listen in, I'm gonna take off here. So it's been great conversing with you, Jeff. I really appreciate the polite conversation.
Yeah, indeed, I do too.
But so I'll make this one last suggestion. I think that it's a huge dilemma for your epistemology if you're going to say our categorization skills, if you go back chronologically, eventually just started out, or if we're going back in time, we eventually come to the point where they started out as irrational instincts. Because there's no reason then to suggest that we're not still living in gobbledygook land of irrational instincts that only appears to be rational, and even that inference of appearance is itself irrational.
I think observing children to the extent that that I have, not myself personally, but one thing that characterizes, I think, young children is their real thirst and hunger to universalize things as much as they can. So they can be an error when they do it. So, for example, if I don't know, some man does something bad to them or hurts them or whatever, then they may universalize that and hate all men, or they might think all dogs are dangerous because one was. That's kind of survival stuff. It's very useful, but I think children, and I remember this from when I was a little kid. I hated inconsistency. I hated inconsistency worse than being punished. I'd rather.
Amen to that.
I would rather be punished predictably than punished irregularly. So I think children sort of display some of these tendencies, and and we don't fully understand development. We know that children are more adept at learning languages when they're younger than later on in life, and we know anecdotally that kids are very good at computers when old people struggle with them. So yeah, the human mind is an amazing thing, and certainly we have autonomic things that we don't control. We don't control our heartbeat, or we don't have to think about breathing. Thankfully, we breathe.
Well, there are some Buddhists. No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Yeah, let's not. And I think what makes us different is that we're kind of beings of volitional conscious. We can choose to think or not think. We can choose to focus or not. I think this is the essence of the free will argument. The free will argument is not about actions. It's about whether or not one chooses to think or not to begin with, and it can manifest itself in actions. But really, our primary choice is whether to think or not, and I think it's the root of a good secular ethical system, and it's the root of the free will question. It's
but that's a question begging by embedding libertarian free will into the concept of choice.
Oh, and that's what I argued last time. Well,
yeah, libertarian free will has more to do with actions. I think I specified specifically. I was talking about in terms of consciousness and thought and psychological free will. I'm not talking about can you will yourself to fly around the room without any aid or anything like that. I'm really talking about the basic choice to think or not to think, and to act within the wide array of choices that human beings do have, even in what might appear to be really desperate situations.
Thanks for taking the time to talk to me, Jeff. Really appreciate it.
It's a pleasure. I appreciate it. Thanks for the difficult questions.
I appreciate the objectivism. That's rare. That's rare to come across someone who's sporting that. I appreciate the challenge.
If you're really whether or not you end up adopting the position or not, a wonderful book has just been released. It's kind of pricey, but it's cheap on the Kindle. I think you can get it for like $10 on the Kindle or on a reader. But it's the original Nathaniel Branden lectures on objectivism, where he took the ideas that were expressed in Ayn Rand's novels, and he put them in systematic format. Went through all the major branches of philosophy, metaphysics, epistemology, ethics, politics, and aesthetics, and they're the lectures, but they're written. They're beautiful to read as well. I've been rereading them. I'd only heard parts of it over the years because they actually came out on record albums in the '60s, and I had a friend who had some of them, and I listened to a few of them. But I'm really enjoying a systematic presentation of a complete set of ideas, and she takes a position, Rand did, on just about every major philosophical issue. And you can disagree with her, but it takes a lot of effort. But she speaks in a way that is very accessible, and the intelligent layperson can read and really benefit. The stuff on critical thinking and epistemology I find the most valuable to me. I was a libertarian. I was born a libertarian. Talk about tabula rasa. But as far as that's not quite accurate. But as far as her theory of knowledge, much of which rests on Aristotle, but I think bringing it into the modern age is really great stuff. So, The Vision of Ayn Rand by Nathaniel Branden, if you're interested.
I put that on my wish list. So
I think you did. Yes, I'm sorry, I did tell you that, but for the others here,
I've already read it. I've already read it.
You've already read it?
Yeah, it basically basically what it does in her epistemology, she lays it down to 3 different axioms. The problem is that the other 2 can be subsumed under the first, and the first one begs the question. That's basically the short brunt of it.
So, I need to get this book. I can't believe you guys have read this book and I'm behind. That's terrible.
It was. So you must have read it pretty recently. It came out in 2008, I guess. This particular.
Are you talking about Ayn Rand?
Ayn Rand, yeah. Yes. Or
yes.
A-Y-N. Yeah,
I read her works. Right, I read her works.
Okay, yeah, you haven't read this particular account. Yeah, okay, that's cool. I mean,
yeah, I'm to the source kind of guy, so
piecemeal elsewhere, of course, but so in your judgment, well, she does hold that the primacy of existence,
right,
and that consciousness, well, she would hold that identity is part of the of existence,
right,
of course. And if that's what you all meant by essence, I totally agree with you. But so
I would say I'm more. And I'll leave after this comment, but I would say I'm more. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm more Hegelian in the sense that I don't believe that there is such a thing as existence without an essence.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you're talking about existence without identity, I would certainly agree with that. If you're using essence kind of synonymously with identity, I would agree with that. So what did you think was question begging?
Well, no, what I was saying is that, for instance, you just agreed that existence and identity, one of her axioms involves identity, right? And then the other one is about existence. It's the primacy of existence.
Right.
So one of them could be subsumed under the other, but it assumes tabula rasa. In other words, it just denies the possibility of any a priori knowledge whatsoever.
I don't think you quite correctly grasp that, or maybe you do, and I'm missing something. But what her position would be, existence is primary,
right,
and consciousness. There's two real schools of thought. There's primacy of consciousness and the primacy of existence.
Right.
So the primacy of existence does not have anything to say about consciousness. But consciousness is axiomatic. It's just not primary in the way that existence. Consciousness, to be conscious, is to be conscious of something that exists.
But see, that's the problem. How are you conscious of something without already having consciousness about something or of something else? See, that's the problem, that the 2 other axioms could be subsumed under the first one.
No, you can have existence without a consciousness. That's what we were talking about earlier. You can have existence without somebody knowing about it or anything. Yeah, if you don't have conscious beings, the world is just singular. If the universe is singularity, it is what it is. It doesn't matter who perceives it for it to exist. It's not dependent upon somebody to perceive it for it to exist, correct?
Well, that's true if you're talking about human existence. See, that's the other problem.
Or any other kind of existence. Why? Okay, so
if God exists, then we do have somebody observing something, and it is objectively true, independent of our minds, right?
Okay. Well, her theory did not include God, so within the context of her theory is that there is no God.
That's right.
And you're critiquing the idea that that there can you're critiquing it based on your preconceived notion of a God, which indeed is not compatible with objectivism.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. No, what I'm saying is that in her case, existence takes on 2 different forms. First of all, right? She's begging the question: all that exists is not God. Since God doesn't exist, right? First, we have to have existence in the creation sense. So there's a equivocation going on here, involved in question begging.
No, but you're alleging a creator. You are making a positive statement for which there's no evidence.
Hold on, but so you agree with the proposition that there is no creator?
Correct.
In other words, you're saying that proposition is false.
To the extent that I don't know of any evidence of a creator.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're begging the question too. You're making a statement for the proposition positively.
Begging the question is not disagreeing with you. Begging the question is assuming something to be true in the course of making the argument.
Hold on. The proposition can be put into positive form as well, right? Would you agree with that? For instance,
yes, a proposition can be expressed positively or negatively. Correct.
That's right. And in this case, you would be making the positive claim, right? If I expressed it as, in this case for Ayn Rand, she believes the proposition that God does not exist. That's true for her. That proposition is true for her.
Yes, but
she is making a question, and she's using existence in a different sense than for the person.
She's not making a positive claim. It's an important thing in logic. So she's not making a positive claim against the non-existence of something. She's saying that the reason and evidence do not get you to a God.
But it can be expressed positively, right? In a statement form?
Well, you have to be careful. Okay, so I can say there's no evidence of unicorns, right?
Right.
Just to be simple. It's not just the same thing as saying there are no unicorns anywhere in the universe. I don't know that. I would have to go visit every planet, look under every rock for a unicorn. I would not make that statement. What I would say is that if somebody makes the claim that there's such a thing as a unicorn, I would ask that person to define it. There's nothing logically contradictory about a unicorn as far as being a horse with a horn on its head or whatever it is. Some of the magical things.
Or a billy goat. Or a billy goat in 1828. Or a narwhal.
Yeah, whatever. We don't know. So I would. So if I were to make that claim, you would justifiably say, I'm sorry. Well, show me the evidence of a unicorn. Show me the skeleton. And show me the real thing. Hopefully.
Well, I think there's a valid point here, Jeff. I would say, for instance, the Bible mentions unicorns, so I want to know what the author's intended meaning is. So I would go look up many different lexicons. What does it mean, going all the way back to when the psalmist writes this sort of a thing? And when he writes it, he's talking about a rhino. But when we're talking about it, in the Greek sense, usually it's some sort of a mythological horse with a horn or something.
Right. Okay.
Same sort of occurrence is going on here.
Okay, we're talking about epistemology. Let's not beat the analogy to death.
Right.
So we're talking about. Okay, I say that X exists, and you say, what is X? What do you mean by X? Show me evidence of X, and I don't come up with any explanation, or let's say I can't even define X. You can say, well, I can't accept that as being true. I appreciate your telling me that. I appreciate your sincerity, but no, thank you. I don't appreciate that as true. That's what Ayn Rand's doing. She's not assuming God, and she's starting at first principles at the basis. And no, you don't assume God. You don't assume Thor. You don't assume anything if you're doing philosophy correctly. You start at the foundations of knowledge, and that's what she's doing. And it's not contradictory to not plop in a God or something into your analysis when you're doing this.
Jeff, would you agree that there are different kinds of existence, for example? Like mathematical numbers and equations exist differently than the way my cabbage does out front.
Yes.
See, that's all I'm pointing out. So when she's saying that existence precedes, and she's saying it has to be in this form, would that not just be fine for me to go ahead and run with that and say
she was not a monist? She didn't think there was only one kind of existence, but she thinks things either are or they aren't. Consciousness, she regarded. She didn't really take a materialist view on consciousness. She took the view that living organisms have the attribute of consciousness, but she didn't necessarily. Now, she didn't say that it may not be, and perhaps we probably have gotten closer to saying that there are a lot of material things that affect consciousness. The more time goes by, we find out a lot material things do affect our consciousness, but even so, it is it doesn't have to be reducible to one element or something like that. But it does nonetheless exist. This is, in her judgment, the fundamental choice in the universe was existence or non-existence. So something either exists or it doesn't. It can exist in a certain different kind of way. It can be an abstraction. It can be a thought. It can be any number of things. It doesn't have to be concrete, but things either exist or don't exist.
Well,
but her main point was, and what I think you're disputing, is she said that the universe, whatever exists, doesn't care about your consciousness or what you learn or what you know. It is what it is, and that thing you call a rock, that exists no matter what you think about it or anything like that. There's an objective reality.
Right. What I'm disputing about that is not just that, but the idea of existence that she's using. She's basically saying that it has to be a material existence, right from the outset. Like, she denies, right? She denies epiphenomenalism, for example.
Yeah, I don't think she would deny like emergent properties. So I don't think. I don't personally think that somebody can build a human brain and have it be conscious or all of that. I think it's an attribute of a human organism that happens.
That's assuming naturalism, right? That the brain is synonymous with the mind, right?
Yeah. Now I think the mind, what we call the mind and the consciousness, I think that's personally, I think that's an emergent property. But yes, it's material. I think it's material in origin. Though I don't, I wouldn't call myself a materialist or a physicalist because, and I don't know the answer to this entirely, but I think the consciousness exists in a kind of a different way as matter. So I don't necessarily hold the strict materialist or physicalist view of things, but.
Yeah, that's all I was saying. I wasn't trying to say it was improper circulation.
But a consciousness, whatever it is, has to exist. So, and what her point was is that a consciousness has to be conscious of something. It has to be a consciousness by definition has to be conscious of something. Thus, being you can't have consciousness without existence. For one, the consciousness won't exist to begin with. But even if it did. It would have to be conscious of something. That's all she's saying. There's no begging the question or anything like that.
No, there is. There is.
Well, you keep saying that, but you're not demonstrating it. And because she didn't posit a God, that doesn't mean she's question begging.
Wait. So she's saying that God could be the first existence?
No, she was an atheist. She did not put forth the idea of God at all.
So she's assuming that that's false, right? She doesn't have any evidence that that's not the case. So she is.
Doesn't have any evidence that that is the case.
That's the issue. So what I'm pointing out here is that in her case, she's equally begging the question. So what? All we're appealing to is what's called validity, right? It's the same issue as doing a math problem both forwards and backwards to check the issue.
She's assuming that in 2,000 years she has not encountered a coherent definition or argument proving a God, nor has she heard a logical definition for Thor or for the Hindu God or for Buddha or any of these things. And she looked at the universe as it is and came forth with these theories. If reason and evidence which was her epistemology, will get you to a God or a creator, then she nor I would reject that idea. That would be a fact of reality. It would be natural too if it were true.
Right, and that's what I'm trying to point out is that when she's assuming all of that, she is assuming it. It's just that it's the case here.
But how is it question begging? You were very quick to call it question begging.
Well, it's question begging in that everything that she's saying is assumed. Everything. Look,
I don't know how closely you read her, but
She
The way
starts by identifying axioms of reality, and
That's right.
She doesn't just draw a line in the sand like the presuppositionalist does, where they just throw out there, well, God exists and He's logic and He's the basis of everything. That's a conclusion. That is question begging. If that's classic circular argumentation and question begging, it absolutely is. So she did not do any of that. She identified what was the actual root of foundation of knowledge. Let me finish.
Why didn't she start with God rather than not?
Why didn't you start with Buddha?
Yeah,
it's not primary.
Right. Why didn't you start with Buddha?
You seem to know philosophy. You start with the foundations of knowledge, of axioms. You don't start with a conclusion. Buddha is a conclusion.
Hold on. But the conclusion can be stated in two different ways, right? We've already established that a proposition can be stated both negatively and positively. It depends on how it's stated.
Yeah, you're not doing philosophy at all if you're starting with any kind of a preconceived idea. That is starting with a preconceived notion, a conclusion. It's not a starting point.
Hold on. All you've said is that you're not doing that. I don't do philosophy the way that you do. That's basically all you've said.
I'm saying you're doing propagandizing if you're starting with a deity that has not been demonstrated, the efficacy of which or the validity or existence of which has not been demonstrated.
Jeff, you're starting with the assumption that he's never been demonstrated, so therefore he won't be, right?
What was that? I missed.
But you're starting with the assumption that since God hasn't been demonstrated to you satisfactorily, He never will.
God has to be. Any positive claim has to be demonstrated through reason and evidence.
Okay, give me that. That's a claim, right, Jeff?
That is correct.
Sure. So how do you trust your memory?
What does this have to do with anything?
How do you know your memory is reliable? It has everything to do with it.
Empirically, I remember things and they end up being true.
So you used your memory, right?
Yeah, what are you using? How do you know your memory's right?
Well, that's circular reasoning. You see, you can't do that, right? Because that's not satisfactorily answering the claim that every claim requires evidence that can't be circular.
If you want to introduce this kind of sophistry at this hour of the night for me, I'm gonna have to.
No, you're welcome.
This is really not been very. It was very productive up to a point, but listen, all I'll say is that if you do philosophy, you dig down, you're radical, you go to as far down as you drill down as far as you can, you go to the foundations of knowledge, which are existence, consciousness, and identity, and you build from there. You do not assume God, you do not assume Thor, you do not assume Apollo, and start from there. Those are arbitrary starting points. They are not the basis of knowledge. That's not philosophy done correctly. And talking about my memory or any of these other stupid things doesn't change that.
So
maybe
reading that
I can clarify a little bit. Can I, Russ? Okay.
Sure.
Have you ever heard like a theist claim we're defining God out of existence sometimes?
I have heard that, yes. I've heard
that. Well, this kind of like flips it around, saying
he's defining it
defining existence so that it excludes God.
Exactly. Yes. Correct. That's
right. Okay. So.
Yes.
And I think one of the points was that this Christian ontology and so on ends up having a notion of existence that includes this distinction between the creator and the created, right? So.
Yeah.
It's kind of a different mode of existence for God that's not accounted for in the existence model of existence posited by Ayn Rand, right? So
right.
And that's kind of like defining existence to exclude God, according to Russ, I think.
Well, to me, the starting point, and I'm going to have to wrap this up. I don't mind hanging on here, but it's getting kind of late, and when I get tired, I get a little impatient. So sorry about that. But anyway, what
what Rand did was she identified as axiomatic certain things about certain very core things to reality. So why is existence axiomatic? Because if we attempt to say existence is not, existence doesn't exist, we have the problem not only of sort of a contradiction there, but we have to exist to make the argument. The effort of actually arguing against existence validates existence. It also validates consciousness. You cannot have an argument against consciousness without actually using consciousness. You can't have an argument without using identity. People say, prove that existence exists. That's a contradiction, because in order to prove something, you have to come up with other things that exist to prove it. So existence presupposes, if you like that, to presuppose things, this is the stuff you need to presuppose, because not doing so is internally contradictory. It's self-exploding. It's self-detonating. As opposed to I'm almost done. I'm almost done. So the God thing is not self-exploding. So I say there's no God. That doesn't mean I'm correct, but it doesn't. But it's not internally contradictory or self-explosive to the argument for me to say that. It's not a nonsensical statement. You may think it's false. You may be right, but it's not nonsensical. So the way we know we're at the foundations of knowledge is that any attempts to refute those basic blocks of knowledge are literally self-destructive. They're nonsensical to even do it. So that's where we start. That's where she started. It is to her credit that she didn't smuggle in superstition or her own desires or whatever. If where she got from there went to God, she would accept it. I would accept it. Everybody would accept it who's a critical thinker. That's not what she did. She didn't beg the question, so
that's exactly why she used the Bible to make her point, right? That's how she didn't beg the question. Since she didn't believe that, she was objective. That's the problem, right?
Let's take another different stab at it. These things aren't like it's right there, like foundational and stuff. Doesn't really get you quite all the way. They have characters to them, right?
Sure.
So in the case,
I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry. I'm getting a little. I guess I'm really not enjoying this much, so I'm gonna have to wind down. I don't want it to get. I'd love to pick this up later, but
quote unquote challenging or anything, but I mean these things have characters like definitions and such, or attempts to make them and so on. So, for instance, consciousness. You know, does consciousness necessarily have a connection to qualia? That's a critical question.
What's the word you just used?
Qualia.
Qualia, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and so that can make it controversial, you know, and so on. Somebody might say, you know, when it has some kind of connection, it can't exist because qualia don't exist or something like that, right? And, you know, you have to either you know, so long as it's connected to that, it's self-contradictory or something, right? So, right, you can have that kind of argument go on, right? And, you know, so there's another one with, I guess Russ is going on here with existence, right? There's different modes of existence, right? Like, you know, abstracta and concreta, right?
Sure.
And I'm not sure if a mode would be a good way to qualify it, but something, maybe orthogonal mode, but you know, kind of a similar distinction that he's saying is necessary is the creator-created distinction, and you know, so long as it doesn't account for that, you know.
Well, it does. I mean, you can be conscious of your own thought process.
Sorry?
You can be aware of yourself, but even when you're self-aware, you're aware of something in reality.
Right. Right. That's fine. I don't have any disagreement there.
Cool.
Yeah, awareness and such is generally not a terribly controversial part of consciousness. But yeah.
So the only critique of mine was the issue of using the term univocally when, if you take into account my worldview possibly being true, you have to at least entertain the thought that there is another mode of existence that's outside of nature itself. And it's in that sense I'm saying that Ayn Rand is using.
Well, if you're using nature to mean all that exists,
right?
Really, it's logically contradictory for there to be something outside of all that exists. It too would have to exist.
Well, right.
It would be part of what exists.
Of course,
So,
right. Christianity would say that God entered into existence.
Right.
Of course.
So I'm still not getting what how you meant question pecking.
Well, I mean, assuming the opposite, basically. That's basically what goes on.
Opposite of what?
Well, for instance, somebody might define. Let's just use this word, for instance. Atheism is a lack of belief, right? They might say, well, that's what I mean. But not all beliefs, in that sense, are given personal avowal to. Like you don't constantly run around going, I'm an atheist, thinking about it all over the place.
Correct.
But in some other measure, some of your beliefs are functionally made apparent, and that's why I say that the statement could be presented both ways.
Well, she actually makes the point. She and Brandon actually made the point that they were kind of embarrassed that they had to even talk about religion versus atheism because through Aristotle they had built up a system that you can quibble with it. I think calling it question begging is still nonsensical, but nonetheless you can quibble with it. And they only talked about atheism because religion is still such a huge part of our culture. But they thought that in their mind, atheism, having a position on God was only important because of the culture. It didn't logically follow at all to them, and I agree. And we wouldn't probably 1,000 years from now. It might not even come up. It may no longer even be that anybody's religious 500 years from now, in which case it wouldn't even come up at all. So it's not their philosophy is not about atheism. It's about starting with first principles and building up from there. If it gets you to God, it does. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But this is the same conversation I had with Jimmy. He doesn't want to do logic and philosophy if it doesn't. If it doesn't preclude, if it precludes God, and that's you're either propagandizing or you're just doing confirmation bias.
Jeff, basically what you're saying is I have to do philosophy the way you do philosophy, right? How is that logically?
I do philosophy the way philosophers do philosophy.
Wait, so all philosophers do philosophy the same way?
Unfortunately, not all of them. No.
Including Alvin Plantinga or William Lane Craig, right?
No, I would not include them among the serious.
But they have PhDs in philosophy, and they don't do philosophy the way you do, right?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, and this is just a question because I don't know enough about philosophy, but if you start with something doesn't exist and go down that path, or if you start with something does exist and go down that path, are you liable in philosophy to get different answers? And that's the only problem.
Yes.
Yes, you don't start by saying you start by identifying what does exist. Correct.
Okay.
Well, it's a kind of a neutral ground claim, isn't it? Though?
No, see, that's the problem here is that I deny neutrality.
Yeah.
The idea that people are neutral is absolutely demonstrably false in all of society. Yeah. People are not rocks. Rocks are objective.
There's a difference between philosophy and theology. William Lane Craig and Plantinga, I think, clearly do theology.
No, well, you may say that, but revelation.
I don't think that's how you should do philosophy, and I don't say that everybody should do philosophy exactly the way I do, but I think the
okay. So then, why can't I do philosophy the way that I do?
You can do whatever you want, and you can do it by by doing tea leaves or fortune cookies if you want to, but if you want to understand the world, there are certain time-honored methods of verifying reality that are more effective than whatever your arbitrary method of validating your own conclusions.
Hold on. Did you just say tea leaves and stuff? Seriously? Is that what we've gone to?
No. Well, that's if you said you want to.
Because I'm religious.
You should do philosophy however you want to. If you want to do it with tea leaves, then that's what you should do.
Right. When have I done it with tea leaves this evening?
Well, I don't know, but if your way of doing philosophy is as good as mine, then your way is as good as mine, whatever you choose.
Well, that's what your claim is, right?
No, that was your claim.
No, my claim was that I'm not allowed to do philosophy according to you.
I obviously think the way that I do philosophy is superior than the way that you seem to be doing it. Yes.
That's very arrogant.
That's the way I do it. It's because I hold that I think the people who have done philosophy the best have done it by starting with first principles and not.
Let me ask you this.
By trying to validate their superstitions or biases or prejudices.
Sure. Okay. So if you say first principles, so you agree that we all have the epistemic right to start with first principles.
I'm talking about literal first principles, not I think there's a God.
Right. That's right.
Buddha or
right.
astrology.
That's right.
Right.
That's right. You biasly preclude that as even.
I'm trying to get all those things off the table.
That's right. Yeah, you're eliminating them because they don't fit into your suitcase. I understand.
I only eliminate what I find to not be true. I want to believe more true things than false things, as Matt Dillahunty eloquently says.
Okay, that's fine, but in this case, how are you doing? How are you not begging the question? If you're saying I can't involve my theology, then what if I tell you can't involve your secular ethics? How is that any different? But you can't stuff that into your philosophy, right? That would be question begging.
I'm starting with first principles. I haven't even gotten to ethics. Ethics is way down the road. You start with what exists.
Sure. Right. Okay, that's what I'm saying. So I can't start with God.
If you want to inquire into anything, you can have an hypothesis. Okay. If you have a hypothesis that God exists, you can test that philosophically with reason and evidence. You can do that if that's your goal. It wasn't Ayn Rand's goal. Ayn Rand's goal was to start with a philosophy based on reason and evidence, and that's what those are her terms. You can say that she did or did not succeed at doing that, but those are the terms upon which she based it. To say that she was question begging because she didn't smuggle some conclusion in there or some preconceived idea of a God, that is non-objective and it's not question begging. I don't know why you want to call it that.
She smuggled her.
Unless question begging just means things you don't like, but that's starting at the basic demonstrable foundations of knowledge. Reason, identity goes all the way back to Aristotle.
Right. See, I deny Aristotelian logic. Right.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, I deny his whole epistemology.
Well, I think that explains a lot.
and I don't agree with Plato either.
Well, good for you.
so basically, what I'm saying here is that when you say that we're able to start with certain foundations, the problem with this is that for like 80 years or so in philosophy, we had Leibniz, right? Leibniz. He had his first principles. Then we had who? Who was next? Spinoza with his whole foundationalist system. Then we have Descartes, right? Starting with first principles. But how is it that we come out with an atomist, a pluralist, and then quite literally a quasi-pluralist, when they're all starting from the same first principles, but they all have different first principles? So if you're saying
most of them are variants of Plato or Aristotle.
Right.
Fortunately, most of them are variants of Plato.
Right, but they all claim to be necessary. That's my point.
Well, of course they do, and that's why critical thinkers have to examine their ideas and find out.
That's right.
And some of them Some of them wrote heavily on ethics and not so much about metaphysics. What I think what Ayn Rand brought to the table that a lot of other philosophers didn't was the completeness of her system and the interrelatedness of the ideas that she integrated. And a lot of it was taken from Aristotle, most of it, I would say. But anyway, I don't know. I'm getting a little tired, and it's 1:15 here, and at some point you can't.
All right. No worries.
Philosophy can be pretty exhausting.
No, it's nice to meet you.
I'd love to pick it up, but I'm getting a little tired. And
Sweet dreams, Jeff.
all right. Nice seeing you, Armin. Take care.
Bye.
Good night, all.
Good night, Jeff.
I really like him.
He's
I
interesting.
agree with him. The biggest part is that he's oh my gosh, what is his political philosophy? It's
Libertarianism.
Beg your pardon?
Libertarianism.
Yeah, that's it. We duke it out on that one.
Yeah, I find it's challenging.
Yeah, that's to say the least. So.
I don't know where I would be there. Apparently, since I'm a Calvinist, I should be a theonomist, but I don't know. I haven't figured that out yet.
Yeah, Bonson published some papers on it, but
Oh yeah, loads of them, right?
yeah, Wayne Hudson goes on about how presuppositionalism is related to theonomy. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think this, well, would you call it a category of existence instead of a mode of existence? I don't know. Or is it just another
It's
mode?
not so much that I think the problem is the use of the word. Like I said, it just precludes my worldview, Nadia. In my worldview, there are all kinds of, especially God's existence is completely separate from our existence. In the sense that he had to enter and condescend into his creation to make himself known. So I would look at it in different ways, but saying that existence only has one usage, right, one definition in a univocal sense, I would disagree. I think that precludes the idea that there's only a naturalistic sort of existence. That's all I was saying. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I mean, it certainly is question-begging, but it's really, it's a valid form of question-begging in a sense.
Oh, okay. And I can see it raising difficulties, but there's...
Okay.
Yeah. In a sense, I think the kind of argument you would end up making against it would be something on the order of, how proper how proper characterization or whatever it is, and how well it represents the language or the concept and so on.
Right. Yeah, I would. It is a semantic argument, really.
That ends up being kind of the same as compatibilist notions of free will.
Oh, you mean that thing that's all over the Bible, free will?
Well, there's like Frankfurt. There's the faculties rational deliberation affair. There's
sure.
the responsiveness to reasons and desires affair, and these are all like
things that a lot of theists bring up, right?
Well, actually, no. More typical to get relatively naive, contra-causal and principle of alternative possibility-based libertarian free will, not in the political sense. And that's pretty naive and easy to gun down. But the compatibilist ones have been getting trotted out by a few people. Seth MacMullen trotted out the faculty's rational deliberation affair. Epi trotted out the Frankfurt notions.
Yeah.
The, what was it, hierarchical model? Yeah. And I think the argument against them is really based on like saying they're not genuinely representative of free will, but rather a moral culpability.
Yeah. And that's one thing that I would argue against fellow Christians. I would say if your view is that we cannot be held morally accountable for something unless we're the ones who caused it, then how can Christ pay for your sins, or how can you be held accountable for the fall that takes place in Genesis 3? That's something that I would ask an Arminian about.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't seem to me that the Bible teaches anything but some sort of compatibilistic free will or some other form of determinism.
I don't know that it does. I have to rely on the... I'm not sure it matters that it does. At least from my point of view. But, I mean, ultimately it's a particular belief held that I need to take on.
Yeah.
Scripture, whatever it says.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not this big a worry. Yeah, the mode of existence is, well, actually a bit novel to me. I don't have an immediate response, but yeah, suspect I'd have to develop a semantic argument.
Yeah.
I'm not getting very far with my semantic arguments on free will. Never mind this.
That's all right. I think I lean towards some form of compatibilism or determinism. I'm like in between there.
Compatibilism is, just hijacking a sort of definition of free will and
right,
plugging models of moral responsibility in there.
Well, I think certain theists could make an argument on top of that, and it would be that, for instance, I think you started a hangout about the mind-body problem a while ago, and I entered and I said the Jews didn't hold that there was like some sort of substance dualism, rather that your whole body, your whole self, your identity, your character, blah blah blah, was all considered the soul, whereas the Greeks separated those two. I mean, I think that's the first century view, and that's what I would go with.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the distinction between the Judaic and the, I guess the eliminativist point of view is just the eliminativist, says certain conceptualizations are, ill-grounded. And it's not that the underlying phenomena or whatever they should be called aren't there.
Yeah.
It's that the characterization, the conceptualization is inappropriate. It's a semantic argument of sorts.
It kind of is, but I guess, I mean, this sort of came up. I didn't bring it up, but Jeff seemed to be expressing this, and I don't want to be talking about him when he's not around. But would you be using this in the same way? Would you say that a concept is the same thing as the statement, or that they are separate things? And that sort of is the issue when it comes to essence and ontology.
I I'd say the concept is distinct from the statement, represents effectively a mental phenomenon underlying the statement.
But it can represent a concrete phenomenon too, right?
To the extent I acknowledge, I guess mental phenomena have some kind of representational character, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think maybe that's one of my strongest problems with idealism is that it seems to make all objects defined by like literally they're just a bunch of propositions in form or something like that. That seems very weird and Platonic to me.
I see more subjective idealists than transcendental.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I've been watching.
It sounds like the objection started more toward transcendental idealism.
Yeah. Right, right. Sorry, were you going to say... Somebody was going to say something.
Sorry. Sorry. I was just saying that I was watching... I just got done watching G-Man's Hangout. It's pretty amusing.
Yeah?
Oh, is it over now?
I should go
No,
watch.
it's still going, but there have been like multiple ups, like peaks and valleys of emotional levels, and it's been quite silly. It's pretty funny.
What the hell are they on about anyway?
I don't know. It just turns into a drama fest, and they lose sight of what they're talking about.
Sorry, you saying I should go watch this drama?
I wouldn't recommend it, you know, but I got a little brain freeze from watching it, so it's pretty good.
Yeah, I'd rather have the kind of things going that I've been running. Namely, well, at the risk of sounding pretentious, deeper thought.
I still haven't met G-Man.
Well, he's there.
I went into his Hangout once, and he had me muted the entire time, and I was there for about 15 minutes, and I just gave up. He didn't even allow me the ability to unmute or mute myself, so and I don't even know him at all. He doesn't know me whatsoever.
That's the link to his Hangout if you want to try to meet him. It's full. Or it's writing it full.
I don't think he'd be able to handle me. It'd be an emotional. it'd be an emotional. Just. It'd be crazy, dude. He couldn't deal with it. He almost can't. Yeah, he almost can't deal with just regular questions, you know. If any sort of challenge to the belief system is made, then it's some people they go into crazy mode and they can't fathom it. You know, it's not good for the conversation.
I have a way of kind of like being the wet blanket that smothers out all fires, and yeah. So I actually managed to, I don't know, go in with pretty extreme positions relative to contrasting with someone else's, and come out with oh yeah, kumbaya.
Yeah, I do the same thing. I find sometimes I get along better in a bunch of unbelievers' rooms than with a bunch of believers' rooms.
Oh yeah,
especially in the
pretty heated.
Man, the one time that I was in his Hangout, or the last time, not the one time, the last time, I couldn't even. couldn't agree with anybody in there.
Yeah, Arminians will really scream.
Yeah,
Actually, not just Arminians, but yeah. The Arminian versus Calvinism thing is strangely, yeah. I've been seeing like Universalist versus what is the standard soteriology called anyway? Like, I don't know if there is a standard one. Special salvation or something.
What do you mean?
You know, basically, some people go to hell, some people go to heaven.
Well, I would say that it's when a person not only assents to the propositional truths of the gospel, but actually does make a change upon hearing the gospel, which I believe is the content in 1 Corinthians 15, 3 through 5, historically. The original gospel would be that Christ died for our sins.
I'm not foggy on the concept. It's just that I don't have a name for what the Universalists are yelling at.
Oh, you mean particularism? That's the term.
Particularism, that's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah. David Weiser is the one who really goes over the top. I don't think I've seen any others really get that bad, but still gets pretty heated.
Okay.
Theistic evolution, another big one.
Yeah, you could start a real argument in a church if you just went in there with an evolution sign or something.
It's like they can't even talk about it. It's a taboo.
Right.
I don't know that it is. I think the shouting matches are regular. I mean, like every time the Christians like invite me in, and it's just all Christians or whatever, they find one of those three issues to get into a shouting match about. I'm pretty much standing on the sidelines.
Yeah, I don't know. For some reason, I do have the ability to agree to disagree and just carry on. I don't know. A lot of other theists that I know of just like break down, like, oh my gosh, I don't got this all figured out. I got to stay on this topic.
I don't know that I would call it agreeing to disagree.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I could like say, oh well, you have that kind of like difference in the belief, and explore the contours of
Right.
how things are different, and you find things that line up and are similar, and oh wow, the same way you kind of have turning the other cheek, I find a way to get that out of determinism, even though you're an Arminian.
I have done that before too. I'm sure you've witnessed that.
Yeah, so.
But I guess you could call that throwing a friendly red herring. Let's talk about this
red
right
herring.
here.
Oh, what?
No, I was saying, like, if I was in an Armenian chat room and they were talking about libertarian free will or something, my first tendency is to toss a red herring in there. Well, let's talk about something else. Maybe it's because I already know where the argument's going to go. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess to the extent it's like turning into an argument, it turned into more of a dance or like a cooperative sparring match or whatever.
It's like ego booster. Yeah. You guys, they just love to fill themselves full of pride at how like excellent they can manipulate the argument, or how they can come across as intelligent. Or, it doesn't matter. I don't know. Are we talking about the same thing, or are we trying to prove our point? What's more important, my point or the knowledge? That's people let that get in the way, and It really complicates the whole matter. The whole matter is very simple, but people like to complicate it with pride. And then screaming matches happen, and there's a 4-hour G-Man hangout with everyone screaming at each other. You know, it's much easier to just let it go, and or at least to say, you know what, maybe you're just kind of retarded, and I'm just not going to pay attention to you. It's so much easier to say that than it is to just press the issue and create more. It creates hatred in me when I hear that kind of stuff, because I automatically, my walls will come up, and that entire viewpoint that person's bringing across is invalid because of my emotional feelings. And when I do that, I cut myself off from knowledge, and I wish people would understand that and try to incorporate that into how they communicate.
Yeah, I agree.
It's funny. Like, oh, go ahead.
No, I was just saying I agree. Yeah, that's a good point.
The kind of oppositional or whatever, context or escalation or whatever, triggers doubling down for sure. But I saw like a huge contrast. Like, I was presenting a sort of variation on the evil God challenge. I thought I have a novel idea of how to do this kind of, well, quote unquote, the evil God challenge, right? And the basic idea of it was, comparing like the defenses of, standard Christian God against the evidential problem of evil to the defense of kind of a generic kind of God of philosophers, evil God against, sort of evidential problem of good, so to speak, right? And then saying that, oh, well, a little bit of straw man risk or whatever, but that the defense of the generic evil God or whatever is more robust than the defense of a good God. That's kind of the way the evil God challenge was set up. And I laid this out for Rodney, and I'm not sure who else was there. I think Seamus might have been. Yeah, and it was all pretty like non-controversial. Like, okay, the way I'd kind of set up the argument, it's like this and whatever. And I haven't seen this going around. It's like, maybe there are reasons why people would object to it, and kind of the obvious ones. Well, it can always be criticized for not presenting as robust a defense as possible, or
right.
They have a novel defense you didn't consider, and so on and so forth. So when I run a hangout like maybe immediately after that one, I get started up, I fall asleep, I wake up, and it's a huge shouting match. The hangout's full, everything else, just everybody's screaming.
I could see you just sleeping there while everybody's yelling at each other.
Yeah, I was, exactly. And it was the problem of evil, right? They were going over again. I was like, I don't know what to do. I'm just gonna like sit here and listen.
I guess just listen to it.
I think you said I actually chimed in at all. It was that's kind of a sub-supporting point to their, I guess, rebuttal to the free will defense. They're trying to use the quote-unquote omniscience versus free will paradox. I was saying it's not a good argument against the will to use in general. So.
Okay, I get you. Yeah, I don't think it works. I think the only route any person who wants to try to make a theodicy about evil, the only way that they could do this is by arguing for compatibilism. I think libertarianism is just nowhere found in the Bible at all.
Yeah. I didn't point out right at that point, but I also rather frequently remark that it's probably evil in general is kind of defeated by basically like Calvinism / modernism, whatever, or even Catholics and Orthodox, hold modernism doesn't work against. Also, what is it? I've seen like the omniscience versus free will paradox trotted around quite a few times over the past like week or so, and I'm like, we're gonna use that as if it's a defeater for free will. It's inadequate because it doesn't work against atheists, number one. It doesn't work against Calvinists, or sorry, it doesn't work against compatibilists, number two. It doesn't work against. Oh, speaking of compatibilists, hi Seth.
Boy.
Yeah, and so on and so forth. I mean, it's not got a very broad a scope. Yeah. Hey Seth, have you met Russ?
I don't think so.
You need to. Well, Russ meets Seth, vice versa. Yeah. We were going on about, what is it, objectivism's, I guess, concept of existence or whatever.
Yeah,
including the, go ahead.
So I'm not that well versed in Ayn Rand's objectivism.
Well, Jeff Keller was in here, as you could tell. So it came up, but apparently, and this is new to me, Russ was telling us about how, I guess, in at least some theologies, there's this a special like mode of existence or distinction in modes of existence between the creator and the created. That, I guess, accounts for some things later on in theology and such. The objectivist notion of existence didn't really account for. So.
Yeah, I know. The main thing I know about objectivists and their concept of existence is that it's primary to everything else, which is where the objectivist argument against God comes from. The fact that God would be conceptual and a product of the mind, or at least mind itself, and it would need to exist prior to anything else, even other conceptual things and other physical things, including the concept itself of existence. But according to objectivists, existence is primary. I think it's a really convoluted argument. It's really, really tough to defend or even explain thoroughly. This is why I don't use it. When I name my handful of arguments against God, I tend to try to leave that one out.
Yeah, it was kind of explicitly Godevna's question begging on the grounds of the concept of existence kind of being rigged to exclude a deity. So yeah. So, in any event, did a quick recap of actually not our discussion, but I guess discussions with what is it? Well, art was named. It's kind of another instance of it popping up, but there was another instance I think this morning where people tried to use the omniscience versus free will paradox as a subsidiary point to the evidential problem of evil.
Omniscience
versus free will. Yeah, omniscience versus free will. Yeah.
Yeah, I really don't think that's a good argument. I've never really thought that was a really good argument. I mean, it seems that the theist gets around it very easily by just saying that, God is God is that which is, has these properties of omniscience and omnipotence and, and benevolence to their maximal degree as far as they're logical. And that, is somebody who doesn't just outwardly reject compatibilism. I'm not sure it even matters whether or not.
I didn't consider the sort of maxi-science or whatever notion, but I did name compatibilism as cutting it down, like just
compatible. Yeah.
Yeah, Frankfurt, faculty's rational deliberation, or what is it? Responsiveness to reason and desire, and so on. All three, you just got it right down. Intentional, voluntary, uncoerced. It's kind of a more naive, like a more historical notion that it probably still guns down. Or it probably still guns it down, rather. Even though it's vulnerable to a lot of counter-arguments against free will, the more sophisticated notions aren't.
So I guess that's interesting. I mean, there are certainly Christians who want to argue that free will exists, and free will, creating free moral beings, is necessary under theism, and that God's omniscience is necessary for theism to be true, and you could show that they're contradictory. I guess that makes some sense. Maybe it's just my aversion to arguing about free will that keeps me away from arguing that point.
Well,
that it's easily easily solved by Calvinists who just claim that we have no free will.
Right.
Well,
Nice
that
to
and
meet-
of course omnibenevolence too. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Seth, you would say you're a compatibilist?
Yeah, well, I'm not really right now. I'm not the last couple of nights I haven't been really able to defend it that well. I felt like I used to be able to understand this better a couple of years ago when I started researching compatibilism, and now I've kind of gotten bored with the whole free will debate, and I've kind of lost it. I would say I'm very, very tentatively a compatibilist, and if I'm going to go back and look at some of the arguments and some of the things that convinced me from Daniel Dennett, and see if they still hold up to me, and maybe I'll change my mind in a week or so. But right now, yeah, I would say I'm very tentatively a compatibilist.
Okay. I'm like sort of in between determinist and compatibilist, so.
Well, there's no between compatibilists and determinists. Compatibilists believe that free will exists and determinism is true.
Right. Right. No, I'm saying that I'm deciding where I'm at there at the moment as I read through material.
Well, it's a semantic argument, right?
It is semantics, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of it is semantics, at least.
Right. Are these genuinely characterizing what should be called free will, or is it just a matter of these, concepts of free will really being more responsibility or culpability? And
yeah, I think that's the distinction right there.
Yeah, where this all came up, though, the sort of concrete content of the arguments under discussion was, basically people getting so emotionally hyped up and into shouting matches and so on, versus, I suppose, being able to more productively engage those who have different beliefs and so on.
Yeah, I think if anybody's confident in their position, they should be able to go out and talk to people who have different opinions. I think it's the closed-minded person that wouldn't do that. And that
No, not necessarily. No, I wouldn't agree with that.
well, I guess there's some sense in which that is disagreeable. But I mean, that's
Some
the
people
way
just
that I
like to
view it.
hear themselves talk, dude, They just like to hear themselves try to make sense of things and appear smart.
That's true. That's true. That would be a sense in which that does occur.
That's an example of free will.
Oh, Lucifer is in with G-Man.
That was funny.
I caught it earlier. He was going nuts on someone.
Lucifer?
No, it is.
No, G-Man. Lucifer is quite calm. He can handle himself. G-Man just hears Jesus is bad and then flips out into crazy mode.
I'm really not. I'm really unsure about G-Man. I don't really dislike G-Man, but I don't know whether or not he's legitimately overexcited for any argument against atheism that comes his way, good or bad, or if he's just pre-wrestling banter between wrestlers. I mean, honestly, I mean, I called you out, I did this, and I showed you this, and atheists are all liars, and I mean, it's...
I'm not sure what to make of him either as a theist. I can't tell if he's genuine in what he's saying, or if sometimes, like you said, he's just arguing to argue.
And I actually, I see, I have no problem with arguing just to argue. I think that people, I think that, you know, sincere, at least well-argued internet trolls can be really useful. I mean, I see this as kind of the defense attorney position, right? That
Sure.
it's always valuable in some way, shape, or form to have somebody argue against your position. It depends on whether or not somebody just wants to be an ass about it. And there's a difference between being a defense attorney and just being a sophist.
Right. There is a fine line there, though.
Yeah.
I think that confusion can be, it comes from the confusion between confidence and arrogance, I think. And I think pride is a good indicator of that. If someone can't say that they're wrong somewhere, or that they genuinely don't know about some particular issue that's come up, then continue in the conversation to figure out where it goes. I think that's a good sign of someone not being genuine.
Mm-hmm. I need an ashtray. Be right back.
All right. It's like 12 right now where I'm at. I need to get some sleep in a little bit.
Yeah. Well.
I have to be up in like 5 hours, so.
I think Xboxes might have room for us. I see only 6 people in there. No, there's 7. So one of us won't fit.
That's fine. I won't go in.
I'm probably just gonna watch G-Man anyways if we get anyone.
Yeah, Seth and I could probably make it into Xboxes.
All right, you guys have a good day, good night, wherever it is. I'm in Arizona where we don't change our clocks, so we got the correct time apparently.
Oh, Russ, before you go, circle Seth. Seth, he'll hopefully circle you back.
Okay. Thank you. Have a good night, everyone.
Seth, circle Russ. He's a good DS to have around.
Cool.
If you pop out while you still try to do it, he'll, get rid of his pop-up window. So hang on. Okay, it's great.
So Nadia,
I'll look up his profile. Go ahead.
Well, hold on. Let me check this real quick. Hold on. Fuck. Hold on. I'll be right back.
Sure.
Good morning.
Morning. Who's there?
It's Nat.
Nat? Oh, Nathaniel.
Yeah.
You on?
Hey. What, you couldn't see? You have... I figured you have like 6 screens in front of you.
I have 64.
Well, yeah, okay. I have, I think 12 right now, but, yeah, me too. But I meant physical screens, not virtual.
Oh, sorry. I meant virtual. Okay.
Oh. Is everyone leaving?
Hey, Hermine. How are you?
Ermine. I'm doing okay, Nathaniel.
Hermine. Sorry, I
Hermine.
forgot.
Hermine. Like the French.
Hermine.
Yes.
Hermine. It's French. Hermine. Okay, that I can remember. You say you gotta give me the language, then I'll remember.
Where are you from? Because you do say it perfectly now.
Well, because my parents are French. I am from America, but I also lived in France, and my parents live in Paris, and I'm also in Israel now. So I've lived in lots of places. So yeah, if you say Hermine, that means I remember it. Hermine. There you go. Well, I'll remember it if I finish my coffee. I just woke up. I woke up late, so
Oh my gosh, going to the office today or going into work or?
No, I work from home mostly, so or at a cafe or whenever, on the beach, if I want.
Okay. Is that
Have
future left
laptop,
profile?
will travel,
Where do you live in the States?
I don't right now. I live in Israel since 3 years, and then yeah.
I'm so sorry.
What?
I've always wondered what it's like to live there.
It's a bit hectic sometimes, but it can be lots of fun actually. But anyway, how are you?
I'm actually doing well. I was listening in on a good conversation. It's interesting for me because I don't know so much about philosophy and logic and all that. I used the better part of my college getting a degree that was going to make money. So I have
Good for you. I'll say that. Good for you.
And so now I just spend time listening to people talk about things. To me, it's hard because I'm like, how is this practical for me? How can I use this information to make it better?
To make money.
Yeah.
Well, before I forget, I just wanted to tell you, because I know you love cooking, and I watched you cook before, I made this weekend a Hungarian goulash that was out of this world. And about 10 hours. I cooked it for about 10 hours, and it came out amazing. It basically, I put an entire pieces of garlic from an entire clove. They melted. Literally, there was no trace of them.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh,
so good.
Gosh.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. So, yeah.
Circle those two profiles in your Christian/Calvinist circles in the sidebar text chat.
Oh, I see it. Thanks. What is that?
Who are they?
Russ is a very enlightened Christian, so.
Why should I circle them?
Well, I was saying Seth, not you.
I thought you. Sorry, I didn't know you weren't talking to us.
Yeah, if you want to get into like philosophical kind of debate realms, well, you're welcome to as well.
Do you have the recipe for the goulash?
No, I just watched a few on YouTube, and I sort of put my own together with what I had. Also, I can't have too many onions, or it triggers migraines galore in me. So I only put like a little bit of onion. Yeah, migraines are a known migraine. I think they trigger or something neuropeptides in the brain, which basically triggers migraines in some people. So so I used lots of potatoes. I used a hell of a lot of potatoes. They sort of really just became wonderful in the goulash. Then I used I think about 6 tomatoes, unpeeled, because I like the skins. I know some don't, but I love them. And then let's see. I sautéed the beef before with first I flour it, then I sauté it with olive oil and wine and a dash of
Welcome
whiskey.
to Philosophical Zombies.
Yeah, sorry, man. I'm sorry. Because I know she's a great cook, and I like to talk about cooking too. It's not so.
Everybody in this hangout was leaving before you got in here, so we just started on our own conversation.
There we go. And then what I can use instead of onions, what I did use is spring onions. So that that doesn't kill my head. So I used spring onions, and then you basically just you can't. Oh, of course, 2 tablespoons of paprika and 1 of cayenne pepper because I like it spicy, really spicy. But if you're not into it being too spicy, I would use about half a spoon of cayenne pepper. And then I used about, I guess, a kilo of beef. So 2 point something pounds. They go by metric here.
2.2.
Huh? 2.2. Yeah, you're right. Thank you. Yeah, I forgot it was 2.3 or something. I knew it was in the area. And then I put the entire thing. You put everything in the pot after you saute the beef, and I added an entire cup of wine. 1 cup of wine and 1 cup of water was just enough. And then you basically cook it on low for anywhere up to 8+ hours.
But I don't understand. I would think that the potatoes would be cooked to smithereens.
They are, but they come out. It adds, well, mostly, but it adds to the consistency of the gravy, which is essentially what goulash is. It's a thick beef stew gravy, you know.
Did you mention yogurt? Doesn't goulash have yogurt in it?
Yes, you can add the cream afterwards, which I did, and it was wonderful. Well, I made a whole pot, so like I had some with rice, I had some with noodles, pappardelle, which is what I had on hand, and then I had some. I put some sour cream on that.
Hey Nadia, would you post the link in the side for me, please?
Is sour cream just as authentic as yogurt then? Because I thought that genuine Hungarian goulash had yogurt, but I understand that yogurt always seems to curdle, doesn't it? So I can see that, you know, sour cream would work better.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not Hungarian, and I don't know what would be considered quote unquote authentic or not. I mean, to be truly authentic, I know you would have to have like an open fire with like a kettle hanging over it, but you know, I can't rip up my apartment just to do that. So, yeah, I mean, it was good enough. It was wonderful, especially on, you know, cooked low for, yeah, I cooked it for 10 hours and it just came out amazing. So, I absolutely, it was heavenly. That with you have that with a glass of wine for dinner. I